We are live. Hello. National Premed Day, hanging out here on the Mapped Facebook page. National Premed Day is something that I've wanted to do for a long time. My name is Dr. Ryan Gray, for those of you who don't know me. I am joined by the wonderful Rachel Grubbs, my partner on Mapped, and Dr. Scott Wright, our VP of Academic Advising, also known as, what was it, the Dumbledore of something that students said?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
somebody said like Chief Wugmump Dumbledore. I don't know.
Yes.
It was very wizardly.
Chief Awesome Dude is basically what it came down to.
Yeah.
And together we are the Mapped team, and we're excited to talk about Mapped today. We'll get into that a little bit later. If you are interested in kind of finding out what National Premed Day is, you can go to nationalpremedday.com. We have all of the schedule there. We're going to be streaming here live on Facebook for 12 hours in 2 different rooms. So that's fun. So here on the Map channel where we are right now, where you're watching this right now, is where the main stage will be. And we will have a Q&A stage on the Medical School HQ Facebook page as well. So as our guests move from having a conversation with me or presenting what they're going to present, we're going to shift them over to the Q&A stage so that you can dive in a little bit deeper, maybe ask some specific questions to your situation. So we wanted to simulate as best as possible a kind of in-person conference. This was never meant to be an in-person conference. This wasn't a virtual conference just because of COVID. We've been getting a lot of questions, Rachel. Will this ever be a live conference? Maybe. I don't know. We will see.
It's definitely been coming up in my sleep.
Yes. Yeah. So we have a ton of great guests for you today, including multiple deans of admissions, including the co-founder of CASPer, including an amazing panel from Tour for Diversity, including an amazing panel of medical students. And so I'm excited. We also have a few presentations from our partner sponsor, Blueprint MCATs. And without them, we probably wouldn't be here. They help support us through this process. So go check out. I know if you've been listening to me for a while, or if you're new here, I do talk about Blueprint a lot. Students love their full-length exams. So go check out Blueprint MCAT, formerly known as Next Step Test Prep. If you've known Next Step Test Prep, they are now Blueprint MCAT. So as we kick off the day here, I'm going to take 30 seconds, less than that, and I'm going to make sure I go live on Instagram Live, because that's what we do here. We just stream everywhere and anywhere. So I got my iPad all set up, and I'm going to point my phone at it, and we'll make it happen. So I want to really kick off the day with talking about kind of the whole process, right? This whole pre-med process, and a little bit of motivation. Whenever I go and speak at different clubs, I'm having a problem here with my headphones here. There we go. All right, we're good here. And we'll go live there. All right, I think we're good. So whenever I go and speak at clubs, whenever I go and travel, if I'm going to a conference, I try to talk. And it seems like the majority of the time when I talk with you, that the majority of you are doubting yourself. Can I do this? Should I do this? Will I be able to do this? I don't want to get to medical school and then realize I don't like it. I don't want to get to medical school and realize I'm going to drop out because I can't handle it. And so a lot of you have imposter syndrome, just like I did, just like everyone else does. And really, that's the whole process of being a pre-med, is to help you step by step overcome your imposter syndrome. So as you go through this process, as you are sitting there looking at the checklist of things that you are supposed to be doing, the checklist of things that medical schools want you to do, don't look at it from a perspective of, oh my gosh, like I have to check off all these boxes. The medical schools want this thing. I have to jump through all these hoops. How am I going to be an individual through this process and show who I am and really help myself stand out, because I'm just checking off these boxes like everyone else. Instead, flip that mindset around and understand that this whole process is meant to prove to you that you can do it. It's to prove to you that you want to do it. So as you are doing this, right, as you are doing this, everything that you are doing, make sure that you want to be doing it. As you're going through the process, don't check off the box because the medical schools want you to check it off. Check off the box because it's something you wanted to do. Don't check off the box. Just do it because you want to do it. Let me give you an example. Research. Everyone thinks you have to do research to get into medical school, and it's just not true. You don't have to do research. Think about what research actually signifies. Well, research signifies that you're curious, that you ask questions, that you want to dig deeper and get to the root of a problem. Being a physician is very similar to that. I think being a good anything, right? Even let's talk about plumbers. You want to be a plumber? You should be inquisitive and figure out what's going on. But research is a very quick and easy way for medical schools to see that you are inquisitive. Do you have to do research to show that? No, you can show that in other ways. And yes, there are very research-heavy medical schools out there that want to make sure that you like research because it's built into their curriculum and they want you to do that. And if you don't like doing research and you don't have research, then maybe don't apply to those medical schools. I want you to be happy where you go as well. So as you're going through this process, everything that you are doing, make sure you're doing it for you. I had a conversation actually with my first employee at medical school headquarters a couple of years ago. I met her here in Colorado at the Wilderness Medicine program, and she was told by her advisor, and we're going to have lots of advisors on as well, so we can talk to advisors about how they advise. But she was told by an advisor, like, you shouldn't be coaching soccer. You shouldn't be playing soccer. That's not related to medicine. And I told her, baloney, right? If you're passionate about soccer, play soccer. It doesn't matter that it doesn't tie into medicine. You don't need to, in your application, go, I played soccer and that's going to make me a great physician because it's teamwork. Anyone reading that will be able to see if you coached soccer, if you played soccer. Obviously, it involves teamwork. It involves communication. It involves so much more. A normal person reading that application will be able to see that. They'll also be able to hear your passion about soccer when you come for an interview. So do things that you want to do. Do things to prove that you can do it. As you're going through this process, the imposter syndrome, the grades, the MCAT score, everything is going to weigh on you. Don't look 4 years down the road, 3 years down the road, 2 years down the road, wherever you are in this process. And with that, comment where you are in this process. I'd love to see where you guys all are. Right. I have 2 little kids in the house, and we've been watching a lot of Frozen 2, right? If you've watched Frozen 2, imagine there is no future, and all you can do is the next right thing, as Grandpappy says. Do the next right thing. So as you're going through this process, it's very intimidating to look at everything and go, okay, for my application, I need X number of hours of clinical experience and X number of hours of shadowing. Again, those aren't checklists. Those are to prove to you that you like being around patients, that you like being in a clinical setting, that you understand what the job of a physician is. As you're going through the process, don't look at everything that you have to do, the research, clinical experience, shadowing, the grades, your MCAT score. What's on your schedule tomorrow? Focus on that, because it can get very, very, very overwhelming if you don't do that. And that's part of kind of leading in serendipitously to MAPT is we'll show you later, the goal of MAPT is to really help lay all of this stuff out for you and help guide you along that journey so you don't get overwhelmed. I went to undergrad, for those of you who don't know my story a little bit. I grew up in Southern California, played baseball, wanted to be a professional baseball player, moved to Florida after the riots in Florida. And it's kind of interesting. We'll have a discussion later on about some stuff that's going on in Minnesota. But we had the riots in California. My parents like, okay, it's time to leave. We moved to Florida. I went to University of Florida undergrad wanting to be a physician. So in high school, I hurt my shoulder playing baseball. I went to physical therapy. I said, oh, this physical therapy thing is cool. I can help other people get back to where they want to be. I want to do that too. And then I dissected a cat my senior year biology class, and I was like, ooh, I want to cut things for a living. And I was hooked. So I combined cutting things for a living with helping people get back to where they want to be. And I said, orthopedic surgery, that's my goal. I don't have parents who are physicians. The majority of my family didn't go to college, maybe didn't even graduate high school. So I was navigating this process alone. And I went to my academic advisor, my pre-med advisor, and she said, Ryan, don't apply to medical school. You're not going to get in. I was a sophomore at the time, hadn't taken the MCAT yet, had great grades, wasn't an issue. She said, Ryan, you're a white male. There's too many white males applying to medical school. You're not going to get in. So I ignored her for the rest of my academic career, never went back and talked to her again. And I formed relationships with all of my friends, which is where you see my shirt here, collaboration, not competition. I had a key group of pre-med friends, and we navigated the process on our own. So as we were going through this process, we were working together, trying to figure it out. I want you to really connect with those around you and collaborate and don't compete. I talk about it all the time, and only about 10% of you maybe believe this, but there are enough seats in medical school for those of you who deserve it. There are so many students applying to medical school who shouldn't be applying to medical school. And it's interesting. In one of my recent YouTube videos, I said, why did you apply with these stats? It was a question that came up. And a lot of people apply with false hopes, and it's a lot of money. And I don't want you to have false hopes, but I want you to be hopeful. As you're going through this process, find a core group of friends and help each other. The more you succeed together, the better you will all be, and there will be seats for you in medical school. I promise. I promise. So with that said, I went to University of Florida again for undergrad. I was an exercise physiology major, having this interaction with my pre-med advisor, being told, you're not going to go to medical school. You're a white male. Ignoring her, I applied to medical school, and guess what? I didn't get in. Her vision came true for me. I didn't get into medical school. I'm not going to be a doctor. Luckily, it's not a one and done shot here in this country. You can course correct, as I talk a lot about. You can figure out what has happened. How many of you watching this have needed to course correct and reapply, or get ready to reapply potentially, have applied and didn't get in? You're not at a disadvantage. You are at an advantage because now you have feedback. Now you have tangible feedback that you can take and you can improve upon. You know, hopefully you've gotten some feedback based on your prior application. And if you haven't, you can check out the application renovation videos on YouTube where I look at applications. You know potentially where you fell short. Maybe it's a GPA trend. You need that upward trajectory with your trends. Maybe it's your MCAT score. Maybe it's a lack of clinical experience or shadowing, and you didn't have a really good reason why you wanted to be a physician. Being a reapplicant is okay, as long as you prove that you have improved. Applying with the same application, as Einstein says, is crazy, right? Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. It's insanity. So you have that feedback. I had that feedback. I was able to go, you know what? My clinical experience was being in a hospital and pointing people to the elevators, directing people to where the rooms were, to where the gift shop was. I was in a hospital, therefore it's clinical experience. That's what I thought. But I was wrong. I didn't have really great clinical experience. And so when I left college, I started shadowing an orthopedic surgeon. I was a live-in caretaker for a family friend. I started building my application to a better point to where I could then prove to myself and prove to medical schools that I knew what I was getting myself into, that I'd experienced what medicine was. And I was able to talk about it in an interview and write about it in my application. And that second time applying, I was able to get in. I went to New York Medical College, and I actually deferred a year. I said, "Thank you for having me. I don't want to come this year." I was having I had a great job being a leader in a gym in Boston, and decided to defer a year. And that was serendipitous because then I met my wife, my now wife, during orientation in 2005 for our first year together. I went on an Air Force scholarship, so I wanted to be an orthopedic surgeon. I went to the Air Force. I said, "Pay for medical school for me, please." They did. And with that came some handcuffs, and I wasn't able to become an orthopedic surgeon. I was a flight surgeon for 5 years in the Air Force. It was an amazing career. I loved being a flight doc. I got to fly around the world. But with that came a higher standard of health, and I had some health issues, and they wouldn't let me fly anymore. Luckily, I'd started my podcasts and the medical school headquarters several years before that and decided to do it full time. And for a long time, I've wanted to create a technology platform for you, for all of you, to level the playing field, to give you the information that not all of you have access to. And that's where MAPT came about. And that's where Rachel and I started talking. Rachel Grubbs, who you met earlier, Rachel and I started talking, and we decided to make MAPT. And with that came deciding to finally create National Premed Day. So as you are going through this process, number one, thank you. We're obviously right now in the middle of a pandemic. We are seeing that our population seems to care about physicians right now. I don't want you to become a physician so that you can be put up on a pedestal by patients. But we need physicians right now, physicians on the front lines taking care of patients. I haven't really talked about it publicly, but I lost my grandfather to COVID a couple weeks ago, about a month ago now. He was alone in a hospital in Boston, and I live in Colorado. I had to deal with that, talking to the physicians, talking to you in the future, talking to the physicians about his care and what was happening to him. I was the one that got the call that he had passed because my grandmother just couldn't handle those conversations. And then I had to relay that information. It's you who I want to be talking to, which is why, as you go through this process, the medical schools and the residency directors and the fellowship directors and your future bosses love having conversations with you, because those conversations will be able to hopefully understand who you are in this process. How are you going to handle yourself in the middle of a pandemic? Are you going to be the physician at the bedside who has empathy and compassion and really cares? Or are you going to not be? We need a little bit of both sometimes. We need the really book smart analytical person, but we need compassion. So thank you for being here, because if you look at the data, most physicians are burnt out. Most physicians don't like their job. I have thoughts behind why that is. And it's why I talk about really making sure you understand what you're getting yourself into. A lot of people want to do this because it's a stable job with good income. Well, the pandemic just proved that lots of doctors were getting laid off and furloughed, and their pays are being cut. The hospitals are empty in the middle of a pandemic. It's kind of crazy. Lots of physicians are being laid off and replaced with advanced practitioners, with PAs and NPs. You need to be a physician because you've gone through this process and you've proven to yourself, right? Coming full circle with this whole checklist idea. You want to be a physician because you've gone through this process. You've jumped through all of these hoops that you thought were set up just to prove to the medical schools that you want to do this. But those hoops are set up to prove to you that this is what you want. And right now is the perfect time in the middle of a pandemic to really see what being a physician is all about. So hopefully you're still out there volunteering, shadowing, getting clinical experience, working as an EMT, working as a scribe. I know a lot of you, and in your Q&A sessions, you can ask those questions. A lot of you had your volunteering and all that stuff shut down during this pandemic. But hopefully you're still out there exploring what's going on, asking questions, seeing and making sure that this is what you want to do. Because at the end of the day, when you're applying to medical school, That is the story that you're going to have to tell to show medical schools that this is what you want to do, that you have explored and reflected on your journey and shown that this is what you want. Not just because you like Grey's Anatomy, not just because mommy or daddy's a doctor, but because you want to do this and you've reflected on it and you can say why it is you want to do that. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being that future physician taking care of someone else's grandmother or grandfather on their deathbed. Thank you for wanting to be that person in a hard time. So with that said, I'll bring back my team. We're going to potentially talk about the rest of the day and start rolling into our next conversations. So, Rachel, Scott, hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Scott,
How's
why don't
everyone?
you introduce yourself, kind of give a little bit of background on who you are?
Sure. My name is Dr. Scott Wright. I am just in the process of joining MAPT and very excited about the future and what we're going to be able to do together to enable pre-meds to really chart out a path that's going to be workable for them. And we're all very excited about that. So my background is I have been in higher ed for 30 years, have been in medical education for 25 years, and 10 of those years was as director of admissions at UT Southwestern Medical School in Dallas, where I basically ran the admissions committee meetings, and we went through the process of selecting medical school applicants to join our class, which was a very exciting, energetic kind of experience to have. After that, I went to the University of Texas at Dallas, the undergrad campus, and was the associate dean for all the healthcare professional programs, pre-med, pre-dental, PT, PA, you name it, we did it for 6 years. And then for the last 8 years, up until recently, I was the executive director of the Texas Medical Application Service, where we really do everything we can do to help pre-meds through the process of actually applying to med school and getting their information to the professional schools so that they can make the decisions that they need to make about who's going to be in their classes. So it's been an incredibly exciting journey for me. I feel like I've been on each side of the whole process, the medical school side, the undergraduate side, in the middle with the application service. And so my hope is that through MAPT and in collaboration with Ryan and Rachel, we'll be able to offer some expertise and really help students on their journey into this exciting time of their life. So, yeah.
Yay. So, Scott, what being on all of the sides, what was your favorite side? Did you like the medical school side where you got to be the dream crusher? Or did you like the undergrad side where you got to be the dream creator? I set you up for that one.
Yeah, you did indeed. Each side has its benefits and its excitement, and what I really loved about the medical school side was celebrating the success of students when they did get in, and especially the most exciting thing often was the first day of class, where you're really introducing everybody to each other and you're telling things about the class as a whole, and how many people did this and came from this school and that school, and just a very exciting time. But then, as you stated, Ryan, on the undergrad side, you are really on the front lines of helping to create and perpetuate a dream that students have, and to help see that dream come to fruition and blossom. It's an awesome experience, and so that's what I'm excited about doing with you guys through MAPT. And today there's going to be a lot of information that's going to help students figure out how to do that and really begin to let that dream flower a little bit. So absolutely.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So Scott, you're mostly doing a lot of the Q&A hosting today.
Yep.
You get
Yep.
to be the Dr. Ryan Gray on the Q&A stage. We're
Yep.
going to have some amazing conversations here on the main stage a little bit later. Again, if you go to nationalpremedday.com, the whole schedule is there. We're going to be here for 12 hours. I pray that my voice holds out that long. If it doesn't, I'm still gonna soldier on, and we'll make it happen. We're gonna have some fun here. So, with that said, Rachel, why don't we introduce you and just roll right into our conversation scheduled for 8:30 or 10:30 Eastern.
She's muted.
Unmute. Hello.
Unmute. Yeah, that's great. I'm so excited to be here. It's hard to follow Scott because he's like a unicorn, you know. He's so talented, and his experiences are so specialized. And I was so excited to bring Scott onto the team. So I say that not with envy, but with admiration and love. So I have been helping pre-medical students for over 15 years now. When it started, I was specifically focused on the MCAT. And that was fun in a high pressure, intense kind of way. I think everyone watching understands the MCAT carries its own specialized stress within the overall stress of the pre-med years. But you know, I liked helping unlock secrets. I liked problem solving. I was doing a lot of the student care as opposed to in the classroom work. So, you know, I was trying to help students sort of with the whole process of where does MCAT prep fit into your overall picture? And that's really how I started getting pulled from MCAT prep into the larger picture of pre-med advising, because I kept interacting with students who, you know, we're often taking the MCAT somewhere in the neighborhood of 24 to 18 months before we hope to start med school, right? And so often I would interact with someone who, you know, needed some course corrections like we've been talking about. And course corrections are not the end of the world. They're good. They show maturity. It's a form of resilience. It's a form of wisdom. But I kept thinking, you know, if only I had gotten to talk to you a year or 2 or 3 years ago, maybe we could have prevented this course correction. And, you know, I think especially when you're, you know, 20 or 22 or 25, realizing sometimes a course correction means now I need an extra year before med school. And I don't think that's the end of the world, but it can feel really long when you're hungry to get to the next milestone in your dream, you know? So part of why I wanted to start helping with the bigger picture of pre-med years planning is, for those of you that are earlier in your process, further out from med school, hopefully we can help you set it up in a really realistic way. For those of you that need a little bit of course correction, we can talk about how to prioritize that. So that's what's really exciting to me is, you know, interacting with future physicians who, you know, I'm generalizing, but I would say are mostly very bright, curious bunch, and really getting to the bottom of whatever problems we need to solve together. That's what's really fun for me, and that's what I've done throughout my whole career. At first at the Princeton Review, and then I was with Next Step Test Prep, who's now known as Blueprint, and now here with Ryan with Mapped. We're hoping to really bring in something special.
Something special. Sprinkle a little special on there. So let's talk about. I'm excited, and everything you talked about. I'm excited to go on this journey with you, to go on this journey together with the students. I'm excited to talk about Mapped later and really show students what we have cooking. So let's talk about this pre-med roadmap. I think one of the most confusing parts for a lot of students, and it's interesting because, right, this is a process. It's been this process for a long time, and yet every year everyone is still so confused about this process, and it's crazy. There's just so complicated. There's so much stuff going on, and that's kind of one of the ideas behind Mapped. But let's talk about this process and where students need to start and figure everything out. So a high school student, any high school students watching this, comment, let us know. A high school student who wants to be a physician Should they be running out and shadowing and getting clinical experience to start working on their application, their resume, and all that fun stuff? What should a high school student be doing right now?
Well, I don't think they should be doing those things just for their resume or just to check a box on the checklist. If someone feels excited about that, like, the pandemic's really inspired me and I want to figure out how I can volunteer. And, my mom says I have to stay home as much as I can. So I'm going to see if I can help with one of the text line crises. Check your age for that. I think you do have to be 18 for those. But, so, there might be something that, really intrigues you that makes you want to get involved. And if that's the case, that's great. I wouldn't do it just to do it. People do see through that stuff and it'll be hard to sustain. And one of the things that we'll get into, you'll probably hear repeatedly today, but especially in the extracurricular session we're doing with Ms. Snap from UC Davis, is that kind of experience should be pretty consistent. So you don't want to do it for 3 weeks to check a box and then not do it again. And it's okay to try some things, and maybe some things are better fits than others. It doesn't mean if you start one thing, you have to do it for 6 years, but you want to find something that really intrigues you. So that's kind of where I am with, should I be running out and doing shadowing and trying to get clinical experience? Like, it's pretty hard to do when you're a minor.
Yeah.
But maybe you can volunteer at a soup kitchen, or, in my city, the churches get together and do big like food pack sessions for hungry kids. And, that's work, but it feels like fun because it's you and 400 people that are in your friends and family, like, bopping along to music while you're packing food. Like, it is hard work, but it's also, it's something that it has some meaning. And things like that, I think, are a nice gateway if they're genuinely of interest to you.
Yeah. And somebody just asked, what about these combined BSMD programs or BSDO programs? Like, those students are applying to medical school coming out of high school. It's like, wow, how am I supposed to do all these things and show that I want to be a physician, especially if you're saying, well, I might not be able to. So I'll give a brief kind of history for me, right? In high school, I shadowed a physical therapist because that's what I thought I was interested in. So just because you're younger doesn't mean you can't. It just makes it a little bit harder, and you have to find the right place that will allow you to. Mm-hmm. And as a BSMD applicant, a lot of it's going to be based on grades and your academic capabilities, and a little bit less on you've proven that you want to be a physician because your age is still pretty young.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the other thing for anyone who is high school age who's watching is be paying attention to your grades. And more important than grades, be paying attention to the rigor of your coursework. Now, hopefully you have good pre-college advisors who have already been telling you what I just said. And it's so important, I'm going to say it again for high school students. Grades matter. Rigor of coursework matters more. So better to get that A- in physics than to say, you know what, I don't need a senior year science. You do if you think you want to be a doctor. So be keeping in mind that even if those things don't earn you AP credits, it's about exercising your brain and learning. And, someone who takes Calc AB or Calc BC in high school, even if they don't do as awesome as they hoped on the AP exam, or maybe they aced the AP exam and then the school says, I don't care, you still have to take calculus here. Classes move really fast at the college level. You'll be happy that you got some exposure with a teacher and, with 25 students in a room where maybe you spend 3 days of volumes of revolution, which was my personal bane. Like, that was just something that took me forever to wrap my brain around, and in college we did it in a day and moved on. And I was just struggling so much, so, take the time now to challenge yourself as much as you can. High school is a little bit like having training wheels on a bicycle for college. So the harder you push yourself, the more exposure you're getting to that level of rigor with just a little bit better of a support network. So, you don't, to Ryan's point earlier about false hopes, you don't want to be the person who says, I want to be a doctor, but you know what? It's senior year. I want to have an easy year. Like, it's a little bit of dichotomous, I'm not saying you can't do something fun senior year, but think about am I pushing myself? Am I really thinking about a life ahead of me of learning? And am I embracing the life ahead of me of learning?
Yeah, awesome. Let's talk about freshmen coming in, and it really for every year for students coming in, because every year is a new level. It's a different potential strategy for studying because your courses are getting harder and you're adding more to your plate. For students coming in, when they hit undergrad, whether they're coming from high school or whether they're coming from a community college, what should those first steps potentially be? Where have you seen, talking to so many students over the years that you've done this, where are some of the missteps that students are making?
So I will get to missteps. I want to expand that group you talked about just a little bit, because I want to make sure our timeline today is really inclusive for everybody. So rather than just freshman year, let's say you're probably about 4 years out from starting med school. And maybe that means that you're a career changer, you know, and you need to go back and take a bunch of pre-medical requisite classes while you're working. So even though maybe it's only 1.5 years worth of classes, maybe you have to do it over 3 or 4 years because you're trying to hold down a job and support your family at the same time. And we want to kind of have a timeline that is bigger here than just I'm a freshman, because that's a lot of you. A lot of you who are 4 years out from med school are freshmen, but it's not everybody, and we're trying to think about everyone. So whenever you hit that point that you think now, okay, I've got to take a bunch of science courses, I've got to take my pre-med requisites. One thing is start researching that, make sure you know what your courses are ahead. You don't have to have the next 6 to 8 semesters completely mapped out in your brain, but you should have an idea of what's coming. At some schools, certain courses are only offered certain times. So it's a good idea to have that just penciled in roughly. And then the key misstep I see is people not building new study skills. And so to the point I was making before, as rigorous as high school courses can be, there is a sort of, at most high schools in America, this idea of like a daily check-in, like homework that gets reviewed and quizzes and then bigger tests and then finals. I know sometimes some of the IB programs go a little bit more like learn for 2 years, here's a test. But even that, I think at the IB schools in the United States tend to get a little Americanized as opposed to the proper IB. Like when I did IB, my only test was in June, you know, like that was it. No other tests. So you really had to force yourself to learn it all year long. But so if you are coming out of a high school where you had a lot of little moments throughout your quarters and semesters that checked your knowledge, now you kind of have to check yourself. So some of this is basic stuff. Go to your lectures, go to your recitations, you know, don't figure out the alarm clock situation if you're a heavy sleeper. Some of it is requires you to be a little bit more outgoing, you know. Are you forming a relationship with your TAs? Are you realizing, oh, it is really hard for me to do calc without my teacher there for after school, so I'm going to the math lab, or I'm making some friends in my calc class and we're forming a study group. And start thinking about what resources you're going to build for yourself, because not every course will be easy, and that's okay. You just have to figure out how you work through the hard ones.
Yeah. So thinking about instead of the freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, and it's more of the timeline to medical school, 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, especially for those non-trads. When should the student start working in those extracurriculars? I talked about it earlier in my opening, is all of these quote unquote hoops that students think they have to jump through. They think it's just a big game. And really it's to prove to the student that this is what they want. With that, how soon should they be doing all of this stuff?
I'm so glad you asked that, because that's the other big thing that you need to be doing roughly 4 years out. I would go ahead and start your clinical experiences. So it's exactly like Ryan just said. You are doing it largely to prove to yourself that it's the career path you want. And it doesn't have to be an intensive, 40-hour-a-week summer job. Maybe you're lucky enough to get one of those and you love it, but slow and steady is okay, right? So if you can find somewhere that you really enjoy that needs you for 10 hours a month. Well, if you do that all year, that's 120 hours. If you do that for 4 years, it's 480. It's starting to build up. So I would get going in that right away and find something you really like that you can keep at in a steady way.
I'll add one asterisk to that. The one thing that I see students falling into a trap with, especially freshmen and students transferring from community college, is they try to do it all and they try to do it too fast.
Good point.
So make sure that you are a good college student first, meaning you can handle being away from home potentially for the first time, making sure that you can handle not having your hand held the whole time by a high school teacher and curriculum, where you walk into a classroom, you're given a syllabus and you are told, see you in a few weeks for your test, right? And if you want to come to class for lectures, great. If not, I'll see you on the test. Right? Making sure that your organizational and study habits and everything are around being a successful student. Prove that first and then start adding all that stuff as soon as you can.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So it might be your second semester, or it might be even your second year. I think that's still okay.
Yeah.
Or the summer before your second year. Yeah. Get school right. Get as many A's as you can. Remember that a lot of the information you're learning is going to be on the MCAT. So this isn't a cram and be done. Some of it you need long-term retention. Remember that social sciences classes are not easy. Those are your critical thinking skills courses, and critical thinking skills are going to matter on the MCAT and in med school and your entire career as a physician. So all of the classes are good for your brain.
Yep, definitely. So I'm going to answer a question here. I'm going to see what this looks like. So we had a question: does shadowing count as clinical experience? And when you look at the actual, and this is how we classify it, the actual application, when you are categorizing your activities in the application, and we'll talk about AMCAS specifically, the application to get into MD schools, and we have a whole conversation later on about what an application looks like. We have some Q&A from the AACOMAS team, the DO team, and the Texas medical application as well, their team. When you look at AMCAS, the classification category, the category classifications are medical and clinical for community service or volunteering, medical and clinical for paid employment, and then shadowing is listed separately: physician shadowing and clinical observation. And so strictly from a classification standpoint, how you have to categorize it in an application, shadowing is not clinical experience. Okay, just from a categorization, I can't say that word, standpoint. So when we talk about shadowing and clinical experience, they are separate things. Shadowing is a very passive thing where you're just kind of hanging out and watching and exploring and seeing what's going on. You are literally a fly on a wall. You are literally the physician's shadow. Clinical experience is more hands-on, more engagement, more direct involvement in potentially the patient care. So that's the difference there. The 4-year out and 3-year out, in your mind, is there much difference between what's going on in that timeline?
Not a lot. In fact, the audience doesn't know this yet, but we're writing a book. And yeah, that's lumped as one big category for us. I would say to Ryan's point earlier, maybe a little more focus on school earlier and then building in the experience towards, as you have the first thing down. But that's kind of one lump sum. The other thing to keep in mind is with 4-year and 3-year out is they don't stop. So now the list starts to get way more intense as we get into 2 years out, 18 months out, 12 months out. But your 4-year out stuff just keeps on coming, right? You still got to rock all those classes. You still got to keep up your experience, even as you're adding in MCAT prep and starting to write your personal statement and starting to track down letters of rec and all of that. So you really want to have a good master on it, because it gets harder to manage. You have more plates you're spinning.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you mentioned that. And just a quick little plug here: if you're watching this on YouTube or watching this on Facebook, share it with your friends. Let everyone know that we're here all day long. Come hang out and use the hashtag NPD2020. So, Rachel, with that, a lot of students I've talked to are like, okay, I have my plan. the summer between freshman year and sophomore year, 4 years out and 3 years out, I have a lineup of shadowing that I'm going to do. I'm going to get 150 hours of shadowing. I heard that's enough. That way I can bang it out and I'll be good. And then I can go focus on something else. So it sounds like you're saying you shouldn't do that.
It's not my advice. The thing is we talked about clinical experience as a way to prove to yourself that you really like the day-to-day life of being a physician. It's also a way to prove it to medical schools. And if you see that as something that you want to bang out and then be done with, that might raise some questions about how much you actually liked it versus just seeing it as something you needed to bear with. So now, if you have a really cool opportunity that's going to be that many hours and it works with your school and your MCAT prep, and do you have to have a part-time job? Are you lucky enough that mom and dad are helping or someone in your family is helping so you don't need a job? If you want to rack up more hours in the summer, that's fine. But I wouldn't see it as a thing that you say, and now 2.5 years before I start med school, I'm done with clinical. Like, you want to be a physician. The clinical is a big part of what's coming.
Yeah, definitely. So what's the big switch? So from 3 years out to 2 years out to 18 months out, go walk through that timeline and what students should be thinking about, how they're going to have to add some stuff to their plate and juggle and adjust things.
So when I think about these timelines, I know not every school is the same, undergrad and med, there's some variation, but I kind of think of years as running August 1 to July 31. Most med schools start in August, some start in July, some September. But so if you're thinking med school's going to start August 8th or whatever, the year I go in 2024, then in 2022, in this example where we're trying to go to med school in 24, that is around the time that you want to start thinking about MCAT prep and personal statements. And I think there are a lot of people who think like, oh, well, if I'm in college, I take MCAT spring of my junior year, and that's good. That works for tons of people. And it sometimes works more nicely with your prereqs because then you have fall semester to take some more stuff to help you get ready for the MCAT. But it does then put an enormous amount of pressure on that January to May window of junior year, of a year and a half out. So I would say if you can swing it around 2 years out, so sort of that fall of 2 years out before med school, start looking at MCAT prep. Maybe you can at least do some review for the courses you took freshman and sophomore year. I would also say start working on that personal statement because it's not easy. I was talking to Dr. Nakai, who you guys are going to meet later today, and she compared writing the personal statement to giving birth.
Okay.
So it's a big deal, is the point she was making. Yeah. This isn't write a draft, have a couple friends look at it, I'm done, right? This is search your soul kind of stuff. And it's so important that we've got a whole session dedicated to it later today with Dr. Gray here. So personal statement is something that you should work on and then walk away from. And I think we all know that our brain keeps working on problems even when we're not consciously focused on it. So, go away, reflect, come back. Do that a few times. And if you start 2 years out, you have plenty of time to do that.
Yeah. So MCAT prep, personal statement writing, application timeline. So a lot of students, I had this conversation yesterday with a dad and a child or a kid, a student who was transferring to from community college to a 4-year university and really just didn't understand the timeline. A lot of people don't understand how long the application process is. Talk about that whole process.
Yeah. So this is where we start to really get into the thick of things now. It's like if I were actually drawing a timeline for you on a board, the to-do list gets like, so it was like, you've got grades and prereqs, personal statement and MCAT, but also grades and prereqs. Now you've got grades and prereqs. Maybe you're still working on MCAT personal statement, and now comes about 10 other things. And those 10 things all have like subtasks, right? So about 18 months out. So now we're talking roughly January or February, a year and a half before you hope to start med school. Now the rubber hits the road because hopefully you've written enough of your personal statement that you've really started to reflect on who you are And now you can choose your school list with some real vision in mind. So yeah, you're thinking about in-state, out-of-state, public, private, but you're also thinking about who am I and where do I want to live my life and where do I want to live when I'm in med school and what kind of doctor do I want to be, and finding a fit for that community. And that's hard work. It's not picking names out of a hat, right? That's a lot of reflection. You're beginning your application prep. You don't have to wait until those things open. You can use a service like Mapped once we're available, or for those of you that are doing it right now, use a spreadsheet and start thinking about who are the people that I'm going to ask for letters of rec, and can I pre-ask them? Just say, I'm not ready for you to write it yet, but I'm hoping you're going to do it. And, ideally, this is not something you're doing over email. You're going to go look them in the eye, because if they pause, you want to be able to gracefully give them an out, right? If you don't get an enthusiastic heck yes, maybe that's not the right letter of rec person. And that's the kind of thing that you read better in person. So you want to space out your timing so you're not sending a frantic 11 p.m. email. I also find, as someone who's been asked and has written lots of letters of recommendation, that 4 to 5 weeks is the sweet spot. More than that, I'll forget. Less than that is often not enough for me. It doesn't take me 5 weeks to write it, but it might take me 4 or 5 weeks to find the 2 days to really give it the attention I think it deserves for you. Yeah. So think about giving them that window of time so that they can note it on their calendar. Late March, start the letter of rec for ONMAR, like whatever the situation is. So be thinking about that. And then you can start to be organizing information for the application. So gathering together transcripts and collecting all of the tracking you've been doing for your clinical hours and shadowing hours, getting all of that organized. And that's all kind of even before the application opens. And then even once it's open, what you're trying to do is stay a step ahead. And I think, Ryan, what I'm about to say is something that you said that I'm now parroting. But if you think about the application process as an open book exam, it's open book. You know what's coming. You have your resources. There's no reason to fail it, right? They've given you all the tools. Medical schools want wonderful doctor candidates, right? They want you to be successful. Yeah, there's some weeding because some people apply with false hopes, but you've been given everything you need to do this to your best ability on schedule. So you can think about, okay, if I have everything I need to get my application going as soon as things open so I can submit as soon as they're ready for submitting, and I did my MCAT way last fall and I took it in January and I have that score and I'm okay with that number, or even I have to retake, but at least now you're retaking in April or May instead of retaking in July or August or September. And I know this year is a whole different thing. So no judgment on this year. It's been really tough.
What's going on? I don't know what you're talking about.
But if you're in that situation, then in June, when other people are scrambling to prep for the MCAT or to get their apps in, you're pre-writing your secondaries. Yep. And then that way in early mid-July, they get to you and you can turn them around in 4 or 5 days. And then you're really showing these schools, I've got my stuff together. I am super interested in you personally, you school. I think I'm a great fit for you. I think you're a great fit for me. And it puts you in much better shape to be someone who gets an early interview.
Secondaryapps.com. A lot of students are like, how do you pre-write? How do you know? Most schools don't change their questions because the questions they ask are for their culture and their fit and making sure that you're a fit. And so those questions usually don't change. So secondaryapps.com. Rachel, what else have we not covered that we need to cover for the timeline?
I guess the big thing I want to communicate is what I just laid out as ideal. It's not the end of the world if you're not ideal. That's where course corrections come in.
Yep.
I want to give an ideal because if there's someone out there who's 4 or 5 years out from med school and they go, oh, that makes total sense and I think I can do it, great. But the reason I say 3 or 4 or 5 years out from med school is taking the MCAT 2 years out presupposes that you have your pre-med recs done. Yep. And pre-med recs just keep getting longer and longer and longer. Right?
So Rachel, are you on TikTok?
Yeah.
TikTok's where it's at. So there's a TikTok trend going on right now where in one side of a paper, let's use pre-med as an example. A traditional pre-med student is here and then gets into medical school here, and it's a straight line. But then the music goes dun, 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 so it's a non-trad dun, 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 all around, and then finally get into medical school like 20 minutes later. And that's the process. But at the end, there's a what's the word? There's a fancy word that I learned that and I told it to the like executive director or CEO of Phi Delta Epsilon, and she loved it. And she's using it now, where it's basically equifinality is the word. Equifinality, meaning right, equal final, equifinality, meaning that no matter the path, whether you're over here doing this or you're coming straight in, the end is the same. Right. And I talk about this all the time with my wife, because she likes to go, oh, well, I went to McGill, the Harvard of Canada, and I studied physiology, and it was so hard, and they don't curve. And I'm like, I went to one of the biggest party schools in the country, and look where we both ended up. The same place. So equifinality, right? And I talk about this all the time. Put on your blinders and run your own race. It's an Oprah quote that I love. Put on your blinders and run your own race. There is no shoulda, coulda, have to do this. There's only one way. Run your race. And if you fall down, you get back up and you figure out where you need to go from there. Right? It's the classic GPS rerouting.
Yeah. And it's part of why I enjoy the timelines that do a T minus, right? You think about a rocket ship counting down to launch, right? 10, 9, 8. If we think about med school that way, then hopefully what that helps you think is like, I'm not behind. I'm just at a different place in my countdown. A lot of people need 5 years of school, undergrad, before they're ready to go on to med school. Some people who do 4 years of school still need a 5th or 6th or 7th year to save up money or get more experience because they did want to get clinical, but they couldn't handle the course load and clinical. There's a million reasons that you're going to take those twists and turns, and it's okay. Like I guess the thing I'm trying to communicate is we want to help you on the path to med school, but there's more than one path. There's a lot of twists and turns. You can still walk them.
Still walk them, run them, crawl them, however you get across that finish line.
Sit down on a bench and rest for a couple weeks.
Yes, exactly. Well, awesome. All right. So we are on to our next session as soon as pre-rock comes rolling in. Rachel, you're switching over to the Q&A channel, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So the conversation. So all of you who have specific questions for Rachel and Dr. Wright will be over there as well, kind of co-hosting or hosting that channel. And so obviously with Dr. Wright's experience, being a former director of admissions and director of a pre-health office and the former executive director at TMDSAS, he knows all of the answers as well. And he may have a different point of view as well that may help you. So with that, in that channel, that stage, the Q&A stage will be on the Medical School HQ Facebook page and YouTube channel. So premed.tv, if you need that, that's the Medical School HQ Premed our YouTube channel, or wherever else. So Rachel, thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'll see anyone who wants to chat a little more. Dr. Wright and I are going to head over to the Q&A room.
Yep. And Q&A is on Facebook and YouTube, same as this. So.
All right. Talk to you soon.
All righty. Let's bring pre-rock.
Hey.
What's up, buddy? You're on live.
Great.
Talking to the world. We got 620. Let's see if we can get 1,000 people here during your talk.
That would be awesome.
get them rocking and rolling up with their studying. So pre-rock, MD, MBA student, candidate, as they like to say, that fancy word. I'm a candidate at Yale, fancy pants university over there.
Yeah.
How does someone get into Yale for medical school?
I mean, I think it's not even just Yale. I think any medical school these days is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. Yes.
What, it was like 40-something% last time I checked, which is absolutely absurd. And it
Yeah.
is a crapshoot. I think we've talked about this before, where, you know, some schools you'll be like, whoa, like I thought I would be able to get an interview from there, and you don't. And then there's other schools where you're like, this is a dream school, and then you get an interview from there. So it's really tough. I don't think there's any straight shot scientific method that I've seen tried and true.
Yeah, you got to watch out for your woes. Whenever you say whoa, I want to do that little TikTok like whoa. Like,
Yeah.
I've been watching too much TikTok lately. So you started your life over at a UC school. So a lot of students think, oh, the UC schools, like they're so competitive. Everyone coming out is amazing. And so it's really hard to get to medical school from UC schools. And it's just it's weird to hear that thought. But from your point of view, right? And we're going to talk all about study habits and all that, because obviously you had to be a good student to get into Yale and to do well in undergrad. What from your point of view, being in California, being in the big UC system, with so many other students who want to be pre-med, how were you successful in that environment with everyone else in that environment as well? What was that like for you?
I think it takes a lot of adjusting to. One thing that I talk about a lot is I think people see the end result and assume that the path to getting there was easy or fun or great. And that's not necessarily true. So I actually had pretty bad imposter syndrome my first 2 years at UC Berkeley. And part of that was the fact that there's over 800, 900 people in your chemistry class. And that's like the first thing you walk into, to see 900 people just like sitting there. And you're like, I've never seen this many people in a room before. So I think part of it was figuring out how to fend for myself, in the sense of like, if I have questions, you really have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps and figure out how you're going to answer those questions. And going through those things and getting everything figured out and learning how to pull yourself up, I think, is the hardest part, and just going through that route.
What did you stumble at all in undergrad and had to, what we've been talking about a bunch is course correcting, and not every path is a straight line, but there's lots of twists and turns. Was that ever an issue for you, or were you pretty solid throughout?
In terms of like academically, if you were to look at my transcript, I don't think you would see any stumbling, quote unquote, but I think I stumbled a lot mentally my first 2 years. In that regard, I would have a lot of days where I would call my parents just completely crying, feeling like I was freaking out over a test. Completely had my priorities up backwards. I don't think I even had really any friends until my third or fourth year of college, because I was just so imposter syndrome heavy, felt like I didn't deserve to be there. So I was spending 3-4 hours a night sleeping, and then the rest of it I was just studying. I didn't even bother trying to make friends. So I stumbled a lot mentally my first 3 years, and it took me a while to realize, like, hey, life isn't just all about school. I have to learn to balance these things. I have to learn to balance my family, my friends, people I care about. So in that regard, I felt like that was one of the things I learned the most my first like 3 years at Cal.
Were you avoiding all of that other stuff because that's what you thought you had to do to be successful? What was the reason for not taking care of the rest of life?
Yeah, I think so. I think up until college, at least for me, I was so sheltered because I went to a high school. I definitely had quite a lot of privilege to have parents who were caring enough to take care of a lot of the finances. And so I was very sheltered. So I went into college thinking, oh, I just have to study. And especially when you have the mindset of like, oh, I don't deserve to be at this university, or, oh my God, I need to work so hard to be exactly at the same place where someone else may not need to work as hard. Mm-hmm. I think that was the main thing, the perspective, which I did need to shift. Going into medical school, I started realizing, like life is going to happen. Like there's so many things in our life that will potentially throw you off. And there will be things that you have to prioritize consistently, even when you are studying for, your board exams or something crazy. And you just have to figure out a way to make it work, because studying is going to be a part of the rest of my life at this point, and pretty much the rest of any pre-med's life.
Yeah. And I like that perspective, right? You obviously in undergrad have a lot of classmates. In medical school, you have a lot of classmates, and going from the West Coast in the UC system to obviously an Ivy League medical school, that imposter syndrome probably walking on campus was ramped up tenfold to go, wait a minute, am I supposed to be here? Like, what did you do? You cured cancer? What am I doing here? Right. What was that like to make that shift onto a medical school campus with all these students who have done obviously amazing things to be where everyone is?
It's surreal, I will say, primarily because, again, there's only 100 people in my class. And so to walk in and know like the 99 other people in my class are literally people who have done crazier things. And the other odd part is that Yale has around 20 MD PhDs. So we have a 100-person class, but 20 MD PhDs, and then like 80 MD students. So, and everyone has almost done something crazy or miraculous. And I know that's not necessarily even limited to Yale. I think I could say that about most schools. And it is the good part about having gone to Cal was that I felt not as much imposter syndrome. I was like, I've been here, I've seen this, I know what it's like. Everyone here is freaking amazing, but that doesn't take anything away from my story and my journey. And I loved what you said earlier, just like run your own race, right? Like it's great to be around people who inspire you. It's great to be around people who you can take inspiration from, but they should not put you down, or hearing the experiences of someone else should not make you feel like your experiences are any less valid. And so what I've really learned is like, great, cool. Everyone's amazing. Everyone's really smart. And I may not have done as well as you on this test, but that doesn't invalidate my experiences. And I'm just going to kind of run my own race. Right.
Yep. And everyone is struggling with their own crap, right? You're struggling with what you're struggling with. And then you see your classmate like, oh, that was the easiest thing ever. But whatever's the easiest thing to you is probably the hardest thing to them. So it's all balances out.
Yeah.
So let's talk about study strategies, because again, to walk the path that you've been on, obviously you've been a good student. Does that come easy to you, or have you built in systems and strategies to actually figure out how to become a better student?
Definitely does not come easy to me. Never will say that. Because I do know a lot of the people in my med school class, definitely comes easy to them. They read things once and it's just there. And I'm like, what are you doing? How is that possible? They're like, yeah, I just read the chapter. And I'm like, that's it? That's all you had to do?
Okay, Sheldon.
Yeah. And so I actually had to build in a lot of strategies, and they were refined starting from my first year at Cal to now, which is around 7 years. And every year I kind of put in an input, see what works, see what doesn't, take everything out that doesn't work, and kind of refine and redo. So at Berkeley, UC Berkeley, what I did was I was using Quizlet a lot. And that was my main method of studying. And at that very early time, I realized like flashcards were 100% the way for me to learn.
For someone who doesn't know what Quizlet is, so Quizlet, 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 right? For someone who doesn't know what Quizlet is, what is it, just briefly?
Quizlet is basically an online flashcard app. It basically is a pretty easy user interface to use. You put in, the front of the flashcard, something simple like, what are the 4 bases in DNA? And on the back, you write ACGT. And you kind of can do that for every single class. So I did that for every class I ever took at UC Berkeley. And what I would do is, leading up to the test, I would have this deck of flashcards for every class. And I would just finish that whole deck. I'd know it inside out, and then I'd do a lot of practice exams. And that was actually a very surefire way for me to solidify concepts. Ended up doing really, really well academically. And so that's kind of what I ended up, sticking to. And again, it was still a lot of hours. I think, again, as I wasn't sleeping more than 3 or 4 hours a night, so still working my ass off. But it worked. It worked so well that I was like, holy cow, I'm definitely going to need to keep this up.
Were you making your own flashcards, or were you downloading packs of flashcards that you could find online?
For undergrad, I was making my own flashcards because I feel like undergrad curriculum can be so subjective based on schools. I was definitely making my own flashcards.
Awesome. It's funny, the example that you gave for that flashcard, the ACGT. I'm like, that would be an awesome name for an AC/DC cover band, a medical school AC/DC cover band.
That's a bad idea for a music video.
Exactly. Yes, ACGT, a medical school parody. I mean, that's really the goal, I think, of every pre-med, is just to get into medical school so they can participate in a parody video.
Oh yeah, that was a fun one. That was really fun.
So you start with Quizlet, right? You're making your own flashcards, which is what we've always recommended on the MCAT podcast that I do with Blueprint MCAT. We always recommend, right? That's where a lot of the learning takes place is writing out those flashcards or typing out those flashcards in terms of electronic flashcard apps. It sounds like maybe that switched a little bit for medical school.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is that?
So medical school is just too much.
Final answer.
Yeah,
too much. Yeah.
Because when I was an undergrad, I was like, there's no way they can put more into a month than I did in undergrad. Like, these classes are so intense. And then you get to medical school and you're like, holy cow, there's no way this is possible. But they're putting more into like a day than I've ever done in like a month.
Yeah.
And so because of that, you actually have to start relying not only on your own ability to make flashcards and understand concepts, but also what is the bigger picture here, right? Because it's tough to know what you need to know for the board exams unless you actually have a macroscopic view, but you won't have that macroscopic view until you're done with the first 2 years. So you kind of have to rely a little bit on both your own flashcards and what you think will be important for the test, but also on, tried and true validated methods from other people who know, okay, you're learning about cardiac physiology right now. And while there may be some subjective material at your school that you will want to know more than others, here's what you definitely should know for cardiac physiology for your United States medical licensing exams that everyone has to take and will 100% be the hardest test you probably take in your life, right? And so because of that, you kind of have to make this switch onto Anki is kind of what most medical students use now. And the reason for that is because Anki has a lot more pre-made decks. It has a lot more user interface. The user interface is worse, but it has a lot more optionalities to modify that user interface, so it gives you a lot more options as to how to go about making your flashcards. Do you want to make your own? Do you want to modify? Do you want to add images? So there's a lot more customizability, which is definitely needed for medical school, I believe.
And Anki is ANKI for all of those, not Anki. Anki is how we say it. At least that's how I say it. That's how you say it. Maybe wrong. It's like that whole GIF debate. What is the founder or the creator of Anki? How does he or she think it's said? Yeah, it's interesting. So you've obviously medical school, right? You're fitting a whole semester of information into 2 weeks. And so it's almost impossible, literally is impossible to be able to write all of your own flashcards. Just one random side question for Anki, right? One of the big things that students like about Anki is the science behind and the data behind spaced repetition. Is that something that Quizlet has as well, or is that an Anki thing only?
I believe that was an Anki thing.
Yeah.
I was initially started with Anki. I'm sure Quizlet is trying to get into it because Anki is so good at it that Quizlet realized that if they wanted to be in the same market, they would need to integrate it in somehow. And it's not them now. Everyone's doing it. Like all the banks are doing it. Kaplan's doing it. AMCAS is trying to do it now. So I think Anki was the first one to solidify it, that concept of spaced repetition, which there have been multiple papers about. But all these other flashcard apps are slowly getting into the game.
Let's talk about spaced repetition real quick for someone who doesn't know what that is.
Yeah, I love talking about it. So, I mean, the whole idea of remembering something is fascinating, right? Because we can talk about something today, I don't know, a concept about, beta oxidation in the mitochondria, right? And then tomorrow, if I asked you that again, you'd be like, oh yeah, we just talked about it. Beta oxidation is this. That's what you told me. And by you just telling me that again tomorrow, you have now reinforced that neural network that you just created about beta oxidation, which initially is in your hippocampus and then is transmitted to your cortex where it lies for really long-term retention. And so the whole point is, by visiting that concept over time, if you visit that concept after 1 day, you won't need to see it again until 3 days. But then if you visit it in 3 days, you won't need to see it until 1 week. And if you see it in 1 week, then you won't need to see it again for 3 weeks, because the whole point is you're strengthening that initial neural network to the point where now it can actually rely in your head without you needing to consistently refer back to it.
Yeah.
And so that spaced repetition algorithm is then brought into Anki with the flashcard design. So you'll see a flashcard initially on the first day, and then you'll see it again on the third or fifth day. And then on the third or fifth day, if you know it, you'll see it again in maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And so the whole point of this is you are training your brain, and very mechanistically so, right? It's all based on science, to take this information from short-term to long-term retention. And so that way, when you come to take your board exam and you go in, you can actually get a score that is purely based on everything in your head, which is really impressive because you pretty much have converted everything to long-term retention.
Talk about so spaced repetition is literally use it or lose it, and then some data behind how often do you have to use it to get to that point. Learning what you've learned now, taking what you've learned now as a medical student, assuming being a successful medical student and you're not on the cusp of failing out, what would you take now and recommend to pre-med students who are studying for their courses, studying for the MCAT, etc.?
I think it's the broader theme of some form of flashcards, some form of, it doesn't even have to be flashcards, because you may be able to do flashcard based learning by even going through your lectures. Maybe you'll go through all your lectures one day, then go through them over in 3 days and in a week, but doing some form of consistent learning. Because the thing I don't like, and I'm actually writing up a small manuscript on this and to publish in a journal, is the fact that right now our education system is based on this binge and purge approach, right? And I'm sure you've seen it. It's like, oh, we're learning all about electricity and magnetism. I'm going to learn everything there is to know about this. But the moment I walk out of the final, I'm going to purge all that information. It doesn't matter, right? And that's kind of how education works, because unfortunately you have a test. And then once you're done with the test, you're like, I don't need to know this anymore. It's all gone.
Make room for the next thing.
Exactly. And that's fair, because that's the kind of system we're in. Yeah. But for medical school, what you'll really need is some sort of long-term mechanism, because there's never going to be, never going to need cardiac physiology again. It's like, no, you'll definitely need it again. So find a way to make it stick. Just because you're done with it in school doesn't mean you won't need to know it ever again.
Yeah. Going from being a college student and going to that binge and purge kind of mentality with what you're learning to medical school, is there more, fear is not really the right word, but is there more, do you feel more responsibility, both personally and talking with your classmates? Do you feel more responsibility for committing everything to long-term memory? Because it's like, well, this is right, the memes that you see online, like, I'm not studying to pass a test, I'm studying to save a life. Do you put that into perspective, and does that help, or does that add too much pressure and you're like, I can't do this?
Most of the time it actually helps quite a bit. But I think that's way more applicable to certain types of things we learn in medical school. So like the clinical medicine, which I'm sure like any physician will agree, like learning clinical medicine is very rewarding, and it's actually really motivating to try to make sure you have a long-term mechanism of understanding it. Because let's say you need to intubate a patient, you need to put an IV line in, you need to know what kind of fluids a patient needs. All of those things are very important things that if you actually knew long-term, you would be seen as such a great physician, because you can take care of patients really well. But at the same time, it can sometimes be discouraging for other facets of information, where you're like, there's no time in my like entire career as a physician I will need to know any enzyme in the beta oxidation ever.
Yeah.
And you will need to know all of them, right? for the step 1 exam. And so for some things it's very motivating, and I'd say for like clinical medicine is very motivating and easy to be like, wow, I'm going to need to know this. I need to get my crap together and make sure I know it. But some other stuff you really do have to kind of close your eyes and be like, I'm probably never going to use this in my life, but I need it because I need to get a good exam score and I need to get into residency.
I struggled with that a bunch, right? I went into medical school going, I'm going to be an orthopedic surgeon, biochemistry. I don't need to know this, right? And I spent all my time or histology, and I spent all my time on anatomy. And I failed my first histology test because I focused all my time on what I liked and what I was good at and what I wanted, what I assumed was going to be more applicable. And I just kind of ignored the whole, oh yeah, there's a test that I need to pass.
Yeah.
For students going through this process, struggling more with the mindset that I had of like, this is dumb, I don't need to know this. This isn't going to make me a good doctor, right? How do you fight through those days and those thoughts?
I always try to relate it back to the bigger picture, because I totally agree with you in the sense that, yes, you will never need to know like those enzymes ever in your life. But one thing I always tell myself is
Except nephrologists. They seem to have to know everything.
Yeah.
We'll put them.
For some reason, there's always like the exceptions to the rule. Nephrology is definitely one of them. But the way I like to motivate is like, yes, I may not need to ever know these specifics, but knowing these specifics will still help my broader understanding of clinical medicine. Like I may not ever need to know like acetazolamide inhibits carbonic anhydrase, but knowing that actually does help me understand, oh, this is why they use it when they have increased intracranial pressure for someone who has hydrocephalus or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And so by knowing these small details, one of the things I've personally learned to appreciate is, yeah, of course, I don't need to know this to be a good physician. But by knowing it, I'll be an excellent physician. Like you'll be one step higher because now when you're actually giving these meds, when you're giving, this stuff, you actually understand the small details and nuances behind how they work. And so one, you'll be able to teach it to someone else, which is great. And if you love teaching, that's a positive. But two, you'll understand the nuances of, oh my God, at the molecular level, here's what's happening. Or, oh my God, at a very scientific level, here's why this works and this other thing doesn't. Which, again, you don't need to be an excellent physician, but it does definitely help put things into perspective sometimes.
Yeah. The one thing, talking about spaced repetition, as you mentioned to your example, something popping into my mind that I haven't thought about in forever, but something that had to be drilled into my mind by my now wife as we were students studying was carboxylase enzymes use biotin. That's just like, for some reason that had to be drilled into my head and it's still stuck in there somewhere.
And it's because they add an extra carbon group. So biotin helps move in one carbon group from one molecule onto another molecule, right? Yeah. So like all these like small details where you're like, this is that. Am I ever going to need to know this? Probably not.
Not at all.
Cool.
Yeah. So let's talk resources because students love tools and resources. We talked about Quizlet. We talked about Anki. For Anki, would you go back as a college student now, for students listening to this, the pre-meds listening to this, would you recommend that they go and download packs that are available for the classes maybe that they're taking, or would you recommend that they do make their own flashcards?
For undergrad, this is all based personally from my bias. I would not recommend any pre-made decks, primarily because if you go to an undergrad, the classes you're learning will more often than not cover everything for the MCAT, but they'll often be so different from one another that having a pre-made deck will actually hurt you a lot. Because in your undergrad classes, one, they're letter graded, right? Medical school classes now, most are pass-fail, right? So you can take a lot more risks than medical school because all you need to do is pass, right? And the whole point of that is because they know there's so much information, so just get most of it. In undergrad, your grades do matter, and they matter a lot. Yeah. So there's no reason for you to use someone else's notes because one, they're not relevant to you, and two, classes vary so much from one school to another because one school may be quarter, one school may be semester, one school may cover chemistry based on a Nobel laureate, another school may cover chemistry based on someone who's a chemistry professor and all they do is teach, and the Nobel laureate may emphasize his research and a chemistry professor may, so I would definitely recommend making your own flashcards for undergrad.
So Anki, Quizlet, what other fun resources have you seen that have helped you study? Any other tools out there?
I mean, I think people often make the misconception like, oh, just do the flashcards and you'll be ready. The one thing I always say is flashcards give you the foundation, but the thing that will really take you to the A+ level is making sure you get in a lot of practice questions. So whether that's in the form of every practice midterm your class gives you, whether that's in the form of previous practice midterms, whether that's in the form of, a test bank, Q bank for the MCAT. Do not ever think that, oh, I know all my flashcards and therefore I'm ready. For example, I just took my step 1, and for that, I was doing around 1,500 cards a day. But then I was also doing around 150 questions. And by the end of the whole thing, I'd finished around 5,000 to 6,000 questions, right? So just doing those flashcards was not enough because you need to understand how those flashcards will be integrated into a vignette and how they're going to ask you questions about the things that you already know, but you don't even know how they're going to ask you about it. Yeah. So doing a lot of questions is definitely huge.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the biggest pitfalls I've seen students make when it comes to studying for the MCAT is they sit there with their 3 different sets of MCAT books. They've read them all front to back over and over and over again, and they go and take their test without ever taking a full length. Yeah. And they're like, oh, I didn't do so well, but I knew all the information, right? I had it all. So definitely integrating that into their head. And so a lot of you asking a lot of questions, which is awesome. Pre-Rock, you're going to jump over to the Q&A channel in a minute, so students can ask you some more personal questions. For you, having gone through this process, obviously being successful, doing well in undergrad, doing well now in college, moving on, how do you keep going? Right? I think a lot of students at this point, as pre-meds, they're burnt out. They're like, why am I doing this? How do you keep it going? How do you keep that fire burning?
I mean, it's tough. I will say that. I mean, I'm in my third year of med school, and it's even harder when you're in med school because you realize I have residency still, and that's already hard, and residency is supposed to be harder. One thing I do is just one day at a time. Like, it's just so easy to, and one day at a time. And not only that, like, enjoy the journey, right? Don't focus on this end result of becoming a physician and then I'll be done, because that's such a big misguided myth. Like, you becoming a physician one day may eventually help solve a lot of these problems you're seeing, which is, oh, I have no time, all those things. But if you're not enjoying the day-to-day journey, that journey is at least 10 years after undergrad. And you need to figure out a way to, live in the moment and enjoy the day-to-day. So for me, that's, yes, I'm studying all the time, but let's say my family decides to go out for dinner or something's happening. I almost always now have realized, like, I'm going to be studying for the rest of my life. Here are the things that I also want to make a priority. So I run every day. I hang out with my sister every day. I hang out with my parents every day. I try to make time for when I'm back at EL, my friends, or hanging out with my friends. I'm going to enjoy this journey because, as I said, it's so easy to say, screw all of it. I'm going to just study now. And then when I'm a physician, I'll be able to resume my life, which is a very big misconception, because I'm sure as a physician yourself, it doesn't become an easier job when you're a physician. That extra time just goes somewhere else because you have more responsibilities. And so that's kind of the way I've motivated myself, which is take it one day at a time, one step at a time, and enjoy the ride. Enjoy it. Because every step, pre-meds may look at me and like, oh, you're a med student. What do you have to worry about? And I look at residents and say, holy shit. So there's always the grass is greener on the other side. So I think that's the thing to keep in perspective.
We need to be on a time delay so we can bleep out the cussing. Come on. That's okay. Pre-Rock, I appreciate you taking some time to join us today to share some of your wisdom. Thank you so much. Good luck on the rest of your journey. I hope you continue to enjoy it and stay motivated through Absolutely. It. If you guys want to join Pre-Rock in the Q&A room, it's just so what you're watching right now, if you're watching this live, is on the Mapped Facebook page or YouTube page. The Q&A room is on the Medical School HQ Premed or Facebook page and YouTube page as well.
So you think two,
All right.
you think three, Great. You might
Thank
need
you.
four.
All right. I hear you.
Big. All right. Joanne Snap. Hello.
Hi, Dr. Gray. How are you?
I am good. Please call me Ryan.
Hi.
Gray. Who's this
Hi,
Dr.
Ryan.
Gray person? So, Joanne Snap, you are a very fun person that I get to talk to a lot, and we have fun conversations about pre-med advisors. You are a very interesting person because you've been on both sides, like Dr. Wright we had on earlier. You're a former director of admissions at a medical school, now on the pre-health side of things at UC Davis, running the pre-health office there.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about, in your perspective, we heard Scott earlier, kind of what he liked better. What did you like better? And I know I've talked directly with you about this privately, but from your perspective, why do you, or which one do you like better, being on the admissions side or the pre-health side of things?
Well, they both definitely have benefits. And I when I was running the admissions office, I mean, there's a lot of power that comes with that. When you're the director of admissions and you walk in the room and you're wearing your suit, everyone stands up a little taller and watches what they say. And I used to do this really fun thing. I look pretty young, and I always wore a suit to work. And I would walk into the breakfast room on interview days. I'd take off my name tag, and I would just sit down with the folks and have coffee with them and just listen
so
to what
mean.
they were saying. I know, it was fun, but and then they would go, "Where are you from? Where are you from?" And it'd get to me and I'd be like, "Oh, I'm the director here," and everyone's face would just turn white. But I really enjoy, I mean, I didn't enjoy the power. It's not what I liked about the job. What I liked about that job was I really like helping people, as we all do. And in that role, because the medical school admissions process is just so convoluted and obscure and subjective, and there's just so many issues with it, I felt like I just had a tiny piece in helping a few people. Even if it was like on interview day, an applicant's pants ripped, I would take her in my office and help her sew her pants back up so that she wasn't stressed. I kept suit jackets in my office in case a student showed up and didn't have a suit jacket. I would always give them a suit jacket so they didn't feel, you know, like the odd person out. And I mean, it's just those little things to help people not feel as stressed. However, what I didn't enjoy about that was I always felt limited, because there's like I call it the party lines. We always had to walk the party lines in terms of what we could and couldn't say to people. And I never really felt like I could really help someone. I always had to like subscribe to that we use a holistic approach. We take everything into consideration, that kind of nonsense. And I actually knew who got in and why they got in. And I knew all those details. So I felt like on the other side, I could be honest with people and really help them get in.
Yeah, it's interesting that from the admissions side, a lot of students think that it's this just big giant game, and the admissions offices, they just love sitting there going no, like like the big Roman Colosseum, like thumbs down. And it's interesting being on the pre-health side now, helping students with the knowledge that you've gained to go, well, here's how an admissions committee may see it, right? And we always talk about this. So you were a director of admissions at one medical school. That doesn't mean that every medical school is going to operate the same way and look at everything the same way. And even one school from year to year may change a little bit based on feedback that they're getting from students and how their class turns out. As the pre-health director now at UC Davis, how are you helping students really craft who they are in this process? And we'll use that to kind of launch into what our main conversation is with extracurriculars in a minute.
Right. And that's very true. And I still try to stay very engaged with the medical school folks to learn and understand. Because a lot of it also comes down to the dean of the school, what the mission is, and the mission shift based on whatever's happening that decade. So I think figuring out, I talked to my first years about this right off the bat. As soon as college students arrive, I get them in a big room, and you know, my students joke about this, but right off the bat, the first thing I'm doing is pushing people to ask the question, who am I? And who am I as a person should drive the entire application, because a lot of people come in and they're asking questions like, what should I do? What do I want? What looks better, this or this? And they're just like, there's some kind of prescription that med schools, med schools are looking for this kind of applicant. And it's just like, that's honestly like the most annoying question, because nobody cares. Like, nobody on this earth cares what you do with your life.
Yeah.
No one.
Yeah, literally, Joanne, I had someone at a conference walk up to me, not your conference, thankfully. I had someone walk up to me and say, Dr. Gray, this summer I have this thing I could do, or I have this thing. Which one should I do? I'm like, which one do you want to do? They're like, no. Which one should I do? This one or this one? And they're asking from like the same perspective you're talking about, is which one will look better on an application? Yeah. Which one will help me get into medical school? And I said, no, like, don't think about it that way. Which one do you want to do? Which one are you going to be more passionate about? Which one are you going to wake up every morning wanting to go to? Do that one. And literally the student got mad at me, turned around and stormed off.
Yep. Well,
there
are different kinds of pre-meds, and there are people who get this and they understand immediately conceptually why this is so important. And then there are people who cannot, at this point in their developmental stage, cannot understand why being authentic and true to yourself and showing the world who you are through your actions because you can declare things about yourself all day, but what you choose to do with your time will say more about you than anything you write on that paper. So, I usually ask people, how do you want the world to understand you? If you do all the checklist things, you do research, you do clinical shadowing, you do volunteer work, you're the president of 4 clubs, you do all those things, you're similar to about 90% of the people who've applied. So you've checked off all the boxes. You look nice on paper, but what do they understand about you? That you're a good pre-med, like you can follow directions well. They didn't learn anything new about you. And so I always encourage people to let's go backwards. Let's start from birth. Let's think about who you are as a person. What matters to you? Where do you come from? What are some of the challenges you've seen in your own community? What would you like to fix? If you could fix anything in your own community, what would that be? And then what can you do while you're in college to build yourself up so that when they read your list of experiences, they have a really clear understanding that this is someone who cares about this issue, whether it be immigrant health or women's health or children or mental health, whatever it is, that you shouldn't have to say that. They could read your list and automatically they're like, wow, this person really does care a lot about that. Yeah. And it can still be shadowing. It can still be all those checklist things, but the way you go about choosing what you actually do, it should come from within you, not from what your friends are doing or what the person behind you in class says is best or what your parents think you should do. It should always come from what I enjoy doing.
So, Joanne, I hear you say that, but pre-meds are smart. And they're so smart that they know that the AAMC has a list of 15 core competencies. Mm-hmm. And they know that AMCAS has 15 slots for the extracurriculars, for those activities. Mm-hmm. So obviously, they should just look at each of those core competencies and do one activity that will check off each of those core competencies, right? That's all they need to do.
Is that right? Is that the smartest way to do that? Yeah, I mean, yes, there's lots of ways you could do this. Certainly we should, and again, we should always pull up those 15 core competencies, and we should be aware of what schools are of what they're measuring in us. And if at whatever point in your journey towards medicine, you realize that you're lacking many of those competencies, then it might be a good idea to seek out experiences to build some of those competencies. Those competencies, you can do things, but if you don't possess the competencies, they're going to figure that out at some point. They're going to figure it out through the things you say on your interview day. You might be really smart as a pre-med, but med schools are actually pretty smart too. And they've devised some pretty, creative ways to measure these things in you. MMIs, situational judgment tests, all kinds of fun stuff. Yeah. So you're probably not going to trick a med school and trick them into believing you possess competencies that you don't. I would say it's always going to boil down to the value that you bring to medicine, the value that you bring to a career. With 6,000 applications, they can create a class. They don't have to fill a class. They can pick anybody they want. So when they're looking, let's say I'm a screener, I'm a doctor, I just got off a 36-hour shift, I'm tired, I have a wife and kids or husband and kids, whatever, and I'm sitting down, I, for whatever reason, volunteered to be on this admissions committee. I'm looking at 40 apps at a time. I'm probably spending 5 minutes or less reading these apps. I'm spending those 5 minutes trying to figure out what this person can do for me, what this person can do for the school, what's the value that they bring. And they don't care. A busy, tired doctor who just got off a 36-hour shift doesn't care what you did. They don't care that you had the most, competitive research experience. What they're looking for is, what can you do for me? And so it's really important when you're talking about your experiences in that section, those 700 characters, yeah, you only have 15 spots. So you have to be really deliberate and careful and crafty with your words so that they understand a lot of things about you. You can literally say, I did this amazing research experience and waste all 700 characters telling them how important it was, but they don't know anything new about you at that point, and they still don't know why they should pick you.
When you say, what will you do for me? Right? What will you do for me? What will you do for our class? How will you be a good member here? Are you talking about what a lot of students like to focus on is, well, I'm hardworking, I'm dedicated, I'm motivated, I really love science, so therefore that's what I'm going to do for you. What does that actually mean or look like?
Yeah, that's like the baseline of what someone coming into med school should do. So there are and this is language I use with my students, there are baseline expectations. A baseline expectation is that you're hardworking, and you wouldn't have good grades in college if you were not hardworking. So we need not say that about yourself, yep. Right? If you have an A in science classes, you obviously worked hard. So things like empathy, compassion, working hard, dedicated, yep, we hope you have those, just like helping people. We expect that you want to help people if you're going into this. No need to say that. So instead, what are some like more reflective, deeper, insightful things that you can bring to the table? Things like cultural humility, understanding how to work with different people different from yourself. And by work with them, I mean actually be effective at increasing health outcomes. Do you bring multiple languages to the table? Can you increase access by providing linguistically appropriate care? Can you provide culturally appropriate care because you've been exposed to various cultures through whatever mechanism? Critical thinking is important, and a lot of people have it, but to what degree can you critically think, and what how have you found that to be useful in your experiences? And sometimes I think people lose touch of like the really basic human connection things. Like, I know how to read people. I know how to read facial expressions. I know when someone's just smiling and nodding with me versus when a patient's actually going to take what I'm saying and go out and follow my recommendations. So it's like really boiling down, drilling down to showing people that you possess that level of insight and reflection about humanity and humans and work and all of it. The more detailed you are about that and the more you say, the more likely they're going to connect with you as a physician, because they already know the challenges of medicine. They know how many patients don't listen when they give recommendations. They understand what it takes to get people to do what they want them to do. So if you show them, I already have some degree of insight about humans, then they don't have to teach you that in med school. And probably they don't have time to teach you everything it takes to be effective in med school. So whatever you can bring to the table now, in terms of all those competencies, you're one step ahead because you already possess it. I call it the good stuff with my students. I say, show them that you already possess the good stuff in you. So all they have to do is teach you the medical education and the training, pair that with your good stuff, and you're going to be an excellent physician.
How much of the extracurricular process, as students are going through this journey, looking at what they potentially should be adding to their plate, right? If they're working and going to school and maybe taking care of a family and they only have a limited amount of time, should they be doing things potentially that's showing that good stuff? Should they be doing things that show them like technical skills of being a physician? Like, oh, look, I know how to do venipuncture because I was a phlebotomist, therefore I'm going to be a good doctor. Like, what should a student who is limited in their time, what should they be focusing on the most?
Yeah. We have a lot of students who have to work for a lot of different reasons. And I think that if you have to work, then I would say you can do a lot. I mean, obviously, I don't think technical skills isn't like really what med schools are measuring in you. I don't think the fact that you can do a lot of very technical medical procedures are the thing. I think that I have heard a lot of physicians say that they wish every pre-med could be a scribe at some point, just because of the medical terminology and sort of like the critical thinking that goes into that. But I mean, I think if you had limited time, I would try to do something that allows you to get a really good sense of what you're getting yourself into. So if you can be near a hospital or a clinic or something that you can just see the day-to-day work of a physician. So you have, like I said, a better sense of the career. I would say anything where you can still interact with humans is great, even if it's not medical, anything. And I always joke about this student that I remember was admitted. She was admitted because she was a tattoo artist. And people are like, why would someone pick a tattoo artist over a phlebotomist? And it didn't really matter, right? It's a technical skill. She literally was using manual dexterity in her job, but it was the way she interacted with people. It was that human interaction part that got her in her communication skills. So it really doesn't matter what it is that you do, as long as it's like you're showing that you're good at doing what it takes, like the transferable skills. Whatever you can do, you can apply to medicine.
Let's talk about extracurriculars, and I have this discussion a lot with various people, and the conversation around, I enjoy soccer, right? It's an example I used earlier. I enjoy soccer. I want to go coach a kid's soccer team. And some people say I shouldn't do that because it has nothing to do with medicine. What are your thoughts on those things that maybe are a little bit more personal, more passion based, and not necessarily this is going to prove that I'm going to be an amazing physician?
I think you know what I'm going to say about this.
I hope so.
So I think that I say, this is a phrase I use at Davis, your current job should not negate your current happiness. So you should not have to give up doing things that you enjoy and love because you want to be a doctor. If you have to stop doing things you love in order to be a doctor, I think that's sad and that's problematic, honestly. So if you love soccer, if you play the piano, if you play the guitar, whatever it is, something you love, let's figure out how you can take that thing that you love and give it to others, because it is a service career. You are giving your time, a lot of time, to others. So let's figure out how you can show them that you're now willing to do that. You're willing to do community service or even get paid. It doesn't matter. You're willing to help other people and still do something that you love. I don't think that we should sacrifice what we love in this effort to become a doctor. So 100%, I tell people all the time, if you love soccer, basketball, whatever it is, go become a coach. Because honestly, if you're coaching a group of 8-year-old girls, the attributes that you're using, you have to have patience. You have to be a leader, and they're all over the place. You have to have good communication skills. You have to have patience. I mean, there's so many transferable skills in just that one activity. I talk about, if you play the piano, go to an assisted living facility and offer to play piano in the lobby, or go to a low-income community and offer free piano lessons to kids. Do something with your talent to help other people.
Yeah, 1000%. For the students out there, you mentioned at UC Davis, a lot of the students are needing to work at some point. A lot of non-traditional students who are working, coming back into this career at a different point in their life. Maybe they have a family, and they just don't have the time to fill out all 15 spots on the AMCAS application. What's your general recommendation for students who aren't going to fill out all 15 slots? Should they make stuff up and fluff up their application so all 15 are filled out? Is it okay to have 6 really good ones? What's a cutoff for you, do you think?
Well, and I also think that everyone should have at least one hobby on their application, on their experiences list. So hopefully, even in your busy life, you can carve out one hobby to do. Age only makes someone a stronger applicant. So the more life experience they have, if they're married, they have kids, they've been out of school for 10 years, that only makes them stronger. So at that point, I mean, maybe they stayed in the same job for 10 years or 5 years or whatever it is. And so they haven't had a ton of different positions. So they might have less experiences, but that value is still there because of the years, the duration. And so what's kind of terrible about that is you only still have 700 characters for one description. So what you might think about is, over the course of that time frame, has your title within that position changed? Have you been promoted over the years? And if so, you might consider breaking out those different titles as different experience sections so that it still appears like you have had multiple roles just at the same institution. And so I will, I think most people have around 10 experiences. I think that's a decent number to have. But if you bring age and maturity and all this value in other ways, then, all I could say to someone is, like, try not to get hung up on those little details. Like, don't compare yourself to other people and say, well, all these, 6,000 pre-meds, they have 15 experiences and I only have 7. At the end of the day, like, that kind of stuff doesn't matter. Someone's screening an app. Again, picture that tired doctor who just got off shift 36 hours of stay there. Are they going to be sitting there thinking, this is like a doctor, right? Oh man, this person only has 6 experiences. There's no way they're going to make a good doctor one day. Let's just keep going. Like, that makes no logical sense. That's not rational. So try to, like, humanize this a little bit and remember that you're going to have a person reading this, and this person's going to see everything that you did in your life, and they're going to take that into consideration. They're not going to have, like, these kind of arbitrary standards of 15 versus 6 experiences, and that somehow makes someone a better future doctor.
Yeah. I think a lot of students think it's so black and white that and they forget that these are human beings on the other side reading these applications who can take into account, oh, okay, you're a non-traditional student, you have a family, therefore I understand as the reviewer that your ability to do other things is going to be limited. Yep. And I'm going to take that into account. Perfectly fine. I got it. right? That doesn't mean you're going to be less of a doctor or you're not going to be a good one. So,
and that's why I tell people to make sure they list every single job that they had, even if it's like working at Subway or working at, as a lifeguard in the summer, every single job, even if it's not relevant to medicine, because they want to know what you did with your time. Yeah. And if you don't, and a lot of people, I think sometimes people feel ashamed to list those kinds of like not random jobs that aren't related to pre-med, but if you don't list the job, it just looks like they won't know what you did with your time. And so if you don't have
I made TikToks, Joanne. I made TikToks all day long.
That's true.
So one thing that I want to make sure we cover, because students struggle with this, I think, a lot, and maybe they overthink it or whatever. I want to hear your thought process. Is AMCAS specifically, and now TMDSAS does as well, allows you to mark most meaningful experiences. And I've heard from students who have gone to like open houses at schools, and the medical school will specifically say, mark this one as a most meaningful, mark this one as a most meaningful. And I'm like, that kind of defeats, in my mind, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of what I'm telling you is most meaningful to me as a person in my life. How do you give that advice to students about what to mark as most meaningful?
So the actual prompt in that 1325 character section is what is the transformative nature of this experience, which is, how did this change you? So I always tell people you should answer that question. How did this experience change me? In your personal statement, you're talking about how you impacted the change at whatever organization. And here you're talking about how this organization impacted you. And I would try to highlight a very specific growth that obviously parallels with a value that they have. So in picking your meaningful, I always go back to like, which ones impacted you the most? And if you did research, but you hated it and you only did it to check off a box, and honestly, you were just counting down the days till it was over, that's probably not a good idea to put as your meaningful experience just because you think med schools want to see research. Because if you put that and you get to your interview and then they think that was meaningful and they ask you about your research and then you kind of have like a ho-hum answer about it, now they think that you don't do things you're passionate about. And that's far worse than not caring about research to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah. The prompt doesn't specifically mention how is this most meaningful to you on your journey to being a physician. It's just most meaningful. And so students who maybe were former athletes or athlete in college, whatever, a lot of them, I've seen them not mark that as the most meaningful, even though they spent their whole life playing tennis or playing baseball, whatever it is. I'm like, how is that not most meaningful? They're like, well, it doesn't show blah, blah, blah. I'm like, but that is, and so students, it changes them. And so students will ask me, and I'm sure they ask you all the time, or they post in Facebook or Instagram, wherever, is like, I have these 4 things that I'm trying to decide which should be most meaningful, right? It's the same, like, which EC should I do? Which activity should I do? Which most meaningful should I pick? And the response is always, I can't pick what's most meaningful for you. You have to decide for you. How do you have students who are maybe between 4 or 5 activities? How are they picking the ones if maybe all of them are equally meaningful? Yeah.
So I say, what I say is, if you want the world to understand you in a certain way, let's go through and let's think about what do these experiences say about you? Like, make them kind of write out next to the experience, what does the world understand about you after reading this description? And then you'll see very clearly, this is what I want them to understand about me. Now, which ones are most important to you? Which things would you want the world to understand the most about you based on who you are as a person? So we have to be really, really deliberate about how we help the world understand who we are as a person. And that's how we craft our writing and our deliberate decisions, like our meaningful experiences. I hope that we do this authentically and we're choosing things. I mean, if we've done this whole process authentically, we would have chosen to do activities that do connect back to us. So choosing 3 meaningful shouldn't be hard because, well, probably they were all meaningful to you. So now it's just a matter of like, which ones are the most reflective of who I am as a person?
I think the conversation that we've had really hopefully highlights to students watching this, listening to this in the future, transplanted in their head, however these messages get relayed in the future, that it's not about what you did, right? It's about why you did it and who it made you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Who it made you be? What's the right language? Right? Who it made you? Who it formed you into? And the language that I typically use is how did you impact the position, and how did that position impact you? Right? A lot of the meaning behind it, and not just I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this. See, I'm going to be a good doctor. You should accept me.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell people that you will never get into med school based on what you did. You're going to get into med school based on what's in your head. And it's not just that you don't get to get picked because you were lucky enough to get this really amazing experience. You have to be able to reflect on it and share your insight and share what you learned about it. Like, you have to bring something to the table. Just doing stuff doesn't make you a better future doctor than someone else. It can't be that basic.
Yeah. For the last couple of minutes here before we kick you over to the Q&A room where students can go deeper with you, COVID obviously has impacted everyone's life, especially pre-med students who were banking on shadowing right now, getting clinical experience right now. What's your general message for your students who haven't been able to do a bunch, whether they're applying this cycle or next cycle, how that's going to affect their applications?
Yeah, first of all, I encourage them to, I let them know that, everyone is in the same boat right now. And I don't think that individuals are going to be as affected by this, because when anything happens to the masses, then the med schools are going to be forced to change the way that they do things, the way they see things, and the expectations will change. And so nobody's disadvantaged at this point. Now, I understand people feel a really strong desire, urge to want to do something, because none of us like sitting still. So some things I've encouraged people to look into in their region, looking at crisis hotlines. A lot of students have recently been trained and hired to be, there are like crisis hotlines where you can text people. Mm-hmm. You could look to see if there are any sort of like online training programs as like CNAs or anything you can do online if you can afford it, to like just continue building on yourself. If there are online certification programs, just anything to keep building your credentials and your knowledge is always a good thing. Stay engaged, read a lot of books. All of that stuff, and you could do informational interviews. So if you can't shadow someone, reach out to a physician and say, can I sit down with you for half an hour and ask you some questions about your, the career challenges in medicine, and just pick your brain, and just try to do these informational interviews with physicians just to gain more insight. You can always talk about those informational interviews when you go to apply to those institutions and say, I met with Dr. So-and-so, he shared really great insight about your school. So try to use this time that you have to build yourself and the way that you can right now, which is your mind, because we can't go out and do too much.
Yeah. Well, Joanne Snap, pre-health advisor extraordinaire at UC Davis. I respect you so much as an advisor. Your students love you. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining us here on National Pre-Med Day. And I hope some students go follow you over to the Q&A room so that they can dive a little bit deeper with you.
Thank you so much for having me. This is such a great event.
Thank you, Joanne. Have a great one. Bye. Awesome. Awesome. All right. So I'm excited for our next group of docs, especially with unfortunately what's going on in the world right now. So I'm excited to have a conversation with Dr. Brown and Dr. Henry. It looks like we were supposed to have a third doc. Do you guys know if he's going to make it, if Tyree's going to make it or no?
Okay, good. I think he's going to make it. We're going to keep sending him a message. He's on a different time zone than us. Me and Brandon both text each other this morning while we was eating bagels. So,
Hey, speak of the devil. All right, he's here. All right, we got Dr. Tyree Winters,
yes,
Dr. Italo Brown, and Dr. Brandon Henry. Thank you guys so much for joining me today.
Oh man, thank you for having us.
I'm excited. So I reached out to Alden from Tour for Diversity, and really wanted to bring on someone to talk about diversity in medicine, right? As the token white guy in the room, I understand diversity not only from a community level, but from a health level, right? patients, we have data that shows that patients will listen to and trust doctors who look like them, talk like them, are from similar backgrounds to them. And the makeup of our physician workforce just doesn't reflect what our communities look like. And so I'm excited to have a conversation with you three about how we can potentially affect that, starting today and starting with the pre-meds watching this and listening to this, how we can give some motivation to students who maybe don't think that they can do this because they don't see any physicians who look like them, talk like them, are from similar backgrounds and places as them. So I would love to just go around. Maybe we'll start with you, Dr. Brown, about just a quick little intro, who you are, where you've come from, what you're doing now.
Certainly. My name is Dr. Italo Brown, originally from Sacramento, California. I went to college at Morehouse College, so an historically Black college or university is in my DNA. I went to Meharry Medical College for medical school, got an MPH from Boston University, and now I am at Stanford University doing emergency medicine. So it's been quite the crisscross across the nation, but we are back home, and I'm happy to be with you all this morning.
Nice. Thank you so much. What about you, Dr. Brandon Henry?
Hey, good morning. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, great. My name is Dr. Brandon Henry. I am a sports medicine physician at Riverside Medical Clinic in Riverside, California, as well as a team physician for California Baptist University Athletics. I am from LA, but then went to Sacramento to do my undergrad at Sac State. And it's actually interesting. I did my postbac at the UC Davis postbac program.
Oh, nice.
With the previous guest, and that was in 2007, 2008. After that, worked in physical therapy for a year, and then went to Howard University for medical school, came back to California for pediatric residency, then went to Waco, Texas, and did my sports medicine fellowship at Baylor University. And here we are back in California. So I myself have been cross country multiple times, but now back on the West Coast, and again, excited to be here with you all.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us. And last but not least, Dr. Tyree Winters, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Sorry, running in late like usual.
You're good. You're good. You got the branding right with your Tour for Diversity shirt there, so you're good.
Awesome.
What's your story?
Yeah, everybody, how you doing? My name is Dr. Tyree Winters. Everybody called me Ty. I'm actually from Detroit, Michigan, and went to the University of Michigan for undergrad. Wound up going down to the enemy, Ohio University for medical school, and Ohio State University Nationwide Children's Hospital for my pediatric residency. Actually stayed on as faculty there after I finished, and wind up doing additional training in pediatric weight management while I was there. Right now, currently, I am on the East Coast in New Jersey, right outside of New York. I am one of the associate program directors for our pediatric residency program at Goria Children's, as well as the medical student clerkship director, and then also as medical director for our resident continuity clinic. So got a couple of roles.
Nice. So I want to open it up, and I'll let whoever wants to jump in and answer. The broadest question is how do we, starting today, starting yesterday, how do we start affecting more minority students, more students coming from disadvantaged backgrounds? How do we affect them right now, both as leaders, the four of us here, but also as colleagues and classmates, everyone else watching and listening? How do we help more students from those backgrounds get into medical school? Number one, get into medical school, but really number two, to start with, understand that they can go to medical school if that's a goal that they have. Who wants it?
I can take it.
All right.
So typically what I do is I try to annotate. So I put the note in the section as I was speaking. That's why I took a little longer. But so how do we get more students into medical school? I'm assuming you're speaking about persons who are underrepresented in medicine.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, sure. So
there's plenty of white dudes like me trying to get to medical
I understand. I got to clarify. I had to make sure I was answering the right question.
just so you guys know my story. So I went to University of Florida. I grew up in Southern California in Redondo Beach, but went to University of Florida for undergrad. My pre-med advisor told me that I couldn't go to medical school because I was a white male and there were too many of us applying. So just a little background on me.
I hear what you're saying. So, I mean, I wish those sentiments weren't relayed to you. I think that anyone who desires to go to medical school should have that potential push. For persons who are from communities of color, there are certain barriers that I think exist, whether it's a financial barrier, whether it's the fact that there is a lack of exposure from the moment that you are literally interested, because it's just less likely to interface with physicians of color by the numbers. We make up 4% of all physicians, right? So the likelihood that you in your city will have a physician of color who you can potentially get mentorship from, or at least see walk through the halls, is slim to none. Right. So that's like the first major barrier for us is we have a lack of exposure. We have a lack of those types of role models around us. Right. It's a systemic issue. But beyond that, I think that the major hurdle is getting that information soon, understanding what pathways exist, and having pipeline knowledge. So this is one of the things that we do for diversity, but more specifically, I think every person who is a physician has an ability to affect this type of a pipeline. You don't have to be a physician of color to pour into it and to give students knowledge, to let them shadow you. I mean, students who are underrepresented minorities, to let them shadow you, to talk to them about how to write a personal statement. How do you do medical interviews? Like these characteristics of the candidates are salient. And it just so happens that we are somewhat separated from those details.
Yeah, definitely. I go ahead, Dr. Henry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I want to just continue to add on to that. Is just I think another part of it too is the exposure part, but trying to get to them early, right? So I think that we always hear about people who said, oh, they wanted to be a physician since the age of whatever, whatnot, right? And there's a ton of young kids of color that this is what they do aspire to be, but like Dr. Brown was saying, they've never seen it before, right? And so I mean, for example, like myself, I never had a doctor growing up. I never had anybody in my family that went to med school or even that went to college. So I didn't even know that this was even really an option, right? And it wasn't until much later that certain life situations happened that I actually seen physicians and doctors, and that kind of shaped my mental to a certain degree. But I think that one of the great things, and especially with the tour that we have done, is we've started to develop a high school program, right, where you can kind of get to them early on and say, hey, listen, we are like you. We have come from similar backgrounds as you. We understand the struggle of what it is to come from certain communities, and you can do this, right? We are a living proof that those dreams and goals that you may have, you can do this as well. And so I think that just being able to see it, and like Dr. Brown was saying, if we are able to get out there to people, again, it allows them to see us and recognize that we're real. We're not unicorns. It's it's the truth. We're here.
Yeah, and it's an exciting time to be alive, right? Right now we're streaming to like 3 different places and just talking to people potentially around the world, just sitting at home or at work on our computers. And so the access is unparalleled today than it ever has been before. So as much as we can leverage this technology to reach more and more students, I think is really important. For the student who wants to be a physician, but looks at where they have come from potentially, or listens through the walls of the parents arguing about money, and they look at the cost of applying to medical school, they look at the cost of MCAT prep, they look at the cost of medical school tuition all by itself. How do we start to impact them and really potentially, hopefully, encourage them to go, yes, it is a lot of money, right? There's no doubt about it. But potentially there's scholarships and other help out there for that. But number 2, right? The flip side is there's financial aid to pay for it. And if this is what you want to do, you'll figure out a way. How do we have that conversation for students coming from disadvantaged backgrounds?
So I think there's a two-step approach to this, because the first step approach is what's reality right now. So the first thing is that, yes, there is financial aid, but let's be real. A lot of financial aid, there are so many barriers that come into play in terms of credit score, in terms of your ability to be able to obtain, if you have or don't have the ability to be able to even get some of these loans. And then that would require that you would have to be already accepted or matriculated into the programs. So it's these barriers that a lot of times when I talk to students, I first let them know, like, you have to make sure all of those credit cards that you first get as soon as you walk into the door of college and they're trying to throw them.
But I got a free t-shirt.
Exactly. Don't do it.
It's too funny.
But at the same time, that's the first step, is trying to make sure that you also don't poo-poo on any of the scholarships, even if they're $100 scholarships, church scholarships, you have to write essays. Try to go for it, because I always say free money is the first money you should try to get. And then after the free money, then look at the money that you would have to pay back and borrow, because interest and student loans are real. But the second step to this is that we have to start as not only pre-meds, but looking at leaders as ourselves, being able to start lobbying and saying, like, look,
absolutely,
we have to be able to create opportunities, financial opportunities for these students to be able to achieve. Because without that, you won't be able to get ahead, because you're constantly always fighting. We know that underrepresented minorities is going to have to take more loans out. And we tend to go into residency programs or into fields that are not higher paid programs, because we are usually trying to go back into our communities and give back. So we have to be able to create those.
I would add that it's also important on the front end to think about what that back end picture is. Like, what's the repayment like? Talk to people who have actively engaged in some of these loan forgiveness programs. And so that mentorship element becomes so much more critical. When you have somebody who's able to say, hey, it took me literally 7 to 8 years. We have a doctor named Dr. Darko. He and his wife paid back tons. Yeah, Nee and his family were able to pay back their loans, and hearing those narratives are so critical to us. Like, we need to know that information.
Yeah.
And Dr. Teller, I want to add that too. That's the point of just having a real conversation with the students, right? I think a lot of times too, we try to, we sugarcoat it at times, and instead of just saying, like, yes, it's a lot of money and it can get paid off, but it may take some time, but just understand you can do it. But again, it's just a matter of having a real conversation about what the students are, what it is.
Yeah. Let's talk a minute to students who aren't from disadvantaged backgrounds, from students who aren't people of color. How do we help those students understand how it's better for everyone in this world if we can get more people of color into these professional degrees, and how they can help?
So I think the first part is, we understand that the major burden of illness in America is kind of like distributed towards people who don't have a ton of resources. But a part of that picture is ownership, is a human element, is knowing that, like, if we all contribute collectively, then the aggregate health increases. Part of that arc is knowing that you have to have providers who look like other people who bear this major burden of illness, who come from various backgrounds, and that diversity becomes an obligation. So I think that one of the greatest strengths is narrative sharing. We have a ton of people who identify with some of the same struggles. If I tell you about, a person who doesn't have access to healthcare and has kids, and you're worried about those kids, that becomes a link. If I tell you about a person that I know that comes from that background and cares so intently about kids, now you feel a certain degree of like ownership, like, oh, I want to help that person get to that level. So I literally think that sharing narratives is the key. You talk to them in real terms. You tell them about investment and how the return on investment is the key. And you can bring up multiple examples. I mean, you have 3 guys sitting here with you. And I think that that becomes the most powerful thing to share to any type of investor.
And can I also add in as well? Like Dr. Tello said, I think that's so important is to be able to understand, one, is that as a whole, as a community, we need to come together, but it's also important to understand our privilege as well, right? So we have 4 guys that are sitting on here, and I'm assuming cis males who are sitting on this call. We have an underlining privilege that even though we may be of different racial backgrounds, we still have that cis male component. Being able to be an ally for not only our female counterparts, but also our trans counterparts, for our LGBTQIA counterparts, for all of the different folks that we have to be able to speak out when others may not have that voice is so important. And that's what I would tell our pre-meds that are out there who may not be from disadvantaged backgrounds.
Let's talk about that. I was debating whether or not I should bring it up, but going off of that, right? Speaking out for potentially those who cannot speak out for. In Minnesota this week, we had an atrocity towards a person of color with George. Shoot, now I was remembering his name all day long. George, what's his name? Last name? Floyd. George Floyd. Floyd. So I posted a picture that somebody had posted just on my Instagram account, just again as a white male, saying this is just not okay. But it seems to happen all the time. And I got a bunch of messages from students saying, I feel so disheartened. And right, it's usually a cisgender white person messaging me going like, what can I do in this situation? For things like that happen in this world that are just completely atrocious, for students who want to go down this path and become physicians, become leaders in their community, and be outspoken, what can they do now, both from those who aren't from disadvantaged backgrounds, those who aren't people of color? How can they affect that? And how do we then in the same sentence talk to those coming from disadvantaged backgrounds and persons of color to say, oh yeah, you can do everything you want, but right, we have evidence that shows that like the world is still holding them down, literally.
I think one thing I want to say is sorry, give me a second here, because I've been struggling with this one for the past couple of days, and so but I think one thing that is very important is have a conversation, right? So I think that a lot of times people see all the different things on the media, and then they see people post certain things. Brandon. Oh,
you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can.
We still hear you.
You hear him?
Can you guys can hear me?
I still hear you both.
Okay.
I lost all of you.
Sorry.
How come?
This is what happens when you're. Sorry, I'm gonna turn this down. Okay. Sorry. So I'd like to say have a conversation. So I would want somebody to approach me and talk to me about. Yeah, but I can.
We still hear you.
Yeah, we still hear you.
Hello.
We hear you loud and clear.
We hear you, Ryan.
Right.
Uh-oh.
B, you want to keep rolling?
Yeah.
Continue with your comments, bro.
I got you, my man. I think it's a matter of having a conversation with us. I would like somebody, honestly, just to talk to me and say, how are you really feeling? Like, how has this all affected you? What is, like, why does this hit so hard for you? Why do you think, I don't know. I struggle with the words of it just because I think I'm struggling so much with it continuously happening. And I did a live about this the other day, but it's just so hard. But I think for me, I would want somebody just to talk to me and ask me the questions so that they can understand my perspective and understand where I'm coming from as a Black man, and then why it is that I'm so concerned about these things, why I'm so afraid about certain things. And I had a conversation with some coworkers the other day, and they literally laughed at me because of me talking about my concern about being a Black man and dealing with some of the things that we deal with. And so, and
Ty,
that is a part of the problem.
what do you think, man?
So,
yeah, Ty, good.
Here's the situation. So people may or may not know, my father, who just recently passed away, was one of the commanders for Michigan State Police. And he was number 3 for the state, number 3 in charge of state policing. It was extremely difficult for people to understand my initial fear of the police. And what I was even talked to about my father, who was one of the commanders for the police department, to talk to me about this conversation. The thing is that how do I encourage students to want to initiate this conversation? It's just by being real. Literally say what's on your heart and having an understanding that people may or may not accept what you may believe or think. But when you start to have real conversations, then we can understand each other. But if we're not having real conversations, if we're not being able to discuss truthfully our fears, our thoughts, even sometimes our false perceptions of each other, then we will never get ahead. And you have to do that with your patients. That's the most important thing, tying it all back into medicine. That's how you get to build a trust with your patients, is by being completely blunt, but also honest with individuals about certain things.
I'm glad you're back with us, Ryan. I want to make my comment really short. This is a public health issue. It's a crisis that's underlied another crisis. So in the middle of COVID-19, everyone's optics have been shifted towards viral threats, when as a Black man, our threats have existed for decades to centuries. And so I think that goes a long way into understanding our dual consciousness as African-American physicians, where we see the world through a lens that particularly expects us to be undervalued or to be worth less than nothing, rather. And so I see within that the struggle. I understand the quiver in Brandon's voice. I understand the way Tyree is adamantly expressing like what it's like to live on and straddle that line where you want to be the provider that other people look to for guidance and realize at the same time your life could be taken away in an instant. But with that, there is a huge responsibility to be mediators in that dialogue, because as physicians, that's where we sit. We stand in the gap. We are the ones who are able to interface with patients, interface with our colleagues, interface with admin, and bring and elevate issues that are of great concern to them. And then step to a national stage and say, look, pay attention to these optics. There are policy changes that we can enact. And as physicians, we stand behind these things. So that's kind of the place that we need to move towards. But for most of us, we are still feeling it. We are empathetic. We are sympathetic. And most of us who are actually living that experience are hurting.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing your perspective on that. I know it's new and raw for everyone. For the student going through this process, what obviously Tour for Diversity is an amazing organization, amazing resource. What resources have you found either through going through the process yourself, or have you found resources outside of Tour for Diversity that have really helped a lot of students?
You want to go ahead, Ty, or you want me to jump? Okay, I'll jump in. For me, probably the biggest one was Student National Medical Association.
SNMA. Yeah.
SNMA. That for me was humongous, because in 2004, when I was just not sure what was going on, I went to my first SNMA conference, and that opened up my eyes completely. And that's what, honestly, I had never seen so many medical students of color, physicians of color. And that was honestly one thing that opened my eyes and said, you know, I can do this. Even though I've been in college for 4 years and I've been kicked out of school twice because of my grades, and it actually showed me I can still do this because I see all these people. And so for me, SNMA was humongous, and I have nothing but love for the SNMA.
I was supposed to go to my first SNMA conference this year in Cleveland, and then
Oh
COVID.
man, we would have had a great time, brother.
We sure would have, man. Next time, hey,
next year.
Make sure you go on the next one. Yeah, we'll have a good time.
So B took my answer. So
I got a piece I can add.
Yeah.
I do think that they're becoming more champions for people who are interested, right? And so knowledge of these different pipeline programs, mentorship programs is becoming more popular. And I think that now that things are a little bit more virtual, you'll get that information flowing a lot more freely through these channels. I would be remiss to add that most schools have some type of office of diversity or office that is a science-based, and they will put you through these summer programs. I think that they have, it used to be called SMDEP. I'm not sure what it's called anymore, but that was huge for many people.
It's just SHPEP now, the Summer Health Program,
right?
Education, Summer Health Professional Education Program.
So that's another one that I think that you would find if you polled the 4% of Black physicians, you'd have a number of hits who said that they went through that as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the diversity office, both from an undergraduate institution, but most medical schools will have a diversity and inclusion office. Reach directly out to them and say, hey, like, help me, right? They're definitely a lifeline, more specifically for the pre-med world out there.
In the background, what's happening are you have champions aligning with others to create this robust network. So if anyone has walked through those doors of these institutions, we are aware that there's a dearth of physicians. We want to be helpful. And so that's kind of what's driven that.
Yeah. So I think to wrap up here, and again, you guys will jump over graciously with your time, I think, to the Q&A channel, so students can ask you guys some specific questions. Really, Tour for Diversity, tourfordiversity.org. It's funny. I had Alden on the podcast, and I'm like, do you have like the other variations of Tour for, like FOR, FOUR? And he's like, no, I bought all the domains for him. So just type in whatever you want. It should go to the main domain. So tourfordiversity.org, obviously a huge organization. And I think you guys are kicking up the tour. You guys were pretty quiet for a while, but you're kicking it back up, getting more involved. Obviously COVID kind of put a kind of a wrench in all of those plans. But what can a student expect from Tour for Diversity, looking for resources from that organization?
So it's a lot, right? So first off, I'll just say, if anybody is interested, please follow us at Tour for Diversity on Instagram or on Twitter as well. But we are an organization that is comprised of maybe about 35 African-American, Hispanic, as well as Native American physicians, dentists, podiatrists, pharmacists, and we are, our aim is to cultivate, inspire, and educate the next generation of young professionals. We have blogs, we have webinars, we have a YouTube channel that we have told our stories on.
You need a podcast.
Mentor students. Yeah, and listen.
Call me. I know someone.
There you go.
A podcast,
right?
No, can I?
Go ahead, Ty.
Real quick. The only thing I want to say, because I know time is running short, is also the 35 individuals. I must say that they are all pretty dope. Like doing so many different things on there, from Italo to you name it. I mean, Dr. Ebony, if anybody ever watches my feed, is killing me on TLC. One of our mentors. So we're pretty dope. Go check us out.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's awesome. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for sharing your journey. Thank you so much for sharing just your insights on everything going on in the world right now, and helping the next generation of physicians be more diverse and look more like our population, which is the goal.
Ryan, it's been a pleasure, man. And you definitely lined those questions up perfectly. I loved it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully we'll do a lot more together, get the voices out.
Oh, that's fast.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate you.
All right,
bye, guys.
Easy.
All right. That was fun. So go check out the Q&A channels over on YouTube and on Facebook. I think a bunch of you were wondering where the Q&A channel was on YouTube earlier. It wasn't there to begin with, but is now. So we're jumping on now here at the 12:30 Eastern time slot with Dr. Kane. Dr. Kane Latine, what's going on? You're muted. Let me unmute you. Now you're unmuted. Hello.
Right. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm doing good.
Kane, so Kane, you were on my podcast a long time ago, sharing your journey to medical school, and I share your story all the time. I'm like, of course you can go to medical school. I knew a dude that was in community college with his son and was told by everyone, oh, you can't do it, you can't do it. And now look at you now. You're all grown up.
Yep, all grown up. Here I am.
So let's talk about your journey. So your journey to medicine was super uncomplicated. You went to undergrad. You knew you wanted to be a doctor. You went right to medical school. Not a problem. And now you've been practicing for a couple of years. Right? It's easy as that.
Yeah, no, that's not it for sure. I think we all know that, or I wouldn't be here now, right? So yeah.
Talk about your initial journey into undergrad, kind of what your thought process was on what you were thinking you wanted to do in life, or maybe you were clueless like most of us, so many students are. What was that process?
You're saying undergrad, like way back the first time?
Way back, right? But before like undergrad was even a thing, you were in undergrad, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly right. No. Well, I mean, starting out, I was, this guy from Indiana, graduated high school, loved computers, so I decided I was going to go to the local university, Indiana University up there in South Bend to get a computer science degree. Didn't do so hot, I mean, had other priorities. I moved out of my house when I was, my parents' house when I was 17, and, life just kind of rolled along and I failed out. I mean, I got F's and D's, and they wrote me a letter after 2 semesters, said, you are not welcome back. So that's where it started. So it was a rocky road, to be sure, out of the gate.
Yeah. So academically dismissed from undergrad.
Yeah.
And you started off not wanting to be a physician. That was never in the cards to begin with. And you went out on your career. What was it that finally opened your eyes at some point to go, you know what, maybe I want to be a doctor?
Yeah, I mean, that's a complicated story, like most of us non-trads, especially people that are in their 30s and 40s, so we all have circuitous routes that got us there. So, I mean, I made my way through life for a while and had some big changes and shakeups, ended up as an engineer, and then got downsized and moved down here to be with my lovely wife, who I've been with for more than 10 years now. And at some point in that journey, I said, hey, let me go back and finish my bachelor's of science degree. So I only got an associate's from IU eventually. I reapplied to get back into the university and actually kind of struggled through for that much of the degree. So I went back, and there's all these ideas of what I could do. And I thought, well, maybe biomedical engineering, I'm an engineer and a kind of a scientific guy. So I started off on that route originally when I went back to community college, so I could work my way into the University of South Florida, because they denied my application at first. But once I got in there, I was like, well, maybe that, maybe this, and, just some talks with my wife and kind of soul searching. And I said, well, why not medicine? Because that's something that could be a thing. I mean, back as a poor Indiana boy, it was not an idea. It was like, may as well be astronaut or president, so. But now as a seasoned professional, senior engineer, I was like, yeah, I think I can do that. So I did some shadowing, really looked into it, started school half-time as far as working toward pre-med, and discovered I really did like it. Yeah. And I had some advising that was not the best, some advising that was really good, that said, hey, you can't go half-time, you got to go 17 credit hours. And and that kind of stuff turned it around. And it was that moment where I was like, okay, this is a full-time commitment. I'm gonna have to reduce my hours at work, down to like 30 hours and take 17 credit hours, all this science. And at that point, it's like, yeah, we're gonna do this. I mean, we talked as a family, and we're like, we're gonna make this happen, What
gave you the courage to understand from an academic standpoint that, number one, you could be a different student than the student who was academically dismissed however many years ago, and number two, that wasn't going to hold you back from succeeding on your journey now, if this is what you wanted to do?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting question. So, right, I was the academically dismissed student, and I said, well, that's not me. I was a good student in high school. I was honors. I graduated with I was a distinguished student. And so when I did go back, I got B's and C's, which still wasn't good enough for med, but a little better. I think it was the journey through my career, the successes I had, failures, and then turning it around and getting back up on the horse and ending up with a promotion, and these kinds of things, leadership positions. It made me realize that, I'm not that guy back then that failed out. I'm a more focused person. I can set priorities. I can succeed. But I'm not going to lie. When I went back to undergrad at University of South Florida, I'm looking around at all these shiny young faces, and they're 20 years younger than me. And, I'm like, man, is my mind too old to compete with these kids? Am I just too rusty around the edges? And, a couple of A's in, I'm like, okay, I can do this. I can be top of the class, So honestly, at first, I wasn't positive that I completely had what it took. But as far as having confidence I could do it and get into medical school, I think a good healthy dose of ignorance really kind of got me there. Because if I knew then what I know now, I would have had a lot more doubts about my ability to do it. And I'm glad I didn't. And anybody that's considering it, I hope they kind of have that healthy dose of kind of rose-colored glasses, because that's kind of what you need. I mean, you got to believe in yourself, and you need people to believe in you too.
What was the process like? So you obviously at this point in your life, going back through this journey, going, you know what, maybe I want to be a doctor. Why not me? Right? Not. But you're not a traditional student who only really has to worry about yourself. You have a family, you have a significant other, you have finances, and all of this crappy stuff that comes along with being an adult. What was that process like for you to really navigate those waters with a family to make sure that it was a commitment not only that you wanted to do and you were okay with, but that your family was okay with it as well?
Right. And that is a great question, because if you have a significant other, which I did, and we're planning on having a family, and, you can't do it. It's hard enough to do it alone. I mean, you need an advocate, no matter who you are, whether you're, young, traditional, or, non-traditional like me. To go this alone and not have somebody to talk to, it makes it almost impossible, to have a significant other, in my case, my wife, that was not on board with it, would make it absolutely impossible. Now, she's always been 100% in my corner. She was the one that was going through and helping me find the classes, like doing work on her own and being like, hey, you really should take this class. I rated like UF wants this, and these other schools want this. And I'm like, no, I don't know about that. She's like, you should look into it. And every time the advice was always good, right? I mean, it was always good. So to have an advocate, somebody that's not only believes in you, but is willing to go on the journey with you, that's important. So if you have a wife, a family, other obligations, they have to be on that ship with you. I mean, you're not sailing alone. They're sailing with you whether they want to or not. So they better want to. And she did. She was in my corner.
What obviously my assumption is medical school, not all clean, clear sailing, perfectly open communication with your wife and family and everything else. How, as you're going through this process, how do you continue to keep the dialogue open, keep the relationship going, and make sure that those things don't fall apart as you're going through this journey?
Sure. I mean, it's a demanding trip. I mean, anybody who's gone to medical school has said it. They say it's like drinking from a fire hose, and that feels about right. I mean, you're constantly wondering how you can do it. You're constantly managing to do it somehow, but it requires a huge commitment of time, a huge commitment of studying. And it's not the kind of thing where you have a job that you get up and you leave out the door and then you come back at some time. You're at home a lot of times and you're going back in the office and studying, right? And, while she's holding down the fort, and taking care of things. But you have to include her, and she would actually study with me sometimes just to learn stuff. She knows more about medicine than a lot of lay people do, right? so to have that involvement, you got to make time for each other. I went to the University of Central Florida. We have Disney World, we have Universal, we have all this stuff. And every chance we got, we'd get season passes, we'd spend some time, it'd be like, I am going to accept the fact that maybe I won't do as well in some of these classes in order to have more time for family life. And that is kind of a sacrifice you have to make. You don't want to fail. I mean, you have to do well. And I'm not saying you can't get straight A's, but you do your best. You have to allocate time. You have to spend time with each other. Or you're right. I mean, the stress is bad enough. If you don't have any kind of a personal life on top of it, it's going to make things really hard. So you have to find balance. I mean, I don't want to say it, but B is for balance, and I got my share of B's. Find that balance.
B is for balance, P equals MD, all these fun sayings that we have. The process leading up to medical school, applying to medical school, wondering how you're going to be judged based on your age, wanting to go to medicine. There's the strict economic view of, should we train an older medical student because the number of years that he or she or they have to give to society is going to be less than someone else, and for that we should only train younger people.
Mm-hmm.
How did you navigate those waters in deciding what schools were quote unquote non-trad friendly and really portraying you as this person who wanted to be a physician no matter what, and that's what you were going to do,
Mm-hmm.
no matter your age or anything else?
Yeah, well, I think my application kind of portrayed that I want to be a physician no matter what. I mean, your personal statement's a big part of that. You make sure you say, this is where I was, this is why I am here, and this is why I want to be here. I can't imagine myself doing anything else. My plan B is simply to try again. There is no plan B. But as far as, the age thing, I didn't encounter a lot of discrimination as far as the med schools go. They were pretty good about it. I mean, a lot of them actually almost seemed like they wanted an older candidate to round out their class. And there's so few, especially in their 40s, that are applying, that it makes you very colorful, makes you stand out. And yeah, I'm sure some people may turn you away, against all recommendations. I only applied to 5 schools. So, and I got 3 interviews. So for the most part, I was pretty well received as that older candidate. Yeah. On my colorful history, my failure in academics, and my future success, it all added up to just make me interesting enough that they took a good look at me, and I got, a good amount of interviews with my very few applications that I had. So I didn't see the age thing really in the medical school, rotations here in Florida. Now, I don't know, maybe other states may be a little different. Florida has a ton of medical schools compared to other states. The residency cycle might have been, a little different. I mean, now you're applying to certain careers that may make you look a little less desirable, but I mean, you just got to keep moving forward. So, that's just what it is. You can't change your age, but you can.
Not yet.
You can do what you said, and that's display the fact that you want medicine, that this is where you were meant to be. This is where your journey has taken you, and it's where you want to go.
Yeah. What was it like to walk onto the medical school campus day 1, day 20, day 100, and most likely be the oldest person there in a face of all young people, and go through that process knowing that these people maybe have more energy than you, have less commitments than you, and they're obviously going to do better than you, right? Having those thoughts in your head.
Those thoughts are in your head. And not completely unfounded, right? I mean, you have obligations, but in my experience, it's not so much the age and obligations really that determined your academic success. But as far as walking on day 1, I probably had a lot of the same doubts that my younger classmates had. They're all wondering, for the most part, can I do this? Do I belong here? Am I just a fraud? And I'm just here, and I'm going to, the first class, which for me was horrible because it was biomedical science. After I got that grade back, I was like, I might have made a mistake. So day 1 and then I guess that was 2 months in or something, were very hard for me because I was like, you're very nervous. You got the butterflies in your stomach, and you just do it like everything else. You take it one day at a time. You sit down in that seat. You learn what you can, or lately Kids don't sit in seats anymore. They sit at home and stream UX stuff, you know.
Yeah. Even pre-COVID.
Yeah. But it was, you know, it was very interesting, to say the least. A lot of excitement, a lot of nerves. But I think I tackled it a lot like my younger classmates, and just went at it one day at a time. And honestly, we struggled through together.
Yeah.
You know, I think the biggest difference between me and them is I went out drinking a lot less than they did.
I thought you were going to say a lot more. I needed it a lot more. So just to give context, we didn't really say, how old were you when you started medical school?
When I started medical school, I was 42.
42 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Do you regret starting medical school at that age?
You mean, do I wish I started when I was younger?
No, because you didn't want to be a doctor when you were younger. Do you regret starting medical school as older, like, versus going, okay, now I'm at this point in my life, right, with a job and medical school debt, going, you know what, I probably would have been just fine doing something else.
Well, I think that's a true statement. I probably would have been just fine doing something else. I do not regret it. I think I would have regretted not doing it. So you have to do what you're meant to do. And I was meant to do this. And quite honestly, anybody who's going into medicine better do it for that reason. That better be why you do it, because it's going to eat you up otherwise. There's a lot of adversity. You know, the system is not perfect. So if you go on there hoping just for prestige and money or whatever the reason you did it, that's not why you should be here. And it's not why I'm here. I don't regret 1 second doing it. And I've had some struggles even recently, you know, with the match. I failed the match. So even with that, I don't regret it for 1 second. My journey continues, you know, and I keep moving down the path. I get to be a doctor. I mean, come July 1st, I get to sit down and I get to take care of patients. I get to see somebody who is in a bad part in their life, and I get to try to do something to help them. And oftentimes I get to help them. And that's what I want to do. So no, I don't regret it at all.
Yeah. Let's talk about the match, since you brought that up. That's okay to talk about.
Sure.
You mentioned earlier, you kind of hinted at potentially your age being something that was a barrier for matching. Obviously, I think it was emergency medicine that you were interested in. Is that?
And still am interested in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So being obviously emergency medicine, very high pace, high acuity, high stress levels.
Sure.
Do you think there was potentially some bias, and obviously without calling anybody out or pointing any fingers, do you think there was some bias going, yeah, you're just not going to hang as a resident in emergency medicine because it's really hard and your commitments are potentially elsewhere?
Yeah. I mean, that's a complicated statement. I think it's program by program. I think when you line my face up next to a lot of other people, and we all have good step scores. We all have great slows. We all rotated well and got great reviews from the residents when we were on rotation with them.
Just pause for 1 second. So the slow is a very emergency medicine specific thing. Just for students listening to this, like step scores, people I think hopefully know the boards that you have to take. Slow is a very emergency medicine specific, like letter of recommendation for, I don't know why they do it, but we don't need, it's just a quick little aside.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, when you put that face on the board, a lot of them literally do that. They put your face on a board and they move you up and down based on your rank. I mean, maybe age was the only difference, really. And when they say, hey, this guy's got a little more to offer in the age category, now you can't say it out loud. And I'm not saying that happened with a lot of programs that I applied to.
Yeah.
But my application compared to other people that were, you know, of a younger age than me, didn't perform as well in the match and in the residency, interview process. There's a lot of factors. You know, I wasn't top in my class. Maybe they were. You know, I mean, like I said, B is for balance. You know, I'm sure that might have played into it too.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say that age kept me out. I think it was a number of factors. I'm sure it was a factor.
Yeah. When you're going through your rotations, and whether elective rotations, away rotations, that kind of stuff, trying to audition, right? We call them audition rotations almost. Was there a factor of, well, I have a family, I have other responsibilities, I can't be the first one in, I can't be the last one out? Or was your family willing to make those sacrifices so you could show up to your rotations to the best of your ability?
No, they were absolutely willing to make the sacrifices. Yeah, absolutely. There was even in third year, I took trauma surgery as a rotation. If you know anything about a trauma surge rotation, it can be very, very intense, or any surgery rotation for that matter. And I was literally at the hospital like 100 hours a week. So, I mean, it was, now I know it's supposed to be 80, but they average it out. They average it out. So
average, they average, yeah. 100 hours plus 100 hours plus 100 hours, average is 80.
Yeah. So no, I mean, I never felt like I got to get out of here and get home. I mean, it wasn't like that at all. And moving forward, I mean, as you know, residency is not a walk in the park. You're going to have rotations where you're gone. Sometimes you'll be there overnight. I mean, that's just the way it is. And it's something that my wife accepts wholeheartedly. My 3-year-old doesn't really know the difference. So he just, you know, he just mobs me when I get home. So
yeah. So someone heard you just say 3-year-old. You do the math, like you had a kid in medical school. How does that work?
Yes. Well, it makes bugs and drugs really a hard class. So for 2 weeks, I did not touch any studying at all, which if once you're in med school, you realize how absolutely devastating that can be. But I mean, I pulled it out, I just put in the extra hours. So it's very difficult. I wouldn't say that it's the best thing to do, but when you think about medical school life, when you think about residency and then transition to attending, there really is no better time. A number of my classmates had kids during med school. It's definitely doable. It can be done. And I did it, and they did it too. I don't know anybody that failed out because they had a kid.
Yeah.
But it puts an extra stressor in there that definitely can cause some strain on your life. But it also brings some joy to your life as well. So,
yeah. What are some of the resources as a non-traditional student, some of the resources that you leaned on both as an undergrad and potentially in medical school that are specific for non-trads that you think have helped you through this journey?
Well, the medical school HQ podcast.
The pre-med years, as it's known now, you were early on in the process.
Back then, yeah, that was a big help. I know that you interviewed a lot of non-trad candidates. They seem to kind of gravitate to your show, at least back then. I don't know what the mix is now, but that helped a lot because there's leaning on other people that have done the non-trad thing really can help guide you. I mean, I would say linking up with somebody who knows what it's like to be a non-trad, like a true non-trad, and I'm like, oh, I took a year off between, college and med school, can help. And somebody that has a family, having a family being in med school is a completely different journey. So to network with other people that are of the same mind will help. So you reach out, and get advice from people that know. I think that was my biggest resource, your podcast. Other than that, I mean, your journey is very similar to the other students. So, we use Sketchy and, sorry, I shouldn't be, endorsing specific, but, other resources and prep classes and whatnot. I mean, that's, the resources on that aspect are very similar.
Yeah. I talk a lot about not having a plan B. So someone in your situation, right, being a non-traditional student, having a family, having to overcome obstacles and overcome a prior bad start to undergrad. If there was a plan B in your life, do you think you would have run to it? Because it's like, oh, that's got to be easier than what I'm doing now.
No, I don't think so. And I do, in fact, have you to thank for that, because I heard the show where you had said no plan B. Because originally my plan B was, if this doesn't work out, then I'll do biomedical engineering. I'll go ahead and get a master's and I'll move on into that. But advice from you and from other people as well made me realize you have to be 100%. I mean, it's a competition. As much as, we don't like to admit that we're competing with each other, it is in fact a competition, and you have to do your best and you have to put your all into it. And sometimes you're not going to get plan A. So your plan B has to be to do plan A again. And I have a good friend in med school, Austin, who applied three times to get into med school. He was on his third time before he got in, one of my classmates. And another one, Parsa, he took the MCAT 3 times. I mean, your plan B has to be try again. Yeah, I mean, I wholeheartedly believe that. I think if you have a plan B, as soon as you have failure number 1, you're going to go out the door. And I would never say you have any other plans other than try again if you're in an interview, because they're going to see that you're just waiting to fail, and you're not going to get up again. And there's failure. There will be failures, and you're going to have to get up and try again.
For your classmates, right? You were at 42 years old enough to be their dad.
Yeah.
What is that communication like with the more traditional students? What was that interaction like? Were you accepted as one of them? Did you have to work harder to be one of them? What was that like for you?
For the most part, I was just another classmate. I had the same struggles. I had the same, oh, this happened to me, or how are you studying this, or what resources are you using, or, so a lot of it, because of the nature of the journey, it absolutely overwhelms you, and it is your life. I mean, in med school, it's who you are, a very big part of who you are. Because of that, I had a ton in common with the other students. So it was not really hard to have something to talk about. I mentioned it before, a lot of times, on the days off and stuff, I wouldn't mesh as much with the younger students because they were young, they were single, they would go out and have a good time. And I was just looking to have some time with my family. So I think that was a little bit different for most of my younger students, but I had some good friends. I still have good friends from my med school class. And for the most part, we shared the common adversity, pain, and torture that is med school. So, we all got along pretty well.
Yeah. So looking forward, you mentioned you failed to match in the specialty that you wanted in emergency medicine. For students who heard that and are like, "Oh, like, what do you do now? Like, are you not a doctor? What happens? What's that process moving forward for you?"
Well, keeping it brief. So most people, once you get into med school, at least know what the match is, and that's basically how you get out of med school and get into a residency to continue your training. If you don't match in that, which I did not, I had 7 interviews and it just wasn't, I guess that wasn't quite enough. Normally you want like 10 plus, sorry about that. And then you do something called a SOAP, so a supplemental match. And there's 3 rounds of that. And I didn't match in that either. So now I'm a free agent. So I'm floating around. You're looking anywhere you can to find programs that are left. A lot of times, if your academic advisor or your dean of students may help you at your school to find an open position. And then you take basically whatever you can get. So you have to figure out your path. Ideally, you find some kind of a prelim or actually change careers and go into something else and grab something up. I did a prelim internal medicine year. So I'm at Oak Hill doing an internal medicine preliminary year. And that gives me a year. It's an intern year. So it's a legitimate intern year. You go there, you do your first year of internal medicine. And at the end of that, you can apply come the next cycle. I will be applying, and I want to remain emergency medicine if at all possible. So I will be applying to emergency medicine programs and doing a second intern year. The other option for some people would be to go to an advanced position. So now I already have a year of internal medicine done. So now I could go to a second year, enter a program as a second year internal medicine resident. So that's my other option.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and I'm sure you've thought about this, but emergency medicine gives you some flexibility to be like a family practice doc or internal medicine and still work in an ER doing emergency medicine stuff. Obviously, potentially some lack of acuity that you would be able to see, but still some potentially some overlap. What is the plan to improve your application, assuming that's what you want to do as a non-traditional student? Again, right, it all comes back to being a non-trad and having a lot of these other commitments. So you're doing your prelim year. That's going to take up a lot of time. You still have a family and a young kid at home, but you also still need to show off for the emergency medicine program directors to say, hey, like, I'm still here. I want to be one of you. How do you balance all of that now as an intern?
Well, you have to keep it in your mind, right? So I was very transparent. My current director knows that my path is emergency medicine. That's where I want to go. He's actually said that there may be inroads at his hospital to get into their EM program, which would be great, so that might be a great match, because they'll know me. Obviously, internal medicine works closely with emergency medicine on their admits. Also, there's some electives, so I may be able to do some emergency medicine rotations out, during my residency, which can help also establish connections. Other than that, just the prelim year, I have a year of taking care of patients. I think that improves my application. I think I'm coming in as now a resident that knows EMRs, that knows how to, diagnose a patient work with patients, knows the for real pace, although they don't hit you too hard as an intern, but understands what it's like to take care of patients in a real practice. I'm not a green student coming out, with wide eyes and trying to figure it out. I've figured out some of it, and now I'm ready to move on. And I think that will help improve my application as well.
Awesome. Kane, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for taking some time away from family to share your story today. I think we're going to have you jump over to the Q&A room so students can ask you questions and dive a little bit deeper if they want to, need to. Again, good luck on your journey. Please reach out to me if I can do anything to help.
Absolutely, Ryan. Thank you. Always a pleasure. I look forward to speaking with you again.
All right. Thanks, Kane.
All right, bye.
Awesome sauce. So Kane he went to UCF for medical school. I have a big blueprint thing on my face. That's not very pretty. Hello. Oh, now it's gone. Amazing dude who I had on the pre-med years a long time ago, talking about his journey and just the feedback that he got that he couldn't do it. And he's like, I'll show you. So anyway, with that, my voice is still here. We're still having fun. Hope you guys are having fun. Take a little stretch break. Oh, stretch. I just need to stand up and stretch. I would love for you guys, make sure you are checking out the Q&A room, hanging out here as well. We have Blueprint coming on. Phil from Blueprint MCAT, formerly Next Step Test Prep, our partner for today, for National Pre-Med Day. As we're going through the day, I want you all to think about, right, this was fun, right? This is version 1.0 of National Pre-Med Day. For next year, what can we do to make it even better? Make it bigger, make it better. That's what our plan is. So with that said, let's say hello to Phil, my partner in crime for the MCAT podcast. If you don't listen to the MCAT podcast, you're missing out because Phil's awesome.
It's good times. It's a lot of fun.
Very good times. I love the upgrade to your office, to your room. Very fancy. It almost puts my little backdrop here to shame. So
yeah, well, it's a work in progress. We'll keep going. It's going to be like an arms race between the two of us, probably.
I like it. So the MCAT, it's something that you're a little bit passionate about. I hate with a passion. So we both have passion for the MCAT,
right? Which
is good. Let's talk about your journey a little bit. You're not just Phil, the MCAT guy. You're Phil, the former pre-med, former medical student who realized at one point, this isn't exactly what I want. Talk a little bit about your journey for those who don't know who you are.
Yeah, so I was just talking to my friends who are all in residencies now, that, it was like 10 years ago when we were in med school together. But I actually went to the University of Nebraska Med Center, where I was an MD PhD student. So I was getting my PhD in pharmacology and experimental neuroscience. Don't ask me any pharm questions. I was much deeper into the neuro, specifically into like learning and memory and Alzheimer's stuff. That was kind of like the area of focus, which surprisingly crosses over a little bit into test prep, because you're talking about like how people remember things and make stuff kind of like stick in people's brains. And so I went to med school. I did 2 years of med school and then realized the reason I wanted to do it was because I wanted to teach at a medical school. And like talking to all my med school professors, teaching was like 10% of their job. And they're like, oh, like teaching is just like the side gig off of the clinical or the research that they're doing. And I'm like, I kind of want to do a little bit more active teaching. So now I work at Blueprint. I helped write and edit and put together the exams and books materials. Been doing it for quite a while. 5 years at this point. I do all the office hours, or 80% of the office hours, just kind of interacting with students. And then the podcast with you. I get to nerd out on science stuff all day.
Nerd out. Yes. So that's awesome. Students love you. The students who are taking the Blueprint MCAT course, they love you in the office hours. So you obviously know what you're talking about. So let's dive in and chat about the MCAT. And this one, we're going an hour here, so we can do a little bit more Q&A during our session today. Phil, an MCAT icon. How you like that?
There we go.
I love that we can show these things up here. It's good to see the people behind the voices. Yeah, sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's not so good.
Yeah, there you go.
So let's talk about, right, the planning the work and working the plan. a pre-med student going through this process, going, okay, I heard there's this thing called the MCAT. What's the first thing that they need to do?
Well, the MCAT is absolutely a monster of a test. Most students have not taken an exam. I usually say like 7.5 hour long exam, but at this point, it's actually a little bit shorter with the COVID world. But just in terms of like the scope and the length and the amount of time you have to prep for it, I mean, you have to put in months worth of work to really properly prepare for it. Covers everything from like Kohlberg's stages of moral reasoning to like fluid dynamics to organic chemistry. And so it's just kind of a monster of a test. And I think it is a really good, I like to talk about it. I know we have like different, like you talked about the passions, the contrasting passions we have, but I think that the MCAT is really good for figuring out who is able to deal with too much information, because med school is in a way kind of just an unreasonable amount of information that they're trying to get you to learn. And it's kind of the same thing for the MCAT, where it's just like an unreasonable amount of information. They're just going to try to see if you can handle it. I like to think about it kind of as boot camp. Nobody likes boot camp, but going through boot camp makes you more prepared for what comes after. And so some of the stuff on the MCAT may not actually be something you absolutely need to do. Just like, a soldier isn't going to need to drop and do 20 push-ups in the middle of a firefight, but it does kind of help prepare you for the scenarios that you're going to be running into. So I think the biggest thing is developing a plan, because it's so monstrous. Like tackling the MCAT is doable, but like trying to figure out how to plan for it is kind of monstrous in and of itself, especially if you have a job or a family or are taking college courses, or, maybe just have some specific weak content areas, which I feel like everyone's got some area of weakness. For me, it was kidneys. Don't know what it was about kidneys. I hate them. I hate kidneys. Nephrology is my least favorite topic of all time. Give me a passage about magnetism any day. But so trying to adjust to this and make sure that your study plan works around your life, and not just like, I know there's lots of places where you can go and kind of get a study plan and it's like, oh, this is what I should do every day. But like that worked for someone else. That might not work for you because you have different strengths and weaknesses. If somebody's problem is timing, then they need to see a lot of exams and a lot of practice questions and kind of work on that. But if your problem is content, doing lots of practice questions isn't going to help you. So you need to make sure that what you're doing kind of works around your schedule and kind of like what's going on with your background. And I think that's the beginning part, is just trying to figure out, what are your weak areas and how to craft a plan that works around you specifically, not just, a generic MCAT study plan. So going in a little bit deeper, the things that need to be in this plan, you need to definitely have, let's hide that. You definitely have some content review. On top of that, like there's just a lot of content that you need to know, like who is Freud, who is Kohlberg, who is Erik Erikson, the man so nice they named him twice. All of those are like psychology terms and like people that you need to know. And so you have to spend some time on content. There's also to work on this, you need book chapters, content review videos. You also need some strategy stuff. So it's not just content. There's a lot of times a student will study like hardcore. They'll never take a practice test, but they'll study content nonstop for like 2 months. Then they'll take a practice test and they'll bomb it. And they're like, I put in so much work. And like, yeah, like you've got the content, but the strategy side of things is a little bit different.
Yeah. What about this 300? I've seen this question pop up all the time today. This 300-page thing that seems to circulate everywhere.
Yeah.
How useful is that thing?
Yeah. You and I have talked quite a bit on the podcast about the psych soc section. I think we spent months on it.
Yep.
But I've had a lot of really good results working with students. About 20% of my tutoring students get perfect scores in psych. And the way we do it is similar to that 300-page thing, but I force students to stop and define things in their own words. So rather than like looking through somebody else's list, they kind of create their own. Now that takes more time than just reading somebody else's list, but it also forces you to stop and think about, how can I explain this? How could I use my own examples? How can I like, explain this to somebody else, because the MCAT is never going to ask you for a definition. So if you just like look through a list of definitions that somebody else gives, it's not actually necessarily going to help that much, because the MCAT is going to ask you to apply it. So you need to understand not just like what are the definitions for these, but how would I explain these with like my own examples and like, with in my own words, not just, copy and pasting the textbook definition. If you're a little bit short on time, work through the 300-page thing, just go through. I think if you have the time, I think it's better to create your own. And it doesn't have to be 300 pages. Most students that I do this with, it ends up being somewhere between 80 and 150 pages, which I know seems like a long time, or like a lot of pages. But if you spread that out over a couple of months, you're writing like, 5-10 pages a week. And that includes like lots of images in there as well. So it ends up not being as difficult as it sounds overall.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So that's like, that kind of like meshes in with that content stuff. And also you should listen to the MCAT podcast, where we talk through, we talked through most of the really high difficulty and high yield psych-soc stuff. I think we started that on episode 168. I just had a student ask me about it. So that's why I know. It's like, when should they start listening? I like went back like, okay, do that. Yeah.
I'm excited to be going through all of full length 1 and doing that on video as well. So students can take full length 1, which they get for free from Blueprint MCAT, and then get all the explanations and video through thorough walkthroughs.
And start to understand how they should be thinking about it as they're going. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. That actually hits more on like this like strategy practice sort of thing, where you start to understand like, how should I tackle this? I know we did a couple of questions in the last couple of podcasts that we recorded about, the chiral centers and like, dashes and wedges. Like that's like easy shortcut to like find the right answer. But the strategy and practice is going to require you to do a lot of individual question practice on like certain specific topics. Passage practice, kind of learning how to deal with the data interpretation and things like that. You also need to do full sections and full exams to figure out what's going on with the timing and the endurance. The endurance is a huge part of prepping for the MCAT. You need to make sure that you can, stay mentally sharp for, 5 hours into a test. Like especially on the new test where you don't have a break, you don't have lunch, you're just going. I guess you have 10-minute breaks, but those kind of don't count. That's even more stressful than having no break in some ways, where you got to like sprint out, get to the bathroom, eat some food, check out, check in, and be seated in like 8 minutes. Yeah. So you need to kind of make sure that you can work on that endurance. I know the first time I took an MCAT, I felt like someone had beat me up. Like I took it on a Saturday morning, and my friends like on Saturday night are like, "Hey, you want to go out?" And I'm like, "Nope, I'm going to bed." And they're like, "It's 5." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm done." And so you just like, it kind of like knocked me out. But on the day of my actual test that got me into med school, I felt like I could have kept going for like another hour or two, and it wouldn't have been that big of a deal, just because I kind of built up those mental calluses from taking lots of practice exams and doing lots of full sections. So there's also the AAMC resources, which I'm going to encourage everyone to work in. You want to make sure that you get the AAMC materials in there. They have their 5 exams and their Q packs and their section banks. I love the section banks. I also love their exams. And I definitely think every student should see that to try to learn to think like an MCAT writer, because they actually wrote those and they're writing the actual test. So you need to start to figure out how it is that they want you to tackle these. So if you look at kind of like all the resources, it kind of piles up to be like lots of stuff: content review, like books, like class videos, Q banks, section banks, like reviewing the exams, all of this stuff. It all kind of builds up. And this is why it can be kind of difficult to create a study plan, because it's like so many things that you kind of need to think about and balance and put together. But I think that at every point, every student should probably just start with a diagnostic, so they know what the exam's kind of about. So in the first like couple of days, you want to take a diagnostic exam. It can be a full length or half length. Definitely got to review it. Start now reviewing thoroughly every question, every passage that you're looking through, because that's how you grow. Those wrong answers are not just like picked out of nowhere. Those wrong answers are probably correct answers to other questions. So you need to make sure you understand, not just what the right answer is, but the wrong answers, why they're wrong, and like how you would have to change that to make it right, and what scenario would that be true. And generally it takes longer to review a test than it takes to take a test, and it already takes a long time to take a test. So
yes, it does.
yeah,
A couple good questions that have come on, just a few of the notes that you've made. Number one is this question from Victoria: is there a list breaking down what concepts we need to know for every category subject? I think this is an important one, especially like a step one is go look at this list. There is a list. Can you tell students where to find that list?
Yeah, it's at the AAMC. They break things down into tons of different sections. They have like, it's kind of weird. It's like they have like 1 through 10, and 1 through 3 are all bio, and 4 and 5 are chemistry and physics, and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are psych soc. But like in section 1, you'll have like 1A, which is like these little topics. And so you can go and just find an outline. And so anything in that outline from the AAMC is something that the MCAT writers will hold you accountable for. They're going to expect that you know that. Something that makes the MCAT difficult, though, is sometimes they'll ask you stuff outside of that outline, but it's going to be in the passage. Yeah. And so you kind of like end up like pulling things from the passage and applying stuff, to like, weird things that they know you've never seen, like a passage about matrix-assisted laser desorption ionization, or MALDI, which is a technique for like mass spec. It's kind of like an alternative to mass spec. There's a passage on that the AAMC could ask you, and they know you haven't seen it, but you can apply what you know to this scenario. So you have to be aware that just knowing everything on that content outline is not going to guarantee you a great score, but it's a fantastic place to start, especially if you understand what stuff they're expecting you to know. That also kind of helps when you get to that question about MALDI and you're like, oh, they don't expect me to know that. The answer's got to be in the passage somewhere. And so then you just go find it, and then you're done, and it's easy. So that's kind of an added bonus of knowing that outline really well, is it helps you recognize when you like have to find the answer in your head and when you need to find it in the passages.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, no. So this like diagnostic, everyone should start with it. Half length, full length, doesn't matter. It helps you get an idea of, kind of what's going on with like the different sections. It helps you kind of get an understanding of the feel for the test.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I take a diagnostic prior to taking biochem, orgo, all that stuff? Orgo 2, I'm not that worried about. Physics 2, I'm not super worried about. Biochem might be a little bit tricky. Like if you're going to start prepping for the MCAT, take the diagnostic first. It doesn't really matter. Like I might advise like try to maybe hold off on like jumping in and like full MCAT mode until you've knocked out like one of those courses. But Orgo 2, honestly, there's not much Orgo on the MCAT, and most of it's Orgo 1. Orgo is like the lowest yield content area. So not having taken Orgo 2, I wouldn't toss and turn about that at all. Physics 2, biochem, you might have to like take some time to especially work on that. But I think one of the biggest things for the diagnostic is not necessarily as even like a diagnostic, but just so that you can understand what you're in for, and get an idea of how the MCAT asks questions, because that should shape the way that you're studying. There's a question that the AAMC, like they have this question that they'll ask on one of their like practice materials about like what happens when you combine all these different molecules. And like most students, when they're thinking about organic chemistry, see that and as like, oh, I got to figure out what the nucleophile is and like figure out what this is and that is and go through all of this. But the way you actually solve that question is which answer has the right number of carbons, and you just count them, and that's it. Like one answer is the only one that has the right number of carbons when you add these 3 things together. And so that's not something you're used to doing in your Orgo classes. In physics on the MCAT, the problem is not the math. The math is actually probably the easiest part. The hard part is knowing, like, what am I supposed to do? And that's probably, once again, different than what you're used to in physics and undergrad. The problem in physics and undergrad is often the math, just like trying to figure out, like, what am I supposed to do? But the MCAT sets stuff to cancel out, and so that's kind of not an issue. So all of those things should shape and change the way that you're studying. You don't need to recall stuff from scratch. You're never going to have to draw cholesterol, but they might give you like 4 molecules, like a polypeptide, cholesterol, glucose, and then DNA. And then they'll ask you like, which one is cholesterol? And that's a whole lot easier than being asked to draw cholesterol. And so understanding that you're going to be asked to recognize things rather than recall them is like lowers that bar, because it's a lot easier to recognize the right answer. And so that should shape the way that you're studying as well. You don't need to be able to draw every amino acid from memory. You don't need to be able to like regurgitate all of Krebs' cycle onto a blank piece of paper like you might have had to do in undergrad. And so you need to kind of like change the way you're studying a little bit for that. And so that's also one of the big perks of the diagnostic. And so even if you feel like your content isn't perfect, start with the diagnostic because it helps you understand kind of how the MCAT works. And it gives you a little bit better perspective for kind of what's coming down the pipeline as you continue prepping.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. So another thing that students run into quite a bit is they think that, they want to do all the content in the world and then they want to take a practice exam. And that's not ideal because that doesn't hit any of that strategy side of things. Kind of focusing in on what it is that you actually need to do to solve these questions. And so rather than doing like a diagnostic and then just like working on content for 2 months and then working on passage full lengths for a month, it's a lot better to like do a diagnostic, do some content review, and then do some practice off of that. So if you studied fluids, go do some fluids passages, take your first exam, then do some more content review, and then do some more passages. And then eventually you'll kind of like transition into this realm where you're doing like a full length exam a week. And then even in that case, you do an exam, you review it, that's going to tell you like, hey, Phil, you should probably go look at kidneys again. And I'm like, all right, fine. And I'll go study kidneys again. And so you're never really like completely done with content. You're going to, like, as you get later on, your exams are going to act as diagnostic tools. They're going to act as diagnostic tools to help you figure out what it is that you need to spend time on and how to improve your content knowledge and just how to focus and make sure that you're getting the most bang for your buck in terms of the time that you're spending studying. It's totally possible in kind of like this previous strategy that you're going to spend a ton of time studying content because you feel like you really need to know it. And then they're never going to ask you that sort of question. And so it's really important to do lots of practice questions and see lots of passages so that you understand at what level do you need to know this. Because most students, generally speaking, are traumatized by orgo and physics, and they just want to spend all their time. Like, I need to spend 2 weeks studying orgo, and then I'll spend 5 days studying psych because that's easy. But then you have more than 3 times as many psych questions as you do orgo questions. So you want to make sure that you're spending a good chunk of time on psych. And I would generally advise most students neglect orgo at first until you miss some questions and then go back and hit orgo. Because otherwise you'll spend 2 weeks studying a ton of stuff that just honestly is not at that high yield. Because orgo is about 5% of the test compared to bio and biochem together, like a third of the test. So you definitely don't neglect bio in order to study orgo, just because orgo is pretty low yield.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And a lot of students avoid what they're not really good at too. They enjoy studying what they're good at, and they just make that better, and then they forget to study the other stuff as well.
So I'll keep studying physics all day and never look at kidneys, and that's absolutely a real thing.
Yeah. Oh man, there's so many good questions here. The whole process of full length exams and studying and doing all this stuff, there was a few questions, I can't see it now, but a few that came through about how many full lengths are recommended.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know if you knew this, but that's the next slide.
I did not know that.
How many full lengths should you take?
Yeah.
So there's this myth going on that it's just like the more full lengths you take, the better. And so everyone's like, you have to take 15 exams. And in reality, like I was saying earlier, review is the most important. I would rather have a student take 6 exams and review them very thoroughly than I would have a student take 12 exams and not really have the time to review them. Or generally, I think like 6 is kind of like an average for some students. It might be a little bit on the low side, but you can be completely like sufficient with just like a handful of exams. It also depends on what your goal is and what your prep, like your timeline is. If you're taking the test in a month, you can't take 10 exams. You don't want to take 10 exams. So the typical student generally takes like 7 or 8 exams. If you have some endurance or timing problems, you want to take more. If you're confident or crunched for time, you might just take 4 or 5. Now, that being said, if like, let's say you specifically struggle with cars, which is a common problem because cars is kind of its own little beast compared to everything else, that you can do the cars section from those other exams. So break up the other exams to spend more time on the things that are your weak areas. And so you might only take like 5 actual full length exams, but then you're going to do the cars section from 10 exams. And so like making sure that you're getting the most out of it. But you definitely have to take some. Don't misquote me and say like Phil said, I don't have to take any exams. Got to take some. Definitely need to work on that endurance stuff and, take lots of exams in order to understand the timing and just what it's going to be like. Generally, the first time a student takes an exam, I assume that their psych score is lower than it should be, just because the first time they take an exam, by the time they get to psych, they're done. They're fried. They're like cooked. And so they just want to get out of the test. And so they start to make a lot more silly errors. Generally, as you go farther in the exam and take more exams, the number of silly errors a student makes decreases. Like if they forgot that the question asked, like, which of these is not seen? And they're like, oh, I thought this one was seen, so I picked it. But they forgot what the question was actually asking. And that definitely happens as you get kind of fatigued and burnout. And so you have to take some exams. Once again, really recommend the AAMC stuff, but also working in some other exams. If anyone's taking the exam this summer, though, the AAMC is not releasing any shortened exams that are going to emulate what you're actually going to see on test day. I will note that we have 10 shortened exams that we have created, as well as the free exam that we give out anyway. So you can get a free shortened version of the exam just so that you understand and can like tell what it's going to be like on your actual test day.
Talk about that shortened exam for a minute. So students who potentially are taking the test starting tomorrow, what that looks like in terms of hopefully they've prepared for the test tomorrow, but for those that are maybe taking it in a few weeks or in a month or two, whatever that may look like, to match the new timeline. I know the AAMC says it's the same length as the longer test, but it's not. It's about a minute and change shorter per passage or per section. Yeah, per section, which is a real number.
Right.
But big picture, what do you think students need to be doing if they are only using the AAMC resources and which aren't shortened? What should they be doing?
Yeah, so if you're taking the AAMC exams, and this goes to everyone who's taking the test, if you have it or if you have other tests or not, I would recommend doing the first 3 sections without taking a lunch break. Normally you do 2 and then you do 2 and you the lunch break in the middle, but you need to get your body used to working for like 5 or 6 hours without really taking a good, like actual break. And so I would recommend, instead of taking that lunch break in the middle, take the lunch break after the bio section and before the psych section. You also want to make sure that you're practicing your exams similar to the time that you're going to be taking your actual test. If you're taking your test at 6 p.m., then you need to be like studying and like shaping your life a little bit more so that you're more adjusted to that like later time frame. I've found myself giving advice that I've never given anyone in this like new COVID world where I'm like, you need to start staying up later and sleeping in, right? Like stay up till 2 and then wake up at noon. And like, that's what you need to do. And that's like, but if your test is late in the evening, you need to get used to being really academically active in those time frames. It might be a little bit tricky, trying to do a difficult bio passage with data interpretation at 11 o'clock at night, which is something that now all of a sudden is in the cards for some students. So you need to adjust for that. We're actually going to do a session here in a couple of hours. Kaylee and I, who's on the content team at Blueprint, talking about a little bit more specifics on what some of the shortened exam, kind of what that entails for students and how best to prepare for it. But those are just some like quick things that I would advise. We're going to go quite a bit deeper later on today.
Awesome. All right, let's keep rolling.
So another myth that students ask or have all the time is like, how often should you take an exam? And this kind of goes into what I was saying earlier, where it's kind of all about review. Generally speaking, once per week is what you want to kind of like aim for. So you take a day to take the test, you take a day or 2 to review the test, you spend 3 days working on whatever weak areas that exam told you to work on. And then you take a day off and then you take another exam. And so sometimes I have students going on like spring break and they're like, I'm going to take 5 exams this week. And I'm like, that is not a good idea. Like, you are not going to improve at all. You're just going to learn to hate the world by the end of the week. That's what's going to happen here. So you need to make sure that you are looking at your weak areas from the exam, reviewing it thoroughly, and then hitting them. Now, when I say weak areas, a lot of times people think just content, like I need to look at electrostatics or fluids or digestion or something like that. But it could also be like data interpretation. Or let's say in cars, you're struggling with like philosophical passages. Like go read a bunch of abstract philosophical passages in that like 3-day work on your weak areas time frame. And so it doesn't have to just be content. It can also be like strategy or just other things that you kind of need to work on. So that's my advice. So as you start to approach your test day, generally the last month, students are taking an exam about once a week, kind of like going through that rhythm and hopefully building up from one week to the next as you get better between every test.
Awesome.
So let's kind of like, what other thing I want to mention is like, as you are like, as you're building your plan and going along, you might find that your plan didn't work perfectly and you're like, things are getting a little bit more complex. So if something is a lot more time consuming than you thought, then you might need to evaluate how thoroughly you're reading and taking notes, and you might want to reprioritize. So like if you find yourself really crunched for time, like I don't know if I'd ever really want to cut time studying bio just because bio is so high yield. But you might want to be like, okay, well, I'm not going to take as thorough of notes in the orgo section or even the physics section, which is lower yield. I think that's the second lowest yield area is physics, which most students find surprising because everyone's studying physics forever. But starting to adjust your study plan. And if you're having trouble staying focused, I actually encourage students to do multiple topics in one day. That way you get that dopamine rush of like crossing things off, right? So like I'm going to work on physics for an hour. And then at the end of that hour, you're like, I did it. I did something. I'm great. Right. And so that kind of helps you stay motivated. And then breaking up content into more manageable chunks. And like the MCAT is a marathon. There's a lot of students that are very successful in undergrad, doing kind of a sprint mentality when it comes to studying. So as your test comes up, I'm going to start studying. I have an orgo test this Friday. I'm going to start studying like the weekend before, and then I'm just going to like really try hard. And then I'll like slack off for 2 weeks. And that works for some people in undergrad, and some people like get entirely through undergrad with that kind of like action and mentality. But the MCAT doesn't work that way. You have to prep for months. And so you cannot sprint for months. And so a lot of times students, like I'll admit during like, orgo finals, I would just like get a bunch of Doritos and Dr. Pepper and coffee and just lock myself in my room and just hit it hard for a week. And then like at the end of the week, I have like disheveled hair and I'm like pallid and I might be getting rickets, but I'll deal with that afterwards.
Yeah.
That's not going to work if you're trying to study like that for a month. So you need to make sure that you're pacing yourself, that you are staying healthy, getting some exercise, making sure that you're mentally okay, because a lot of students tend to just try to shackle themselves to the desk, myself included. And that it took me a while to learn that is not the best way to handle that. So let's actually make a plan. Right. That's my kind of idea here of like where we'll go from this is actually making a plan. And so I want students to know that you can download a free study planner tool. Yeah, I don't need that. Get out of here. So we have a free study planning tool that'll help students kind of create their own study plan. So let's set up our study plan. So looking at when I want to start, you know what? Let's start today. You can start kind of any day going through here, but let's start today. You know what? Let's do tomorrow. I'm feeling a little bit lazy. I got other stuff to do. I got another presentation here in a little bit. So let's also figure out when we want to take the exam. So here we have our exam dates. Let's go 9/4. That seems like enough time for me to maybe work in some studying. We also have how many hours per week am I going to be free? So you kind of have like the 0 to 20, 40 plus, 20 to 40. Let's go with this just kind of like middle of the ground or middle of the road kind of path here, right? Let's say I'm going to be able to put like 25, 30 hours a week. So which day is going to be best for me to take full-length exams? This is actually kind of tricky because when you take a full-length exam, that's your day for the most part, right? This isn't something you can squeeze in over lunch. Even with the shortened exams, we're still talking like you need to budget like 6 hours for it. And so let's go ahead and do Saturday is probably my day for that. Let's just keep that at Saturday. And so we'll move on to kind of like the next step. And so it's important to figure out what days I'm not available. I know I said I'm going to start tomorrow, but I'm going to take Saturday off. So I'm not going to start off very strong here. And let's say I need to take every other Wednesday off because I'm working in the clinic. And so I'm just going to go through and like set these days as days I'm not going to be able to work. I think I missed a day there. And so you can kind of like set up your schedule. You can set up, let's say I'm going on vacation this week. 4th of July, I need that off, and I'm going and camping in my backyard because I'm not allowed to go anywhere. And so you can kind of like pick and adjust your days. And I think this is really important. I once worked with a student, and it was like we kind of like crafted a plan, and I'm like, we met on a Monday, and I'm like, all right, so how much did we get done in the last week? She's like, well, I didn't get much done because I got married on Saturday. I'm like, I assigned you homework on your wedding day. I felt like the scumbag of the earth in that scenario. But you need to understand that if you're like, she hadn't talked about it. And so I'm like, oh, it was just kind of a secret wedding. But this, you need to understand that people have jobs and people have life, and you need to be able to adjust. Like, let's say every Thursday you don't have a babysitter, and so you can't really study that day because you're taking care of the kids all day. Or you got really heavy classes on a Thursday. Or let's say I know I'm going to have a final on Friday, the 17th of July. So I'm going to take off those days also. Maybe. Now I'm feeling guilty about all these days off I took for my vacation and camping in the backyard. So maybe I'll like open that back up. So we'll kind of like create our schedule going through here. We got our days off. We got our MCAT on Friday the 4th. We'll go from there. So here we have a study plan. My study plan is 85 days long, so just short of 3 months. Got my diagnostic in here. Note that I can move this around if need be, but I'm going to go ahead and do that tomorrow, especially since I'm taking Saturday off. And so you'll start to understand like when we're taking our exams, and kind of like building that up. Note that there's a lot of exams kind of at the tail end, about once per week, which honestly is the ideal scenario. Now, because I only have 85 days, I'm not going to be able to take 15 exams because I need to make sure that I have time to work on the content side of things. So moving on past that, we've got our exams. And so now I've got, ideas of different content that I need to hit on different days. So like here we have like units and vectors, whether or not I've completed this or not. There's going to be things and like all of this stuff is color coded. And so red stuff is going to be like reading something in a book or kind of like covering there. We have all of this is like color coded within our materials. And so it makes it easier to follow with our materials. But you can still craft this study plan and work with other things. It helps you get an understanding of like what your pacing should be like. As you get down a little bit farther, note that you have a lot more kind of like AAMC materials, the official guide. You can also move things around. Like if you feel like, oh, what I wanted to do that day, it turns out I didn't really have enough room for that. So I'll move this refraction stuff over to this Monday. And so as you go along, you'll be able to kind of like cross stuff off and keep track of kind of like what's going on. So note that we have like reviewing built into the schedule as well. And so this is a really important thing. Note that the last week is pretty open, right? There's kind of like nothing going on here. And so students are like, wait a minute, does that mean I'm just not doing anything those weeks? Those are the weeks when you're it's most important for you to work on whatever your weakest area is. And so we haven't filled in anything in this because that's going to differ wildly between students. Some students might need to go just read a bunch of philosophy passages. Some students need to like sit down with equation sheets and do practice questions and math. Other students might need to go read up about kidneys. That's probably what I should have been doing if this was my plan. And so we all kind of have, we need to be able to kind of adjust. So note that the schedule does get lighter as you go along, as you start to adjust, but the beginning is a lot more just kind of like the things that every student needs to see, specifically focusing in on the highest yield stuff. So note that there's a fair chunk of biology and biochemistry in here, like all of this protein structure, enzyme regulation, amino acid stuff, enzyme kinetics, genetic inheritance. There's a lot heavier bio stuff going on here because bio is honestly just higher yield. And so you need to make sure that you're working in stuff into your schedule in a way that makes sense.
Lots of stuff that needs to go in to this process. So let me see if we have any good questions that have come up. Medical terminology. Oh, Lord. I love med term. I'm actually working on a medical terminology book. Did you know that?
No. Interesting.
A podcast because that's what I do. It's so fun. All right. So We have an awesome, obviously tool that Blueprint has created to do all of this stuff. I think a common question that comes up, and I'll throw it to you, is with the sheer amount of different books out there. Students feel like they need to go and buy a Kaplan book and Princeton book and Barron book and
yeah, I'm familiar.
Review book and like
that's this entire bookcase is all of everything.
My laptop is sitting on a set of Blueprint and Exam Cracker books. That process, students think that will make them successful. Does that help? Do they need to? How do different products work into this free tool here?
Yeah, so that's actually kind of a smart thing to be asking, because a lot of students just assume that more is better. But honestly, even within our resources, I would argue that most students don't need to see all of our resources. And so that's why, as we have like our learning modules in our courses, that students can kind of test out a certain materials. So if you're really good at magnetism, you get to skip over this content in magnetism. And so it kind of adjusts to what it is with your strengths and weaknesses. A lot of times, honestly, if I got through every single Blueprint material, just that, I'm going to have done thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of questions. And a good chunk of that is not going to be necessary. And so, getting all the books, a lot of the information is kind of similar. And so I don't need to read about how the right hand rule works in 5 different books, right? It's still the right hand rule, and it all kind of falls together there. So I think also with that kind of theory of just more is better, you end up having this mountain of material where it causes you to lose motivation. And so it's easy to kind of feel oh, this is just impossible. And so you kind of don't want to start because it's too big, which is another kind of benefit of the study plan. You get to cross something off. I did the thing today. And that's a remarkably powerful thing, especially when we're looking for something long-term. The MCAT being a marathon, you need to make sure that you aren't burning out a week in or 2 weeks in, because this is something you're going to have to work on for a couple of months.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a marathon. Unfortunately, that's just,
I actually really like that analogy, because I always tell students taking the MCAT is actually easier than prepping for the MCAT. It's like running a marathon. Once you're in shape to run a marathon, it's easy to run the marathon. It's just getting in shape is the part that sucks. I assume. Yes. I've never ran a marathon, so you have though.
I've only run a couple halves.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So we had a session earlier with Pre-Rock about Anki and spaced repetition. How does that work into the course and all of the content that's set up here?
Yeah. So there are built into this, with the kind of the different color coding stuff, and you guys can all build your own course or build your own schedule in order to get a better idea of this. And it's free. It also comes with a lot of other free resources, as you can see on screen, the diagnostic and the full-length exam. But built into this, the different color coding things, you're going to come across reading something and maybe watching a video on it, or, doing some quiz questions. And these things are going to be built in kind of generally. I do think that the space repetition Anki stuff, don't get me wrong, I loved Anki. I used it all the time in med school. I think a lot of med students themselves like it. But I think that's really best when you're dealing with definitions. And so I like the idea of using Anki, especially for Psych Soc, which is a lot of kind of vocab stuff and people names to know. But an Anki flashcard is not really that good for understanding how does the anterior pituitary work, or how does the nephron work. And so those things that get a little bit more complex, you kind of need to work in kind of a different way than just definitions and flashcard side of things. So I know that wasn't your actual question, but spaced repetition is definitely built into this, but also focusing in on the best way to learn things. When it comes to physics, one of my favorite studies of all time, kind of nerding out here on my memory background. One of my favorite studies is they took 2 groups of students and they gave both students the same sheet of equations and said, okay, I want you to memorize these. You both got 10 minutes. you also have to do a bunch of practice questions with them. And so in theory, the group that's doing the practice questions has less time to actually like memorize the equations because they have to do math and they're like doing calculations and like what's 17 divided by 12, and they're having to do some stuff besides just memorizing the equations. Yeah. And so both groups were actually pretty good at memorizing the equations. But then they invited both groups back like 2 weeks later, and the group that did the practice questions were way better at remembering the equations. There's something that happens in there as you solve a question, you get this dopamine like feedback loop where your brain's like, hey, that was useful, I'll hold on to that. And so your brain is subconsciously more capable of storing stuff in long-term memory if you kind of build in practice questions, especially with chemistry and physics, which is why I encourage students in the chemistry and physics stuff to do a lot more practice questions. I think that's like, if there's any section you should be doing the most just little discrete practice questions, it's probably chemistry and physics. I think psych-soc is good for a lot of vocab stuff. Bio tends to be kind of a little bit more data interpretation and kind of like big conceptual stuff. But understanding how the sections are all different. This is one of the benefits of, working with people who know the MCAT in and out. I got to be honest. Like I talk about the MCAT way more than I should. My family, none of them who care about the MCAT at all, knows more about the MCAT than they probably should. But that's just because it's fun.
Yeah, fun. We have different definitions of fun. Some people think waterboarding is fun too. I don't know anybody who would say that. All right, so we have a question here about length, and this is a very common question about like how much is too much for studying.
So 6 months studying, I would not say is too long. I do think it's important to not like space it out too long. Like if it gets too long, then students will study a lot of stuff and then they'll end up kind of like running out of materials and they'll kind of like quit trying and their motivation will drop. And then all of a sudden it's been 2 months and then like they've kind of forgot all this stuff. But 6 months is actually not that far from like a normal thing. 8 months kind of coming in here as well. I have worked with one student where we worked for 2 years together. He like started super early, super gunner, right? And like that was good, but we had to make sure that we're staying motivated and staying on top of this.
Yeah.
And so I think 8 months, like I would say average student is like 3 to 5. There's not a lot. I say average, maybe that's like median or whatever mode, one of them. But like it's definitely skewed. There's a lot more people. There's a lot of people that do like 8 months, 6 months, 7 months, 10 months. It's not as like skewed in the other direction. I think it's really hard to be successful in the MCAT with just 1 month of prep.
Let's talk about diagnostic real quick. A very common question that comes up all the time is, this is the score that I got on my diagnostic. Do I have a shot in heck to get the score that I want, right? Whatever that starting score is. Talk about for that student who may take a diagnostic and not do very well, and potentially like gives up because they're like, there's no way I'm going to do well on the MCAT. What should a student expect from diagnostic to actual test?
I mean, the MCAT is a monster, and there's a lot of stuff on the MCAT that even if you had a bio degree that you probably wouldn't have heard of. I feel like I didn't really understand what a pull down assay was with my biology degree, but that's something that shows up on the MCAT. So there's a lot of stuff that happens on the MCAT that they know you're not familiar with, and they're trying to like push you. To be honest, it's a little bit unfair. There's some things that they do, especially with like data interpretation and data analysis, that you can graduate, take all the prereqs, and you have never seen and come across these terms. But like that data analysis is something that doctors have to be good at. And they don't have time to teach you this in med school. And I know some of you guys are saying like, why don't they just do that? And like, I promise you, once you get to med school, you will never say like, they should teach us more, right? That's not a thing. So what they do is they push that boundary a little bit earlier. And so they're pushing some of this stuff that they think it's important for doctors to know. They're pushing that onto the MCAT when students haven't seen it in undergrad. And so it's expected that the first exam you take is probably not going to be great. I've had students' scores go up 20 points and more. And so like the score that a student gets on a diagnostic, their first diagnostic, is actually not that really indicative of what their actual scores are going to be. I've had a student that scored a 508 on their diagnostic, and then they put in 0 effort, and then they scored a 508 at the end. And I've had a student that scored a 495 on the diagnostic, but then got a 520.
I would love to see, and maybe we can petition for this. I would love to see Blueprint when you do the diagnostic says, great, congratulations on finishing your diagnostic. You have a lot of work to do. We're not going to tell you what your score is.
Yeah, this means nothing. Right. Good work. This means nothing. So it's not that it means nothing. There's definitely some learning that happens in there. But it's also important to kind of like really review and get an understanding of what's going on with the exam. And also it does kind of shine a light on if you are really going to struggle with timing in cars or like data interpretation. So it helps kind of like give some big ideas of like some things that you probably need to work on a little bit.
Yeah. Caitlin has an interesting question here. I don't know if you have data on this, on what the average is for number of times a student takes the MCAT, right? Should take the MCAT, hopefully only once. You only want to take this thing once. But do you have any data? Do you know if there's any data available for how many times students do take the MCAT?
I don't, but there's a lot of students that take the exam 2 or even 3 times. And that's not that uncommon. I think that having one bad MCAT score is not as bad as it seems, because a lot of students try to like prep on their own and they like, I'm going to do like 3 weeks, just kind of like hardcore studying myself, because that's way more than I've ever studied for anything before. So that should be fine. And then they take the MCAT and it stomps them and they're kind of like unprepared and they're blindsided. And so like after that, you need to make sure that the next test you take, you're improving, because the admissions committees and those people will look at this and be like, okay, well, they just didn't really know what they were in for. They take a second test. It's way better. That's what they're capable of. That's what I care about. But if you get like a bad score and then you take the exam again, like a month later and get a bad score, like they're going to be like, all right, why did they take it again? Because they knew what the test was about. They knew what was going on. They knew they weren't necessarily properly prepared, and they got hit anyway. So I do think it's not that big of a deal to take the exam twice, but you want to make sure that when you're taking the test, like ideally for the first time, that you're ready for it and you know you're going to go in, do your job, and get out and be done. And if that didn't happen on your first try, make sure that happens on the second try, or certainly on the third try.
Yep.
But you want to make sure that you can kind of get in and get out, and then just be done with the MCAT after that. That's so funny because that's exactly what I thought when I finished the test. I'm like, oh, I'll never have to think about the MCAT ever again. And now that's all I do.
Joke's on you.
Yeah, got you, past Phil.
This is a very important question. I think MCAT all the time, obviously now with COVID as well. Motivation number one when it comes to MCAT over those 4, 6, 8 months of studying, keeping up the motivation, but also right now, when we don't even know, right? Students studying right now who have a test maybe in 2 weeks don't even know if the test is going to get canceled or not. How do you keep up motivation?
That is a really good question. I was actually meeting with a student just before this who was supposed to be taking their test on June 5th, and now they're taking it in July, and they found out yesterday. And so they had 9 days, like heads up before their exam, and now it's pushed back, and so they have an extra 7 weeks that they weren't planning for. And so that actually is a pretty, it's traumatic to go through. It's really hard prepping for this and then just have it kind of like, you don't know when you're taking it or where. This student now, in order to get a window, they're now flying to Florida from the upper East Coast, because that's like the only way they could find a test date. Luckily, I think they'll probably be able to take the test, because I don't think Florida shuts down for anything right now. So I doubt they're going to cancel that one. But that's a real problem. It's also, like with the study plan that we kind of built out here, this wasn't like a design feature. This wasn't something we planned for, but there's a lot of room to keep adding exams at the end and then kind of keep improving. Definitely staying motivated, like keep working, keep seeing more passages, keep seeing more exams, keep reviewing. In theory, you should continue to keep getting stronger in that. And so that makes it a little bit more motivating if you like keep seeing scores go up. I know sometimes a student will take a test and the score will drop. It's important to figure out why. Was there something on that test that was just I'm really bad at? Was this a kidney heavy question or exam, and that's why I did bad? So I need to go hit kidneys again. Or was
not literal kidney punch.
Yeah, kidney punches. Or was it like you're just a little bit burnt out and fried? A lot of times I'll see students, they take a test the week before their actual test and their scores will drop. And that's because they're trying really hard. There's like a little bit of burst of motivation in those last couple of weeks. And so students end up being kind of burnt out a little bit and like mentally fried because they're staying up late. They're working, 10 hours a day on MCAT stuff. And as a result, their scores drop just because when they sit and take the exam, they're not firing on all cylinders.
Yeah. Let's talk real quick, a little bit more of the fluffy stuff when it comes to MCAT prep. Sleep, hydration, relaxation. What are your thoughts around that?
I think I wish someone would have talked to me about this a lot earlier. It would have made my first year of med school much smoother. But my med school that I went to had a very interesting thing where the top 5 people got a free ride, and it was like judged over each semester. So if you were in the top 5 people in the first semester, then the next semester was free for you. And if you were in the top 5 in that semester, then the next semester was free for you. And so they had this kind of like interesting thing. So those top 10 people, it was really, really competitive because you're like, oh, if I study 2 more hours, I might get $50,000, right? And that like makes it much easier to stay motivated. I was in the MD PhD program, so that wasn't necessary for me. But the understanding of like, I would see these people that were like in the top of the class, and I didn't understand how they were like had so much free time. Because one of them ran marathons, like while he was in med school, he'd go running literally every day for like an hour.
Sure.
Yeah. And then there was another group of like 5 people, and like 3 of them were in that top group, and they all played basketball every day. After we all have class, they go play basketball for a while, and then they'd come back. We had a guy that played volleyball on the weekends competitively and traveled for it, back when people could travel. And I'm like, I don't have time to eat. How do they have time to do all those other things and study on top of that? And it's not that they were so good that they had time for those things. Yeah. They were so good because they made time for those things.
Yeah.
So cortisol, so talking about kind of the memory side of things. So the stress hormone cortisol has been shown to impede memory. Kids who grow up in stressful scenarios, their hippocampus can be like 40% smaller, which is responsible for most of the memory. But even in adults, stress impedes memory and makes memory worse. The best way to reduce cortisol is exercise. So getting up, moving around, like, stretching your legs, taking it some like a mental health like break. It's definitely important. And that doesn't just take away from your studying, but it makes your studying more effective. So making sure that you're healthy is absolutely crucial. It's not an option, but if you want to do as well as you can in med school and on the MCAT, you need to make sure that you are in a good physical place. I know a lot of times people see the mind, like a healthy mind and a healthy body, as 2 separate things, but they're not. That's one thing, right? Your mind, your brain is a part of your body. You got to make sure that you're taking care of your body, and then your brain will work better because of that.
Yeah. Well, awesome. I think this is really good. I know you guys are coming back again a little bit later on today to dive in even a little bit more. Where do we want students to go right now to check out that free study planner and for more resources?
So for the free study planner, we have blueprintprep.com, MCAT or /MCAT free account. It's on the screen. Read it on the screen.
It's on the screen.
There we go. Yeah, blueprintprep.com/MCAT. Thank you. I do also want to point out, we have other stuff besides just these free accounts. We have our MCAT course, which I talked about a little bit before. I spend 8 hours a week just talking to students in small groups, kind of answering questions and diving deep into different topics. We also have some crazy analytics to help you figure out what your weak areas are. It is not like I don't have any problem saying that we have the most advanced analytics out there when it comes to understanding how you're doing on the MCAT. We also have our MCAT practice tests, and we also have one-on-one private MCAT tutoring with students or with tutors that have all scored at least a 520. So if you want any of that, like the course stuff, the MCAT tutoring, and then of course there's always the free materials, or just, if you need a good book to prep for, to read up on kidneys, we got that. I should probably go hit that.
Nice. Megan's asking, this is more for just National Premed Day. The Q&A room is just the medical school HQ page on Facebook and YouTube. So go there and you can find those. Phil, thank you so much for hanging out with me and being an amazing guest on the MCAT podcast, which students also need to check out. But yeah, thanks for everything you do for students, helping them crush the MCAT.
No problem. My pleasure. Honestly, I get to nerd out a little bit, so I get excited.
All right.
So I'll see you later today.
Sounds good. All right. So with that, we are at our break of the day. We're going to head off here for 30 minutes, have a little break. I can eat some food. I can go and use the restroom and all that fun stuff too. So yeah, so go get some snacks, come back. We'll be back here in about 30 minutes. I don't know. Are we leaving? I think we're leaving the screen up. Maybe. I don't know what Rachel thinks, but whatever we do, just come back and hang out with us. So we will see you in a little bit. Oh, there's Rachel. Hi, Rachel.
Hey, let's leave it up because it'll keep it in the same streams. We may have to do a break to a new stream later today, but for now, we'll just leave this running.
Sounds good. Do we have a little, I think we have a little thing that we can throw up right there. Nice. Yay. That'll work. Awesome. Thank you, guys. We'll be back in a little bit. Hello, hello, hello. Back from lunch break. Hope everybody was able to chow down. I had some chicken nuggets. They weren't shaped like dinosaurs, though. Chicken nuggets are always better when they're shaped like dinosaurs. Unfortunately, I just had regular old chicken nuggets, the lunch of champions, for a 12-hour live stream. I guess that's just how we roll today. So I'm excited to be back for another awesome session with you today, starting out with Dr. Sunny Nakai. Let's bring her in and say hello. Hello, Sunny.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, you're muted. I cannot hear you. Oh, now I can hear you.
Okay, awesome.
Oh, hey. Rachel, do you hear the delay there? Yes. We may have to have you just refresh your page.
All right. Let me do that now.
We'll bring Sunny back in. First technical difficulties of the day. That's pretty good. I'll take it.
You know that's not true, right? You just blocked out when you've lost your audio before.
Yes. That doesn't count.
I think Dr. Nakai is back.
Yes, hello.
All right. How's that?
Much
Can you
better.
Hear me now? Okay.
Yes. Good. Yay. I can hear you, and it moves with your ear, or it comes with your lips moving at the same time.
Oh, that's good. We were watching a foreign movie last night.
Yes.
It was driving my son crazy. He was like, I can't stand it. I can't stand the dubbing. He's never seen a foreign movie before, I guess.
It's so funny. He doesn't watch Sesame Street enough then. There's a Sesame Street that my 20-month-old likes to watch, or 22-month-old now almost. And there's like one character who like is like, oh no, we're under attack. And then his lips keep moving. And then one of the other characters is like, what are you doing? He's like, I don't know. I saw it in a movie once. I love when the kids shows throw in adult jokes just to keep us happy too.
Of course, they know we're watching.
Dr. Nakai, I want to thank you for taking some time joining us today on this inaugural National Pre-Med Day, this fun event that we kind of made up and threw together. And I respect the heck out of you and love your messaging when it comes to specifically around choosing medical schools. Now, I had you on the Pre-Med Years podcast, well, I don't know how long ago, a year or two ago now. And that was a topic that came up, was medical schools and choosing medical schools and fit and everything else. And then I heard you speak in Toronto at the Admissions Summit, and that really resonated as well. And so you were the perfect guest when we decided we wanted to do a school list presentation. You were the perfect guest, the first guest I thought of to say we need to reach out to Dr. Nakai and get her on. And here you are. So with that, let's do a little intro. Who are you in this grand scheme of the medical school world?
I am but a humble sojourner in the pre-med journeys of many students. I've been in medical education for about 20 years. UC Riverside is my fourth medical school, and I've participated in pre-med preparation and the admissions process to varying degrees. So I'm at the point in my professional journey now where a lot of my students that I worked with as pre-meds are attending physicians. And it's been such a gift to me to journey with students, and to be, now my former students are referring pre-med students that they're mentoring to me. And I'm like, oh my God, can we see the gray? Like, it's making me feel old, but it's also really satisfying and amazing to watch everyone continue to pay it forward. And so, I've served on a lot of national committees within the Association of American Medical Colleges, and just really enjoy getting good information out there to students. I think the process is so difficult to navigate, and all the information is there, just if you already know what you're supposed to be looking for, right? So it can be such a terrible, when I did my PhD, I described it as an academic blizzard. Like, I knew I was moving, but I wasn't sure if it was in the right direction. Every time I found a guidepost, I was like, okay, this must be good, but you're just not really sure, right? And so I think the more we can illuminate the path for everyone, give people parameters for decision-making, the better.
Yes, I love that. That's kind of the mission here. The one of the original kind of thoughts that I had when I started the medical school headquarters almost 8 years ago now was it is 8 years ago now, is removing the veil of secrecy, right? And it's not even a secret, but it's removing the veil of whatever's hidden behind there, so we can see what's going on. So I love that the missions are aligned there. With that, let's talk about school lists, especially right now, right? It's May 28th as we're doing this, 5/28. So this is why we're having National Premed Day on the maximum score of the MCAT day. The AMCAS application opens up today, right? And TMDSAS and AACOMAS for DO applicants, those have been able to submit for a while, but AMCAS today for students applying to MD schools opens up today. I haven't been paying attention to see if there's been any hiccups along the way, but hopefully it's all been smooth sailing. School lists, as students are figuring out this cycle, next cycle, whenever they're applying, when a student starts to look at that list and go, okay, add this school to my application, add this one, add this one, add this one, where do you think a student should first start looking at what schools to apply to?
Yeah, so I think we have to make a distinction between, do you qualify for that school and do you fit for that school, right? It's not the same thing. And just because you sort of clear a bar for consideration doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get a lot of consideration depending on that. So qualifications include things like being within a numeric range that the school typically selects applicants from, or being a resident of that state, or participating in XYZ things for the requirements that the school might specify. You know, some schools have, you know, medical education or medical exposure requirements, for example, or service or shadowing, that kind of thing. So there's meeting all the sort of checklist pieces, and then there's looking at fit. So I actually recommend that you start with fit and think about what your goals are. And, you know, students should really be not just, I just want to go to any school, because trust me, you don't. I have worked with students who chose the wrong school and they had a terrible experience in medical school. They did not meet their original goals of why they wanted to be there in the first place. It's a really tough place to be if the resources that you need and what you're looking for in an education doesn't match up with your goals and all of those things. So it also, you know, doesn't help everyone's total consideration writ large if everyone just applies in a scattershot manner with this form of desperation of, I just want to go anywhere. Because the more applications each school gets, all of that attention gets divided among those applications to some degree, right? So holistic review is helped by applicants applying their own holistic review to look at the missions, the goals, the programs of the institution, resources that the school might offer, and really applying with a high degree of intention of, you know, you should have a specific reason why you're applying to that school. I'm applying to this school because I'm very interested in their global health initiatives. I've done those things. It's amazing. I'm applying to this school because I'm interested in rural medicine and they have a great program for such and such. And that actually makes you a better applicant too, when you can speak to why you applied to that institution. Every school wants, you know, the love letter from the applicant as to like, why do you want to come to our school? You know, we all ask that. And we're all just fishing for compliments from applicants about why you love us, right?
Yeah.
So you got to play the game to a certain extent.
It's funny. I've used the analogy about specifically like fit, and a lot of students will go, well, I really love your school because that's where I'm from, right? Oh, okay. So if you went out on a date, would you want to hear, oh, I really want to date you because you kind of live here too. So like that whole love letter perspective of it. When you talk to a student and they're supposed to go, okay, fit. What questions should they be asking themselves to start to determine what they want from medical school, right? We talked earlier about it. You mentioned it's all the information's out there, but you have to know the questions to ask to find that information. So to find a fit for a school, what questions or what should a student be reflecting on to figure out what's going to be a good fit for them?
Right. So just look, obviously the missions all sort of end up being the same. You know, was working with some colleagues to sort of try and characterize mission statements in some way. And we're all like learning and discovery, and it's a lot of things that actually don't mean anything at all. So
I'm glad you admit that.
It's so true. Like we're out to it's just silly. So let's go to the next level, which for applicants, which is what are your goals? How do you learn? And what do you need to be successful? It's really those three things, right? You're really thinking primary care. You're really thinking you want to be a clinic-based practitioner, or you want to be a surgeon, or you're thinking you want to be a subspecialist, or you're interested in research as well, like being a physician scientist, whether you choose a specific, degree track for that, or whether you're just interested in working towards those things through research experiences. Are you interested in community-based participatory research, clinical, translational research? So think about your goals and interests and what you're hoping to pursue and or explore. And then think about how you learn, because these are also really important. Do you want to learn in a small group? Do you want to mainly learn on your own? Do you want something self-paced, or do you want something that is highly structured? I mean, it's sort of like medical schools are like restaurants, right? Like everybody's going to serve you a meal, but is it going to be a buffet? Is it going to be a tableside? Are they going to flambe something? You're going to have to go get it yourself. They're going to bring it to your table with a number, and then the cuisine completely differs, right? So everyone is going to deliver it in a different way. And then beyond that, also, what resources do you think that you're going to need to thrive? If you have different contingencies, like you're a caregiver, you're a parent, you need learning accommodations, you think that you might need adjustment to medical school, you know from your past academic experiences that group study and structured group study is important. So assessing all three of those things and really doing your homework on the school, and then coming up with your list kind of based on those things, and then looking at whether you meet the qualifications for the schools that have what you're looking for.
Talk a little bit about those qualifications. The MSAR is obviously what students know to go to as one of the first steps, and the MSAR provides that median number, and then it provides the 10th to 90th percentile, 25th to 75th percentile. Students who may be on usually the bottom end of those bell curves, if we want to call it a bell curve, or whatever ranges that we're looking at. Most schools don't provide actual cutoffs, even though a lot of schools do have cutoffs that they'll look at, because there's just so many applicants and applications coming in. How can a student really understand if they are qualified academically at a school?
Yeah, it is really difficult. And, I struggle with cutoffs. I'm always pushing in the roles that I've had at various schools to be as transparent as possible. And I think that we owe applicants that. So there are positive reasons why schools don't want to publish cutoffs. And sort of the first rule of being an admissions dean is you can make whatever rules you want, you just can't break your own rules. So if we decide like we are publishing 3.0, that's the cutoff, then you're going to meet some amazing applicant with the 2.97 and it's going to make you cry. Like literally that will happen like the very next year after you've told everyone, but you are externally and internally accountable for the rules that you set. So most schools will not establish a hard cutoff for that reason, which is kind of a good reason. Like we want to be really holistic, or we want to consider legacy kids of faculty members who are going to be below that, and we have to be able to make exceptions to our own rules, so we can't just hard and fast publish the rule. But the other part of it that's a bit nefarious is I think a lot of schools generate revenue on secondary applications. So if they actually said, hey, we only accept people between 510 and 528, that would discourage a lot of people from applying. And so, I think holistic review benefits in some ways from students reaching and schools reaching, but it is difficult because it's not very transparent. So I would write a very brief summary of your qualifications and send it to the admissions office and ask them, not do you have a cutoff, because they're not going to tell you. They're going to say, oh, just apply and see. Say, will I receive significant consideration for an interview based on what I've told you about my application? And usually an admissions counselor will know what the ranges are that they've accepted students in, and will say, we have, students with your profile have been successful at receiving interviews of the past. However, it's not the majority of applicants or something. So you can try to push schools to find out how much consideration your application will receive, because that's the only thing we can really speak about, right? Like and also in admissions, we're really careful about overreaching language. Everybody who's new in an admissions trainee gets busted for saying, using too strong of a word, like, oh, well, if you do this, like that should be fine. No, if you do this, you'll have a reasonable expectation that you may have like we have to temper our language all the time. Yep. So, hopefully you ask the question in a way that you can get some feedback around where on this spectrum does my application fall? Is it going to go right in the shredder? And cutoffs work in two ways. Hard cutoffs, which means everything below this line just gets automatically rejected, done. Or prioritization cutoffs, which is first we look at files in these ranges, then we look at files in these ranges, then we look at files in these ranges, where they may actually lay eyes on nearly every file, but there's a more concentrated effort to get the files with the target number ranges first.
Yeah. That's why I love talking to you, because you're brutally honest about these nefarious reasons, right? Yes, there are potentially nefarious reasons, right? Even the AAMC isn't going to push for hard cutoffs in the MSAR because the AAMC gets the money from the primary applications being added each time too. So,
Sure.
but I'm glad that you can recognize it and be public about it as well. And those aren't necessarily nefarious, right? You guys need to eat, and a lot of the admissions offices are paid by those secondary application fees. And so,
absolutely. So in order to do holistic review, we have to collect those fees because we have to run an admissions office. And so, it's complicated. Yeah.
It's a fun process. So let's talk about the MSAR and how students should use the MSAR, because and I know, and most students use the MSAR in a way that's against kind of what we're talking about, the fit first model of choosing a school list. They go to the MSAR and they go, okay, I know my GPA, I know my MCAT score. Let me sort by that. Let me filter. These are the schools I'm going to apply to. I don't even understand in-state versus out-of-state or mission fit, all of that fun stuff.
Yeah.
I'm going to apply to these schools. And it's funny because I flip around. I'm like, well, if students only apply to the schools that fit a certain GPA range and MCAT range, then the schools only have those applicants to choose from. Therefore, it just perpetuates those same MCAT and GPA ranges. So how should a student use the MSAR to potentially find some of these schools where they're a good fit?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of conversations on the AMC constituency side about ways that we would try to improve the MSAR, and it is difficult. So I will say one of the most useful things is the contact information in the MSAR to contact that school and the school's admissions website, right? So the statements around where to go to get specific information about course requirements and things like that. But I would think about geographic proximity, because that's a big deal. I've seen students choose to go to a school closer to home and really have their support network intact and really thrive, versus choose to leave home for the first time for medical school. And that just depends on how well you know yourself and, again, what you think you need to be successful. Going to school in Southern California is not the same as going to school in Chicago, right? It's freaking cold in the Midwest, right? So if you're from Florida, or, that might impact your activities of daily living much more than it would if you were already used to, living in a climate like that. Or how much does it cost to visit your family, right? There's no financial aid for visiting family members in your package. So being able to say like, oh, I'd like to go home for Memorial Day weekend, or I'd like to go home for holiday break, like those things actually are not included in the student budget. So I think it's important to look at, again, what your goals are. The other information that's helpful is what the graduates of the school go into. I do think they publish like areas of match for graduates of those institutions. And I think that's definitely a helpful thing as well. If you're interested in, going into surgical subspecialty, and for the last like X number of years, like people haven't matched into that, well, that tells you a little bit about the infrastructure for advising in career development at that institution. The contact information that the MSAR puts out, I guess MSAR related or not, as someone who has been involved with several medical schools, what is the best way for a student to reach out and tell their story? Because I know that when I get emails from students, usually they're writing these huge tomes. I'm like, I don't have time for this. Like, I get 100 emails a day. Please, like, short and sweet. Like, what's a good format for a student to contact a student, contact a school? Is it a phone call? Is it an email? What does that look like? Yeah, I definitely think it's an email, and give us time to respond. So we call this doubling. So as the lag time between our ability to respond gets longer, then we start getting double emails from people who are like, I just want to make sure that you saw this. And when that starts happening to me, I'm like, I just can't. Like, then it feels like I have twice as many emails to respond to as possible. So I've gotten better at saying, like, it's probably going to take me X number of time to get back to you. Like, I have your email, I will respond eventually, kind of thing. But I think email is effective, and like, you've got like a paragraph, and that's generous, right? Because, our admissions offices like you, Dr. Gray, we had hundreds of emails a day, depending on how large your applicant pool is, and people who are really wanting super specific advice. So ask yourself, is this an advising question that I could talk to a trusted advisor about, or is this something specific to that medical school that I need to ask them about their process or my qualifications. I would just give your name, a couple of stories from you, right? Like, I'm Sunny, I'm from Southern California. I graduated from such and such. My science GPA is this. My overall GPA is this. I took the MCAT twice. I got this and this, you know, whatever. Just like put your information in as quickly as possible, almost like you're writing a soap note on yourself, right? And then just, you know, I've done these requisite experiences. I'm trying to get an idea of how much consideration I'd receive for an interview invitation at your institution, right? Like just kind of based generally on these things. Because you're really kind of asking, is my file just going to go in the shredder, or are you going to actually look at it? So, and some schools are going to give you a really straight answer, and some schools are just going to say, we do holistic review, please apply, you know, and I'm not sure how we can get around that to a certain extent.
A lot of students will send emails to schools asking very basic information. They heard, whether it's from me or someone else, to say, oh, like reach out, like form a connection, start networking, right? So they put a face to the name or whatever. And so they'll reach out, which is super, super generic questions. And how do you offer students or recommend to students what should go to their pre-med advisor at their school versus what should go to the school specifically?
Right. I call this the Google rule. When I'm recruiting and I'm sitting at a table, do not ask me a question that you can Google on your phone. Like, don't. Like, you stood in line for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever, because there's probably a line at the table. What's your average GPA at UCR? Don't ask me that. Like, that drives me nuts. Like, because it doesn't help you get to know me. It doesn't help me get to know you. Right? Like, that's just so silly. And it's something that you don't need to be we don't wasting face time, you know, on these types of questions. So Google everything that you can, search everything you can, do your own research, then identify what gaps you still might have. And it really shows a lot to ask a thoughtful question, right? When somebody emails me and says, you know, Dr. Nakai, the LACE program at UCR seems really amazing. I'm wondering if there are also placements, like if I could request a specific placement if I'm interested in substance use and abuse disorders, and I want to do that for like my 3 years of LACE. How are those placements, you know, done? That's a really good question, because it's like talking about goals, how they might fit with our curriculum, how the student might engage or envision themselves at our school. So I do think making a connection is good, but not for the sake of just trying to make a connection, right? Like, and I say this in my book a lot, there's no substitute for authenticity. And we can completely tell when you're faking it. Like, it's just, everybody can tell when somebody's being fake, right? Yeah. So, and we can in the application process as well. And when I do post apps with the students, I can pretty much tell that they're like, well, I just did that because I thought it would look good on my application, right? Which is like the worst reason to do something. It just completely backfires.
Yeah. Talk about the applicant who is potentially listening to this. Hopefully they're listening and absorbing, but there's going to be some that are going to listen to this and go, Dr. Nakai, Dr. Gray, you have no idea what you're talking about. All they care about are stats. And so I'm going to apply to UC Riverside with my 520 and 4.0, even though I want to be a plastic surgeon, and I'm going to get in there because they'll take me because I'm amazing.
Yeah. I think that schools are getting much more savvy about this enrollment management piece. And this is sort of some of the things I talked about at the admissions summit, is that UCR is probably not going to identify you if your clinical experiences are towards surgical subspecialty care and your MCAT's really high and you don't talk to us about our mission of meeting the needs of inland Southern California, right? So hopefully in our review process somewhere, we have a template of sort of what we're looking for based on our mission. But there are some schools who do play it largely by numbers. I would also look at the data that's published on the AAMC's website. If you go to aamc.org/data, you can look at applicants and matriculants data and see that I think it's probably between 11 and 15% every year of students who score above 515 on the MCAT and have 3.8 to 4.0 GPA, and they don't get accepted to any school they apply to. So it is not just about numbers. And I always say your numbers are not going to get you in, but they can keep you out. They really only work one way, right? Like, sort of how wide open is the door, and you can still go in there in the door and fall flat on your face as an applicant, which we see in the numbers every year.
Something that a lot of high school to college students are used to is going on this like college tour in their senior year of high school to determine locations and campuses and figure out where they want to be. That's less common in the medical school world, but a lot of medical schools still do open houses. How important do you think it is for students to try to make it to as many open houses as possible?
I don't think it's important. I think it's really up to the student and what the process is like for them. If there's things they feel like they need to physically see, it's certainly not equitable to weight those in the admissions process. And I think that it's a way that you can show interest, but there are other ways that you can show interest as well. None of the medical schools I've been to have really looked at like levels of engagement in sort of really open forum type stuff. Most of the time, we don't do that great of a job of tracking that we talk to you. I mean, some of my colleagues are amazing and really do. And they'll say, oh, we've had 5 touch points with this applicant, and it might demonstrate interest, but you still have to be the right applicant, right? Like there's no way they're going to say, well, this person really sucks, but you know what? We saw him 5 times, let's interview him. Like it just doesn't work that way. So they can offer a little bit of a bump, but I would not ever want applicants to feel that they have to show up in person. And I think the pandemic has really, as evidenced by the fact that we're doing this today, the pandemic has really forced a lot of people to change modalities, and it's made things a bit more equitable, which I think is really good, because having to travel somewhere and show up in person is expensive for everybody, including on the school side. So I'm thinking, what resources could we reappropriate if we don't travel all over the place and try to talk to 50 to 100 students in a day when we could maybe reach thousands of students through different modalities?
Yeah. Talk about your book. You are joining the lovely world of being a published author with your book for pre-med students. Talk about the book, when it's coming out, where students can find it.
Yeah, so it's still so weird to me that I have a book, but really the impetus for it was, as I've moved along in my career and I'm doing a lot of student affairs and working with medical students more closely, I just don't have as much time to do advising as I'd like. And so I wanted a way to just be like, here's all my advice in one place, and this is what I want you to know, and just, start with that initially. I also don't see enough in the literature for advising on gap years and post-bac students and reapplicants and first-gen kids and minority students and undocumented students. And so I wanted to write specific chapters on that. At the last minute, I added a chapter for advisors and people who are trying to advise and mentor students, because I feel like those approaches are often off base and are part of the problem that we have on the medical school application receiving end of students not getting good advice, or not, having access to high quality advising, or even advising that's discouraging in some way. So the book sort of takes you through kind of the preparation portion, application years, and then some of those unique chapters for gap years and reapplications and what to consider. It's a quick read. The editor at Rutgers, she left some of my snarkiness in there. I was hoping that some of my snarkiness would come across, because I do want it to be very down to earth, right? I want it to be real. And I think it's important to be transparent. I've always tried, to work that way. And in fact, my original title was like Behind the Admissions Office Door, like you were saying, like what's really going on behind the scenes. So I try to give a lot of technical tips and tricks about AMCAS that will help students develop their strategies and things.
That's awesome. And it's coming out in November, but students can buy it now. Do you have a domain for that yet, or no?
I do. So if it's online, I can send you the website to post, and there's actually a coupon code you can use for pre-orders, like 30% off or something like that. So
nice.
Yeah, so it comes out November 13th, and I'm hoping that it will. And it's funny, I'm having a little bit of a dispute about the cover art right now, because they sent me some cover art and it looks like a Kaplan book. And I was like, this is not a Kaplan book. Like, this is not that kind of book. Like, Can we make it curly? Can we jazz? Like, it needs to look messier, if that's, and that's probably not the right word, but I didn't feel like the spirit of the book was conveyed by the block lettering and things on the cover at all. So I was like, maybe we can, work with this a little bit.
I need my snark in the cover as well.
Yes, I need like some of the casual flair. And it's also not very long, because I know that, millennials, Gen Y, Gen Z, like you guys don't want to read a lot of stuff. So it's also just a very digestible read. The chapters are very short, and hopefully it'll be indexed so you can find kind of specifically what you're looking for if you don't want to read the whole thing.
Yeah,
so
well, that's awesome. I would love to have you on the pre-med years again, maybe a little bit later when it's closer to being published. So congrats on that. Thank you so much for taking some time to join us today. We'll kick you over to the Q&A room so students can ask you some hopefully some more specific questions to their situation. Again, thank you so much. I I appreciate you, and I respect you so much in this process for being open and honest and transparent. Which I was nicknamed the transparency guy at the admissions summit. So.
Well, it's good. I appreciate what you do, and I know a lot of students appreciate the platforms that you've developed to help support them in their journey. So thanks for having me.
All right, thanks, Sunny. Awesome. I love Dr. Sunny Nakai. So if you are interested in learning more about her book, if you just Google, it's RutgersUniversityPress.org has the book in it. I was going to see if she had a website like premedprepbook.com or something. If she doesn't, maybe I'll have to buy it and send it to her. But that was Dr. Sunny Nakai. She's got some awesome insight. She's really down to earth. Very similar philosophies to me as advising students in this whole process. So that's why we had her on. That's why I had her on the podcast a while ago. That's why hopefully we will have her on the pre-med years again soon. So medical school is not cheap. Apparently it's very expensive and takes a lot of money, which is why we wanted to chat with our good friend Travis about paying for medical school. Hi, Travis.
Hey, good to be here.
I love that you're a podcaster and got your mic all set up, ready to rock too.
Let's go, right?
Yeah. So Travis, for the students, you were on the Pre-Med Years podcast with me a while ago as well. Lots of post-podcast guests here. For someone new who doesn't know who you are at this point, who are you and how do you fit into this whole pre-med medical school payment world?
Yeah, I'm the founder of StudentLoanPlanner.com. So we are a company that helps people plan for the cost of school. I would say probably 80-90% of what we do is after people graduate. But we do have a pre-debt consult now. We're helping people, figure out what the cost of their school will be and what it's going to look like paying it back after they graduate. So we really are experts on understanding like how to finance a medical school education and public service loan forgiveness, taxable loan forgiveness, which is like a 20-year loan forgiveness, and as well as refinancing. So if you're looking for sort of an unbiased path of knowing what you're getting yourself into, that's what we do.
That's awesome. So a lot of students that obviously the students watching this right now, they're pre-med students trying to figure this out. For the students worried about the cost of medical school, how am I going to pay for this? I don't want to have all this debt. Where do you recommend students start when they start thinking about how to fund medical school?
You need to go direct loans only. So the reason for that is the majority of physicians at this point are qualifying for public service loan forgiveness. So as more and more hospital sort of organizations buy up all these private practice groups, the number of employed physicians as a percentage of the overall physician workforce is increasing, right? And most hospitals in this country are not-for-profit hospital systems. So what pre-med people need to understand is normally you would think if I borrow $200,000, which is like a typical, medical school cost that people will throw out, I have to pay back $200,000. And when I become an attending physician, that's going to be so easy, right? But the problem is there's a lot of different kinds of medical school costs. There's in-state public, which might be in that $200,000 range, but there's also private schools that might be $400,000 and everything in between. And furthermore, your school's cost of attendance is not really what you're going to leave school with in debt, because a lot of people don't understand this, but you have an interest that accrues while you're in school. It's not like undergrad where you get subsidized loans that don't generate any interest until after you graduate. The problem with medical school is the interest builds up while you're in school. So whatever you think you're going to owe, take that number and multiply it by 1.25, and that's what you're actually going to owe. So that's a really good rule of thumb, right? 1.25 times what you think you're going to owe, and that's what you're going to have in debt. So I think that's something that, in terms of like how to finance it, a lot of people are like, I want to borrow from my family. Grandma wants to give me a 0% loan. I would caution people against doing that because grandma can give you 0%, but she's not going to maybe give you negative, percent. And that's what the loan forgiveness programs in many cases can do for you.
Talk about what the public loan service forgiveness program is. What is that? What should a student know about it?
So you have to pay 10% of your income for 10 years while working at a not-for-profit or government employer. So physicians working at any hospital system in the country besides like, an HCA would qualify for that. People working at the VA would qualify for that. It's really most people qualify for this, because if you think about the hospital system in your town, like where you might have volunteered, for applying for medical school, like getting to know some of the doctors, shadowing some of the doctors, they probably are employees of that large not-for-profit hospital system. So they qualify. And if you pay 10% of your income for 10 years, at the end of those 10 years, your loan balance is forgiven completely, tax-free. That's regardless of whether or not you owe $100,000 or $400,000. It's forgiven tax-free with no limit. And medical students entering in the fall of 2020 are expected to be grandfathered in with any future changes to loan rules, which could happen that eliminate this program. So in other words, if they eliminate this program in 2022, it's not going to matter because it's only going to apply to people that graduate or that started medical school in the fall of 2022 or beyond. So that's a really big deal, and it has huge implications because all the time we see people take out loans from their, like I said, from their parents, or they will maybe consider joining the military when their heart's not in it, because they're so worried about the cost. And people just really need to realize that I sound crazy right now, but for a lot of people, it does not matter what you borrow and pay for medical school because of these loan forgiveness programs out there, which has a lot of implications. You might want to go to a school that's got a better chance of placing you into a residency in a higher paying field. You might want to go to a school that gives you a geographic location that you're going to be happier in for 4 years. I mean, there's all kinds of things that you would need to rethink when you understand the complex rules of student loans and financing medical school.
What are some of the common pitfalls that you see on your side of it once a student is through medical school, that students now before medical school can start potentially either fixing or making sure that they're preventing?
Yeah, I would say, like the worst one I see post-graduation is people who leave their loans in deferment during residency. So that's a horrible decision because you can pay $200 or $300 a month and get credit running on that clock of 10 years. So think about like a neurosurgeon, right? You can have a neurosurgeon that's pretty close to 10 years of training after medical school, just from training alone, right? And all that training is going to be at a not-for-profit, most likely. And, so you might be in a situation where like a neurosurgeon could get all their loans forgiven for paying around $30,000 to $40,000 over a 10-year period. So imagine owing $300,000 and having it all forgiven tax-free as a neurosurgeon. That a lot of people think, wait a second, don't I have to go work for some, out of the way Native American reservation and primary care to get loan forgiveness? And that's actually not true in a really perverse sense. Specialists and higher earning specialties are actually some of the best set up specialties to get loan forgiveness because of the way that the PSLF program works.
Yeah. Let's assume that PLSF is not around when students want to go through this. What are some other things potentially that they should be thinking about to help set them up for success?
Well, so one thing is if you do want to pay back your loans, you're maybe expecting your future attending income to be lower than the debt that you're going to borrow, which is a great position to be in. That's really the ideal position to be in.
Like annual income, you mean, right?
Annual income when you're an attending. Yeah. So like you're going to be an anesthesiologist making $300,000 and medical school is going to cost you less than $300,000. So you're going to work for a private practice environment. In that case, what I would tell you is just try to take out the minimum possible amount. With loans, there's two kinds of loans, really. There's Stafford loans, or the three big kinds: Stafford loans, Grad Plus loans, and private loans. So Stafford loans, you can borrow up to $40,500 per year. Most medical schools cost more than that. So when you're taking out a Grad Plus loan, that interest rate is 1% more than whatever your Stafford is. Plus, there's an additional what's called an origination fee of about 4.25%. So think about like every dollar you borrow, you got to pay about 4 cents plus an additional like 5 to 8 cents of interest per year. I mean, that's a really expensive loan, So what you want to be really careful of if you're going to pay your loan back is to try everything you can to minimize the amount of Grad Plus loans that you take out because those are the most expensive. And then, for private loans, be extremely cautious taking those out just because they're never eligible for loan forgiveness. And also don't take out any of like the health professions loans. Like those are some loans that sometimes are offered by schools. Just really try to only take out Stafford, like direct Stafford loans or direct Grad Plus, and try to eschew these other kinds of financing.
What when you say direct loans, a student asked, when you say direct loans, are you saying direct from the government, those
Yes.
Stafford and Grad Plus?
Yes, direct, and that's what an institution is going to offer you by default. So you don't have to usually do anything special. Some financial aid offices will try to overthink things, and then they will try to offer you loans for disadvantaged students or health professions loans or primary care loans that are offered from the Department of Health and Human Services. So what happens is when people graduate, these Department of Health loans can be added into the Department of Education loans and qualify for forgiveness, but it's a super messy process. And, in other words, a lot of the financial aid people will only look at the interest rate, and the interest rate is not something that you need to be super focused on. What you need to be focused on is having the right kind of loans so that you don't get screwed over. And that means that just borrowing from the Department of Education under the direct loan program, that's going to mean borrowing a Stafford loan or a Grad Plus loan. Those are the two names that will be on your loan. So that's what you're going to get offered up to the cost of attendance for your med school. You'll be offered as much as you want up to that cost of attendance number. So if you're going for forgiveness, if you want to do a not-for-profit hospital job, you might consider taking the maximum and actually putting it away in your savings, to be honest. But if you're knowing that you're going to go private practice, high earning specialty, you want to pay it back, then you want to obviously be real careful with borrowing too much Grad Plus.
Is there ever a situation where students have just borrowed way too much money and they just need to stop, or they're not allowed to get any more money? What does that look like?
Unfortunately, no. So that's why our student loan system is broken, right? Because you have the fox guarding the hen house, so to speak. Because like the schools get to let you borrow the maximum up to the cost of attendance. Well, the cost of attendance is obviously artificial, right? It's whatever the schools say that it is. So schools have raised the cost a lot in the past 10, 20 years, even faster than they had before, I think. And students are willing to pay it because loan forgiveness means you don't really have to pay the true cost. So that's kind of a big problem. So I mean, I've had multiple clients with $1 million in student loan debt. That's usually not MDs and DOs. That's usually oral surgeons or orthodontists or people that have to pay for their residencies versus get paid. So that's one benefit of being a physician is you get paid for your residency.
They have to pay for residency?
Or orthodontists do. Yeah, you have a 3-year residency in a lot of cases, and you have to pay $100,000 a year to do that residency in exchange, and instead of not paying anything and getting a $60,000 income as a resident. Yeah, pretty awful, right? You can still make it work. I mean, some orthodontists find programs that are much cheaper than that. Some orthodontists might be allowed to like do some, shift work, to try to cover some of their fees and expenses. But remember, like the residency funding comes from Medicare, right? The government funds the 100,000 Medicare, residency spots. Yep. And so the hospitals have to use the money on resident salaries. And so that's another example why being a physician is probably overall a better financial decision than some of these other professions out there that might, it might be a lot more expensive to pursue.
Yeah. Do you have any advice for international students who aren't eligible for the direct loans?
Sure. You just need to find a cosigner. That's really the only option. So you're essentially going to need to find a friend or a family member who is willing to put their good credit to you borrowing. I see a lot of people with I think Citizens Bank is the one I usually see, honestly, for international cosigner situations where, usually I'll just give you a very typical example that I see. Indian student coming from India, going to medical school in the United States, has a family friend who's also a physician who's Indian American. That person co-signs the loan for their nephew or niece or, something like that. Right. And then the person gets their green card, gets permanent residency status, gets their job as a resident. And at that point would be eligible for like a residency refinancing with a company like Laurel Road or SoFi to take the name out of their friend or family member's name and take their cosigner off of that loan. So that's a great option if you're an international student. Unfortunately, if you don't have a cosigner or the funds to pay for it, you're kind of out of luck.
Yeah. So a lot of schools want to see either you can afford it all, right? All 4 years, or at least the first year up front, all cash you have to be pretty liquid, and it's a lot of money, obviously. And so when you talk about having a cosigner, you're specifically talking about cosigning for private loans, right?
For private loans. Yeah. Yeah. Cause like international students are not eligible for federal financial aid. I think I've seen this too, maybe for DACA students. I have to double check that, but in general, you can actually go to a program as an international student in the United States with no money to your name at all, but you're going to need to convince a friend or family member to give you their credit. I'll have to say, the cosigners I see for international students are extraordinarily generous. I mean, I see, like, I guess there's just such a strong sort of tradition of supporting one another in a lot of the immigrant communities that I've seen that are just, it's awesome to see. So, I mean, don't like underestimate the willingness of somebody to let you use their credit to get a loan. Even though it's like kind of a stunning ask to commit to paying $300,000 if you decide to up and leave. Like, if you can get somebody to say yes, don't ask questions.
Yeah, that's a lot. And so just to be clear, I've seen a couple questions come up. If an international student is getting a cosigner for a private loan, they are not eligible for the loan forgiveness, correct?
Unfortunately, no, that's correct. Yeah, you'd have to pay it back in full. Yeah. But, physicians in the United States earn far more money than physicians abroad. So I don't expect you to have much of a problem in being able to pay it back.
Yeah. For students, unfortunately, it's not just the cost of medical education that is going through the roof, but undergraduate education too. And a lot of students take out exorbitant amounts of loans for undergraduate school to get their degree and then want to go to medical school. Do you have any recommendations for those students who have tons of loans already and want to go to medical school? Do you recommend they take some time off and pay back their loans as fast as possible and then go to medical school once they're at zero? What does that look like?
Absolutely not. Actually, those undergraduate loans are eligible for forgiveness with that PSLF program as well. So, when you go to medical school, those undergraduate loans can be consolidated when you graduate, and then you can go for forgiveness for the undergraduate loans too. The only exception to that is undergraduate loans are typically a lot more limited. You can only take out up to $57,500 maximum for undergraduate in your own name. Everything above that has to be through a parent or a private loan company. So the huge balances, the truly massive undergraduate balances, are usually not actually in your name.
Yeah.
So those loan balances, if you have a parent that owes a bunch of debt in your behalf, the debt is actually in the parent's name. And there's strategies for that, but unfortunately, that doesn't mean forgiveness through you. It might mean forgiveness through the parent.
And that's not a per year number. That's a total number, correct? The 57,000.
Yes, over 4 years. And most people only take out the maximum for a dependent student, which is anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000 a year. And so you times that by 4. That's why your average student debt's around $30,000.
Wow. Yeah, crazy. Talk about a lot of students don't understand how FAFSA comes into this, how credit scores come into this, and how that impacts their ability to actually get loans in the first place.
So I will say this: the FAFSA for undergraduate is so important. For graduate school, it's a lot less important. For FAFSA for graduate school, you just sign your name; they'll give you as much as you want. There's no need-based aid, there is, but it's like scholarships schools can offer, private entities offer. There's no like federal, secret grant that you're going to get by filling out the FAFSA for med school. So you just fill it out and, that's all you need to do. And then the financial aid office is going to give you everything you ask for and probably more. Yeah. And again, that's fine. You just got to be real careful about, like, I'll just give you an example, personal example. My wife's a physician. She's an attending physician, and she had her first generation immigrant parents cover more than half of her med school from a lot of sacrifice. She ended up working at a nonprofit facility, and she could have gotten the whole thing forgiven. Yeah. So that was a big mistake that cost her parents retiring about 1 or 2 years later than they otherwise would have been able to. So just be real cautious when you're making these decisions of how to pay for things. Make it from a position of understanding the rules. So either do the research yourself or hire somebody like us to figure it out for you.
So it sounds like, at least right now, while the current rules are in place for the loan forgiveness, it sounds like right now, if you are privileged enough to have a parent, a family member, a loved one, whatever, who is willing to foot the bill, you should say, no, thank you. Let's put that money aside. Let's earmark it in case something happens, right? And I don't get my loan forgiveness. The money's there to help me pay off the loans a lot faster.
Exactly. So I would say this: worst case scenario, you lose 6% a year, 6% a year for 4 years or something on the amount of money that they could have just paid the education with, right? That's not a big loss. That's not that much money to lose for the potential of getting a lot of it or almost all of it forgiven, right? So you just have to weigh the math behind that. And honestly, what I tell people is if your parents or relatives or whatever want to give you the money, ask for it literally in the bank. Like literally put it in the bank and take out the loans. It's very counterintuitive, and I always say this too. If your family is so wealthy that they have millions and millions of dollars, then sure, go
Send them my way, please.
Right. I mean, like if it's just a no-brainer for them because they have that much money and they want to use it for you going to medical school for free, like don't get me wrong, like don't borrow it, right? Like just pay cash. But most people are not in that situation. Most people that have parents that want to contribute might only have $1 million or $2 million in net worth, and they want to spend $200,000 or $300,000 of it on you. And just realize like that's something that you need to push back on because like they need to take care of their own retirement, and there's plenty of easy paths towards you having a great financial future with all these loan forgiveness programs. So that would be my suggestion.
And clarification, you mentioned earlier about neurosurgery. You gave that example because their residency, their training path is so long.
Right.
The far, far, far majority, I would even venture to say 99% of all training programs are going to qualify for that PLSF, correct?
That's PSLF. Yeah. So probably probably more than 90% would qualify for that because just so many residency positions are in not-for-profit places.
Yeah. So it's not 10 years of working as an attending at a non-for-profit hospital. It's 10 years of training as well.
Correct.
That's included.
Yeah, correct. And when people do fellowships, right, then you're talking like 5 to 7 years total. And then you're talking about, does it make sense to work at a not-for-profit for 3 years for $400,000 tax-free? If you adjust for taxes, that's maybe like a $600,000-$700,000 pre-tax value. So it's like a $200,000 per year bonus. So I mean, yeah, it's just a huge benefit. And the mistake people make is deferring, because then you do end up having to do 10 years as an attending, right? If you don't make the payments while you're in residency and get the credit, that's the big mistake we see.
The for direct loans from the government, are there credit limits, like rating limits that you have to have for a credit score?
No, that's the crazy thing. It's unlimited borrowing with no credit check.
Score. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, like great way to run a loan program, right?
They can just print more money. It's okay.
Exactly. What's another 3 trillion,
That's all that matters. There was a good question I was going to ask. Talk about real quick, the types of repayment options. You said one of the biggest issues is that forbearance, right? Just not paying your loans once you start residency. I think that was the advice that I got, that our graduating class got, was like, just forbear, it's not a problem. But what's your recommendation as far as like the different types of repayment options once a student is graduated from medical school?
Yeah, I mean, like there's one called revised pay as you earn, which is great if you're eventually going to be a private practice attending. That's the one we recommend for people that are going to pay their loans off one day. And then pay as you earn is better for loan forgiveness. So you just need to figure out which one you're going to do. And then if you're unsure, then you might have a discussion and try to figure out which one would be worse if you didn't go that route. So,
it's not something you can just do whatever you want. You have to like pick one and stay with it.
You have to pick one. You can theoretically change, but it's not something that we suggest. It causes a lot of problems with payment counts and forgiveness credit. So, I mean, I think that the funny thing that you point out is, your people said, well, just forbear it, don't worry about it. So think about what their incentives are whenever you're getting advice from anybody, right? If you're getting free advice from your in-law, like, are they on the hook for anything? Or are they in trouble if something goes wrong, right? What is the value of that advice, in other words? So the incentive of that person, the financial aid person, whoever told you to just forbear it, is they don't want to get an email for review asking a question. That's that's their incentive. They don't get any more money. They don't get good rewards or any special recognition if they told you great advice, right? They just want to avoid you getting upset with having to make a huge payment and then telling future prospective applicants, hey, don't apply to this place. They really screw you over with these huge payments, right? So that's a difference between somebody that's looking out for your best interest and somebody that's just looking out for them not getting an angry email. So just be careful about that. Wherever you're getting a source of advice, is just ask, what happens if this advice is wrong? Is there any consequence?
Yeah. And just to be clear, these income-based repayment options, that small payment counts towards the that loan forgiveness.
It does. Yeah. You get, monthly payment credit where every time you're paying a $200 a month payment, it counts. First 12 months after you graduate, actually, the payment's actually zero. So that's really cool. And if you do it right, you can get significant additional credit to get loan forgiveness much faster.
For someone who knows that they're not going to use the PSLF, who knows like I'm going to join my father's practice, my mom's practice. It's private. It's not a not-for-profit. We like making our money.
Yeah.
How do you recommend they set themselves up for success in terms of getting out of medical school, getting into residency, living on as little as possible and paying back their loans as fast as possible?
I mean, if you're sure that you're going to go that path, then I honestly would suggest taking out some loans because the interest rate is going to be so low next year. So Stafford unsubsidized loans are going to be at 4.3%. So 4.3% is kind of like a mediocre mortgage rate. I mean, that's very cheap, like credit to get. So you might as well get some assistance. And if you can get mom or dad to help you out with not having to take out any Grad Plus loans, then that's just going to make it so easy for you to pay it back, right? So if you can just limit your borrowing to like the $40K per year, then the more expensive kind of loans, you won't have to face that down. And then when you graduate, just refinance it, into like probably $100 a month kind of plan with some residency refinancing place. And then when you become an attending, just refinance it to a 5-year and pay it off. Yeah. So that's what I would suggest for the person who knows for sure they're going to do private practice.
And then, just in terms of budgeting and kind of handling money itself, a lot of people don't have, I know I didn't have great kind of mentorship when it came to money. It's one of those taboo topics that people don't like to talk a lot about. Do you have any general advice about keeping costs down, scrimping and saving and cutting coupons and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, just focus on what you drive and where you live, and that's it. Everything else is really unnecessary to worry about. Like, go out to eat as much as you want, go out to the bar as much as you want, within reason, right? Don't end up in the hospital. That's not a good look. But the thing is people's car payments are hundreds of dollars a month, and living expenses, if you live in a 3-bedroom with roommates versus by yourself, is like $1,000 or $2,000 a month. And it takes a whole bunch of Starbucks coffees to equate to the savings of having a roommate. So that's what I would suggest is don't worry about living on a budget so much as just try to minimize, drive a clunker, or a paid off car with a few $1,000s you paid cash for. Maybe you borrowed from a friend or family member. And then for the housing costs, just live with roommates. And that's going to save you enough money.
Yeah. Crystal just left a comment here on YouTube talking about kind of the cluster that the public service loan forgiveness, the first round of people who were eligible for that 10 years was last year, wasn't it? Or last year or 2 years ago. And there was a lot of headache around who qualified, who screwed up, who didn't screw up, making sure paperwork was all correct.
Yeah.
Do you think moving forward that's going to be a big issue? Or do you think if people cross all their T's and dot their I's, it shouldn't be a problem?
It's not going to be a problem. I know it's not going to be a problem because the people who are having problems with loan forgiveness borrowed under the federally guaranteed student loan program called FFEL from before 2010. So those people applied with loans that just didn't qualify, and they didn't qualify because they had loans that specifically under PSLF just did not count. And the loan servicers, again, it's going back to my earlier point, if there's not a big incentive for them to not give you crappy advice, they'll give you bad advice, or they could give you bad advice and oops, so these servicers were supposed to tell people you have the wrong kind of loans. You have to consolidate them to a Department of Education owned loan, not just one that's backed by like the Department of Ed owned by a private entity. So all these people apply with the wrong kind of loans. And, before 2010 and 2010 plus 10 years is around today. And that's why they're all getting rejected. And because the people who know they don't qualify don't apply, and the people who don't know they don't qualify still apply, right? So you have an adverse selection problem. Yeah. And so what's going to happen?
And they blame it on the program.
Well, yeah, and they blame the program, whereas the problem is really Congress wrote a really disorganized bill when they passed it for the first time. Yeah, and so it takes years for this stuff to kind of get normalized and get people used to it, and that's what's going on right now. We're seeing The acceptance rate for PSLF, it was 1%. Now it's more like 3%. And that's just, again, because you're having this long, drawn out process of all these people applying that just had the wrong kind of loans, that for people that are going to med school right now are going to have all direct loans that qualify by default and won't have to do anything special. Whereas 10 years ago, you had to jump through hoops and do a couple backflips to qualify. That's why you're having the problems right now.
Okay. Awesome. Well, Travis, thank you so much for your time. We'll kick you over to the Q&A channel if any students have any more follow-up questions, some more direct questions specific to their situations. Studentloanplanner.com. Is that the website?
That's right. Thank you, Dr. Gray.
Easy peasy. Thanks, Travis. Have a great one.
You too.
All right. So money. You don't need it. You do need it. You need a lot of it, but it shouldn't be a barrier, really, at the end of the day. And that's I like talking to people who kind of understand this process and understand everything that's going on behind the scenes with loans and financing. The money side of it should really be the least scary side of it. It's money coming from the government most of the time, and as Travis mentioned, right, don't take direct or the private loans if you can avoid it, because the loans coming from the government have so much more flexibility, have this loan forgiveness built into it, and everything else. So let Uncle Sam pay for medical school. Let Uncle Sam give you forgiveness after 10 years. Hopefully this program is still around. So with that said, I'm excited to bring on my next guest, someone who I've talked to before. Miss Adrienne, how are you?
I'm well. That talk hurt my feelings.
Why did that hurt your feelings?
Well, I have the Rugrats and they like to eat. So just thinking about my student loans, all of that, I don't even want to.
Yeah, it's a lot. It can get a lot. So that's interesting. We'll talk about loans and MD PhD students, because I thought that wasn't a problem, but maybe
it won't be for a single student. It's not for a single student.
Yeah, okay.
It is for a non-traditional married with 3 children student.
Got it. I hear you. All right, I'm picking
that
up. That
stipend doesn't go very far.
Yes, I gotcha. So
how are you?
I'm great.
Okay? You've been talking all day.
Not all day. I've been listening too, hopefully.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't do it. I was telling my friend, like, you're doing such an amazing thing. This outreach that you're doing right now is so great. And I'm so appreciative that you're doing it and then giving me the opportunity to share. So I just wanted to say thank you before we got started.
Well, you're a rock star. You're welcome. And you're a rock star all by yourself. So obviously that's why I wanted to have you here. We had to find a spot for you. We made a spot for you to be able to talk about dual degree programs. Now, obviously you can't speak to every dual degree, but the thought process behind why you went to a dual degree program, I think, is still legitimate for everyone potentially thinking about dual degree. And really the MD PhD or DO PhD, depending on what route you go, is really the most critical dual degree program to think about, because most of the other ones are you apply to medical school, you get in, and then you say, oh, by the way, I want to do
I'm gonna take this year and get this MPH.
Oh, by the way, but exactly. And we can chat about that. But give me the lowdown on who you are, where your journey's been. You talked about having a family, being a non-trad student. Your Instagram handle mentions being a staff sergeant. So talk about your journey.
So I'm Adrienne. I am finishing my 4th year in my MD PhD program at University of Maryland. I joined the Army when I was 17. I served for 10 years. I did undergrad at Augusta University as a double major in cell and molecular biology and chemistry. And I am in my MD PhD program. I'm currently on my thesis project in microbial pathogenesis. Yeah, I think that's
microbial pathogen. What the heck does that mean? Does that mean you made COVID?
Make us sick? I did not.
You made COVID.
My God.
You did it.
Listen, I get this so much. Like, no, I don't even study viruses. I study bacteria. And I have 3 kids.
3 kids. How old are your kids?
10, 9, and 6.
Oh, bless you for going through this process. We talked earlier with Kane, who's a non-traditional student, started medical school at 42, has a wife and kids. And
I was 31.
Yeah. So coming at it from the female perspective, right? From your perspective as the mom, how has that process been with the support from your spouse?
So I listened to that talk earlier and I was like, it's great that your wife is able to do that for you. I need a No, okay, so my husband's amazing. I would not be doing this if I did not have the support of my husband, but there are things that I do as a mom that I feel like are my responsibility. So my kids' social lives, their clothing, their birthdays, holidays, all that still falls on me. I still did all those things in medical school. So
yeah.
I definitely had males that were parents in my med school class. And they were like, I don't know how you do it. My wife brings me food and she takes care of the kids. And I'm like, yeah, I bet she does.
Yeah. My wife likes to say that without her, the kids wouldn't have clothes or wouldn't have doctor's appointments or anything. Like,
doctor's appointments. I do all those. I did all that.
I'm not good at that. But anyway.
You
all right.
Be.
Could be. Let's talk about, since this is why you're here, dual degree programs. Now, a lot of students think that they want to become an MD PhD or DO PhD because they like research and they want research to be a part of their life. And we have to have this conversation around, you don't have to have a PhD to do research as a doctor. What was the process, the thought process for you? When did you realize, what was it that made you realize that you had to do this combined program?
I think the difference between an MD, a PhD, and an MD PhD is how you generate your questions and how you answer your questions. So a clinician's questions are generally going to be about patient impact on treatment, things like that are very much centered on the patient, and their output, their research, how they generate their data is going to be from the patient. A PhD can answer and solve all their questions in the lab. But an MD PhD, I want to have my research influenced by patients, but I can also solve those questions in the lab. So if I see a disease process and I want to know what's the molecular pathway that is involved in this disease process, I can then go into the lab and solve that question. And then it could also go back and impact the patient. And I think that's the difference between the two. You can definitely do research as an MD. You can do research as a PhD, but I think the big difference is how you ask your questions and how you answer your questions and what you want your answers to do.
What is the limitation? Let's talk about a restriction. So someone who just goes and gets their MD DO, what is the restriction that's holding them back from being able to ask and answer those questions in the same way that someone who's a dual degree person would do?
You won't be the one doing the actual work. So you can have a molecular question, but you won't have the skills to be able to solve that, to do the work yourself. So you might have to get a PhD collaborator, which is what a lot of MDs do. I want to do the work myself. That's just the kind of person that I am. I love working in the lab. I love being in the lab, but I also want to do surgery. So I kind of need both degrees. Yeah. But you as an MD, you probably won't be the one in the lab pipetting and doing cell culture. You'd have a PhD collaborator.
Yeah. The common stereotype is that MD PhDs, the far majority of their time is spent in a lab versus clinical. Is there any truth to that, or is it really you can create what you want, and obviously the institution hiring you is kind of wants a certain job requirement as well?
I think it's going to be based off what you want your career to look like. So my school brings in physician scientists on a monthly basis, and they tell us their journey. They tell us where they are now, how they made the decisions to practice the way that they do, and every single one is different. So you can be a pure researcher at NIH as a physician scientist. You can be a pure clinician, which a lot don't typically do that. There is some research time because you wouldn't get that PhD if you didn't want to do that. But I plan to do 50-50 for as long as I can. Some people, the balance is typically 80-20 research and practice. So it just depends on the individual physician scientist on how they want their career, what they want their career to look like. And then if you work for an institution, you would advocate for that time.
Yeah. Talk about the difference in the application to a dual degree program. We had briefly just joked about really the MPHs, the MBA kind of dual degree programs. It's the same application, and then you, after you're accepted, you just tell the school that you want to do this other program.
No.
Obviously, MD, PhD, DO, PhD is different. What is involved there, and how do you really sell yourself on I need to be an MD, PhD student?
So I didn't decide that I wanted to do MD PhD until right before the application opened. I was doing what we all do as pre-med students. We go and we do everything to check the boxes. But I did a 2-year research project that I was thoroughly in love with. And I mean, I even added the chemistry major because I just love science that much. So as I was going through and getting my application together, my research advisor, she told me, like, well, why don't you just do MD PhD? And I'm like, what even is that? So then I had to go through and find out what the requirements are. So you do have to write 2 additional essays. One is why you want to be a physician scientist, the same as why you want to be an MD. And the second is detailing your research experience. The character limit is like 10,000 characters and it's like, did I write enough? Like, I mean, this is what long. I did. It's very long. And then you have to have an additional letter of recommendation from someone who you did research with.
Yeah. So another very common sentiment that I hear from those pursuing this path is that you should be pretty set on what you want to research as an MD PhD student.
Nope.
No, doesn't matter.
I applied as genetics because I thought what I wanted to study was gene expression. I knew I wanted to study infectious disease, but I thought I wanted to study why the patient was more susceptible to disease versus another. But now I literally study host pathogen interactions. I'm in a microbiology and immunology program, and I have very little to do with genetics, mostly gene expression. But you don't have, I didn't have that narrowed down. I didn't know what lab I wanted to go into. I just knew I was interested in infectious disease, and I kind of just worked that out with the lab visits and things like that. Most students come into it knowing they want to pursue like a domain of science, not necessarily have a thesis project already outlined. And I mean, you're probably just setting yourself up for failure anyway. Your PI is going to tell you really what you're going to research. So, I mean, it's better to come in with an open mind. I know that's hard to do when it's you're going into something that's unknown, but you do have the time, at least at my school, to explore all of the different programs. You didn't have to come in, and even if you changed your mind, you could do that too.
Yeah.
You didn't have to have a plan or anything.
Do you think it would help a student who maybe has a domain that they're interested in to start researching where the MD PhD schools are, or DO PhD schools are, and what PIs are at those schools, and start looking into what they're doing and potentially reaching out and networking? Do you think that would help jumpstart either an application and an acceptance, and then once a student is in school, to jumpstart the actual research?
So I don't think that it'll help with the actual acceptance process, because a lot of the PIs don't have anything to do with that. It's very much the MD PhD program and the MD admissions committee that are involved in accepting students. But what it does do is help you decide where you want to go to school. And that's why MD PhD students are typically out-of-state students. It's because you want to be where that research is taking place. So like I mentioned, I wanted to study infectious disease. I interviewed at lots of places, but their focus was on metabolic disease and cancer at the time. And I that's not what I want to do. So I'm not going to go to a school where they don't speak the language that I want to speak, and they don't study the things that I want to study. And I fell in love with Maryland, not because I'm from Baltimore and things like that, but one of the main reasons was because they have a whole microbial pathogenesis department, which is what I wanted to do. So it just worked out. So definitely look into what is being studied at institutions. Some institutions have very strong departments that are dedicated to different things. Look into what researchers are there and what their interests are, because you're eventually going to have to pick a PI and get your PhD with one of those people, and they should be studying something that you want to study.
Yeah. What is the timeline for an MD PhD program or DO PhD program? What does that look like?
Right now, my feelings are hurt because I'm at home. Typically, it's 8 years is what the average is. Some people can finish in 7. I've seen it. Some people take a little longer, but typically it's 8 years. It's 4 years of med school and 4 years for the PhD program, but they're not done consecutively. So I did 2 years of medical school. I'm in my PhD program now, and then when I finish with my PhD, then I'll go back to finish the last 2 years of medical school. So that's the variation, depends on how quickly you complete your PhD is where you can have that wiggle room of a year or 2.
Yeah. Now, kind of a shocker, right? The last session was how to pay for medical school.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of kind of a shocker because a lot of students, shockingly, don't want to pay for medical school, and then they hear about these dual degree MD PhD programs that go,
and they're like,
"You get
I'm gonna
paid
go
to go to medical
free.
school." Exactly, and then so
No.
they apply and they go, "I'll just yeah, research. I like research, right?"
Listen, you will get your
what's your
feelings
advice?
hurt so fast. I cried real tears when my med school class graduated a couple weeks ago. Cried the whole day. Okay, my med school class is the class of 2020. They are all moving across the country right now to start residency, and I am on pause in my PhD program. They're going off to learn how to be MDs and will have years of earning potential on me when I graduate. Do not do this if you just think it's going to pay for medical school, because I still take out loans. Listen, that's not the way. Just go be an MD. If you are not interested in having a PhD, do not do an MD PhD program. You will be very upset with yourself. I chose to do it, and I'm still upset with myself.
No, if it's what you're supposed to do, it's what you're supposed to do.
And that's what I have to remind myself is I know that this is what I want to do, but that doesn't mean that it's easy. It's very difficult, and I'm saying that because I want to do it, and it's still difficult. So imagine if you have no interest in research whatsoever, and you signed on to do an MD PhD so that you could have your tuition waived. And some schools don't even do that.
Exactly.
So not the way.
Yeah. So to round out just a little bit to give some love to the MPH MBA fans out there. Obviously you're not the expert in that field, but just briefly talk about that for a second. Not yet. So the majority of dual degree programs for MPH, for MBA, there are no application processes for those programs. You apply to your MD or DO program, you apply to the medical schools that you want to go to, you become accepted, you get accepted. And then usually either before school starts or even during your first year, they put out a call and say, hey, is anyone interested in doing an MPH, an MBA, whatever? And they will adjust your schooling as necessary from there, if that's what you want to do. So
you basically take like a leave of absence and go get your master's, and then you come back. Yeah. I think they do it after 3rd year at my school.
Is that when they do it? Yeah,
I think so. But I had students that showed up on my campus that were already accepted into the dual MD, MBA, or MPH program, but they do accept you as a first-year medical student. And so my school also does MD, PhD acceptance internally as well, if we have space. So my year, we actually had 3 internal applicants, so my cohort went from 3 to 6. So you just take a leave of absence from medical school, do your master's, and then you come back and finish medical school.
Yep.
And my school, I think they have it at College Park.
Okay.
Is where the MBA is. Do
you think there's any downside for those students? And obviously you can't speak to them, but you're in this situation, right? Of all of your quote unquote friends graduating. Do you think there's a downside with doing a dual degree program for an MPH or an MBA? Obviously PhD is different, while in medical school versus just doing it after? That way you can hang out with your cohort, you're with them all 4 years, you graduate with them, you have this bond, or does it really not matter? Just go and spend a year and go graduate with another class.
I'm of the mindset of get the education while you're in the education mindset. You can plan to do things later, but when are
Life
you
gets
for
in the
sure? Right. Things happen. So when are you absolutely, for sure I can take this time out of my career down the line to go get an MBA? Or you can just do it when it's built in and designed for you to do that. graduate with it all at once and then go and be the professional that you want to be. I would just recommend to do it all at once, but that's my preference.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Obviously. What is the structure of the majority of dual degree programs for the PhD look like? Are you like half the day you're doing MD stuff, half the day you're doing PhD stuff? What does that look like? A lot of students are confused what the actual structure of the timeline looks like.
So while I was in medical school, I had one additional course that I took that was called Molecules to Medicine, where it was essentially a journal club. And that counted as one of my graduate school courses. And then while I'm in graduate school, I do all the grad school work. And then we have clinical case studies once a month to just make sure that we don't forget how to come up with diagnoses, how to come up with treatments and things like that. We also have to do 100 hours of clinical time with patient contact before we can go back to medical school. So I would say 90% of the time, 95% of the time that I was in medical school, I was a medical student, but I just had this one additional responsibility for my MD PhD program. And then while I'm in graduate school, the same. I have this very small portion that's required for my medical education, but the rest of it is I do the same thing that the rest of the graduate students do, and they're required to do.
Yeah.
And then I'll go back to medical school.
I think that's surprising to a lot of students when they hear that. They think MD, PhD, dual degree, I'm accepted to this program. It's all one big happy family. It's all integrated. But no, it's like you're a medical student and then, okay, pause, run over here. I'm a grad student. When is that pause usually? After second year?
After second year.
Yeah.
So I took step one. And then took step one and then immediately went to my lab and started working.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is a typical timeline to earn your PhD before you can go back to medical school?
4 years.
Okay.
Pre-COVID.
Yeah. And then some people who are maybe familiar with the PhD process may understand being a postdoc and that whole process. Is that kind of ignored as an MD PhD in your residency as postdoc world? How does that work?
So some MD PhDs choose not to do a residency. I mean, it just depends on what you want your career to look like. So if you want to be a pure researcher, 100% research, then you could leave medical school and graduate and go and do a postdoc. And it's equivalent to a residency where you work under another researcher, gain more skills, get more publications, and learn how to run your own lab. And then eventually the goal would be to open your own lab. I don't plan to do that. Most MD PhD students don't do that, but what I do plan to do is make sure I do a residency that has a research component so that I can still continue to do research while I'm in residency.
Okay. Keep you sharp there.
Right.
What's your biggest piece of advice for students who think they want to do an MD, PhD, or DO PhD program?
Do it for the right reason. I mean, we talked about this earlier. Yes, the tuition is waived in most instances if it's an NIH-funded program, but I get a lot of questions. I really like research. I don't know if I should do an MD and an MD PhD. Think about the kind of research that you want to do and realize that if it's the kind of research that you think requires both an MD and a PhD, then do it. But if you think that you want to answer clinical questions that are purely clinical, you don't need a PhD for that. You can do that with an MD. You don't get an MD PhD because you like research. You get an MD PhD because of the kind of questions that you want to answer. And that's why you do it.
Yeah.
That's the best advice I think I can give when you're trying to make that decision.
So I had, I'm looking for the actual episode number right now, but I had Maureen Leonard on the podcast a while ago, episode 247. So I've seen a couple of questions come across about if you are quote unquote just an MD, just a DO, what can you still do research? And so I had her on, and she is amazing. She was a classmate of mine. She quote unquote just has her MD, but she runs the celiac lab at Mass General Hospital. She's doing bench research probably 70 to 80% of her time. So she was able to craft the career that she wanted, that she figured out she wanted at some point in her medical school path. So if you go down this path, you're really not sure, and listening to Adrian, you're like, yeah, I probably shouldn't apply to PhD. And then you get to medical school and you're like, oh crap, I really want to do that much research. That doesn't forbid you from getting involved and really crafting your own journey. That's the fun part of this process, I think, is that once you're in, you're in.
Once you have that professional degree, I mean, you can really do what you want to do.
Exactly. And then you start asking the questions and saying, where do I need to go? Who do I need to talk with? This is the kind of lab I want. I need to learn how to write grants. I need to, like, all this fun stuff. And she's amazing as quote unquote just an MD. So
I would never say anything about any one or the other, because clearly I chose both. I think they're both valuable.
Yeah, they're both very important in the journey. So for you talked about kind of 50-50 for the time that you are expecting. One of the other parts of this process is, where do you want to work in the future? Do you want to work in an academic center? Do you want to work in the community in a private center? A lot of the PhD, MD, PhD, DO, PhD people, it seems like you're kind of quote unquote forced into the academic world if that's the world you want to stay in. Obviously you can leave medicine and go to the device, go to industry.
Yeah, you can go to industry. You can work purely research.
Yeah. So what does that look like for you, for the majority of students out there?
I'm torn currently. I'd always had the idea that I would do academic medicine. I love to teach. I love to mentor. So it seems like the best fit for me would be in academic medicine. The longer I learn about hospitals and how hospitals are run, I constantly wonder if I should just open my own private place and do research the way I want to, run my clinic the way I want to. So I'm torn between the two right now. I'm still debating on if I want to pursue academic medicine or if I want to do private practice. I'm just not sure yet.
You have plenty of time to figure that out.
I got all the time right now.
I'm stuck at home.
I'm stuck at home with these kids.
I hear you. I feel you. Adrian, you're an amazing person. You do amazing things on social media as well. Where can students find you on Instagram?
So my Instagram handle is staffsergeant.2.mdphd. So SSG2MDPhD. Because that's what it's about.
We got it. We got it right there. What did you do in the Army?
I was military intelligence. I worked on unmanned aerial vehicles, or drones. It's pretty cool.
Nice. All right. Now you told us. Now you have to kill us. That's the rule, right? No,
I didn't tell you what we did with them.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, Adrian. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your time today. Thank your family for giving you up to us for a little bit. And if students have some follow-up questions, we'll kick you over to the Q&A room and they can ask some follow-up questions with you.
It was a pleasure, as always.
Bye.
Bye.
Awesome. I love Adrian. She's awesome. Go follow her on Instagram. Give her some more love over there. All right. I'm excited for our next session. A session that's appropriate today since AMCAS opens up today. Although the two amazing guests we have today represent the different application services. The DO application, as I call AACOMAS. I want to hear what the official pronunciation, if it's an acronym or an initialism, whatever that abbreviation is there. And then TMDSAS represented today as well. So with that said, let's go ahead and have a party here and bring everyone on. So we'll bring Dr. Scott Wright back with us, former executive director of TMDSAS. We have Enrique, who he is there. All right. And we have Aaron from AACOMAS. So Enrique from TMDSAS, Aaron from AACOMAS. Aaron, is that like the insider pronunciation?
You got it right. I'm impressed. AACOMAS.
That's the only way I've said it. And then I hear some people say like AACOMAS or AMCAS. I'm like, it's AACOMAS. Come on, people.
You got it. AACOMAS.
Yes. And Enrique, what's TMDSAS? How do you say that?
TMDSAS or TMDSAS is a common one. Yeah.
All right. We need to work on your branding.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. So, Scott, I'm going to let you run this one a little bit because I think people, number one, are tired of hearing me. Number two, I'll let my voice rest a little bit. Number three, you're the expert at this because you ran TMDSAS for a long time.
Well, so I either ran it or it ran me. I'm not sure which one it was, but so Enrique, great to see you today.
Likewise, Scott.
And Aaron, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So knowing that we're right in the middle of right at the beginning of the the intense period of applications and coming in, I think what might be helpful, and this is going to be a big task for both of you, but if you could, Aaron, we'll start with you, and then Enrique, you and I can kind of do it for TMDSAS. But if you could sort of run down in a nutshell, when an application comes into your shop, what happens to it? I think this is a big mystery for a lot of applicants. And one of the things that we're trying to do at MAPT and through these live video feeds and through the podcast and stuff is erase the mystery as much as we can, and to be as transparent. So, Aaron, when the application, like all the others these days, are online, student pushes the submit button. What happens next?
Absolutely. So our team at AACOMAS, as soon as you submit your application, is going to go through the process of verifying your application. And what does application verification mean? It means that they're going to go through, the biggest piece of that is going through your transcripts and ensuring that all of the coursework that you've entered into your AACOMAS application, which probably is the most lengthy part or the most time you spent on your application, was making sure you put that coursework in there. So they're going to go through those official transcripts and make sure that everything you put in there is true and correct, verify it, and sign off on that essentially for our institution so that they know everything that's in there is exactly what's reflected on their transcripts. In addition to that, they'll help make sure get all of your MCAT scores from the AAMC. So one thing that students for AACOMAS have to do is they need to go back to their AAMC account and release their MCAT scores over to AACOMAS. And those will also get verified. And then once your application is verified, it's ready to go and can go to our schools. We do also collect all of the letters of recommendation through various online systems and make sure that they're good to go in a package that get added to the PDF of your application. But in general, it's just checking all the boxes to make sure that you've got what you need in there. And as soon as it's ready, we'll give it to our schools.
And what's kind of timeline would that look like in terms of from submission to actually transmission of that data, of those data to the medical schools?
Absolutely. So our application opens, the AACOMAS application opens the first week in May every year. So this year we opened on May 5th. And for us, that means you can submit the day that it opens. Now, our team at AACOMAS maintains that instead of rushing to submit, you should apply when ready and take your time because there is a gap there. So our schools won't have access to any application data or any of our verified applicants until June 15th. So there is that gap there. And then once the schools begin to have access on June 15th, that's when they may start to begin sending their secondary applications or inviting for an interview at that time. The verification process generally on average takes about 2 weeks.
Okay. So an applicant can expect once they submit post June 15th that within depending on when they submit, I guess, will be June 15th, the schools will be getting their stuff or shortly thereafter.
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay.
Assuming, again, that they've put in all of the information that is required for verification.
Right.
And we do encourage our applicants to go into the system and make sure that they're following the timeline and getting any updates from our team that say, hey, you might be missing this, or we're still missing X, Y, Z.
Right. Okay, good. Well, now, Enrique, I know that TMDSAS is very similar in terms of a lot of the things that Aaron was talking about. And you want to just talk just briefly about the TMDSAS applicant process and stuff, how similar to what Aaron was talking about is it, and just anything that comes to mind?
Yeah, so I know a lot of applicants think that, you know, when you hit submit, it goes to a dark room that's just like candle lit with people that are hooded figures, but it actually just goes into a queue for our processors to look through and make sure that there weren't any technical issues with your application that may have caused an issue with how things were transmitted. They look at how your courses were entered as well. As Aaron just mentioned for AACOMAS, we do the same thing at TMDSAS. Something that TMDSAS does a little bit differently, starting this year, we actually won't look at your transcripts until later in the application cycle. So right now in this process, when you hit submit and it's being processed, we're actually looking at what you've entered, which is why it's so important for everything to be entered exactly as it appears on your transcript. And then that allows us to do the proper calculation of your GPAs. Another thing that TMDSAS does is that we evaluate your residency status. The TMDSAS, this could be its own pre-med day, just talking about Texas residency rules. But the application will make a residency determination, and then an actual person at TMDSAS will verify that that determination is correct. As many of you all know, Texas public institutions for medical and dental schools have a 90% rule where no more than 10% of the class can be filled by out-of-state students. And then once those initial reviews go through, those applications are ready for transmission to our member institutions. Now, typically, we would transmit the applications pretty early in May, but this year, due to impacts by COVID-19, we're actually delaying the transmission of applications until June 1st. And so everybody that's applied throughout the month of May, we are holding on to those applications, and we'll be transmitting those to the schools next week. And so what that means is that we're actually extending the amount of the review time, and that coincides with the delay application deadline that we have this year in place. So it's a weird year, but overall our processes are very similar.
Great. Now you bring up COVID, and I think this is an issue that a lot of applicants are worried about. They don't know what it's going to mean, and I've even had applicants who have talked about, am I even going to be able to go to medical school next year? Are they going to have it? How's this going to work? And, you know, I think in general, there's a lot of fear and concern of pre-med students in general. And now we add this COVID issue to it, and it really shows a lot more fear and you know, kind of concern from the students. So what are things, Aaron, that AACOMAS has done that have been changed or affected by COVID, and not only AACOMAS but your member institutions, and how they're you know, kind of foreseeing what's going to happen, how this is going to play out?
Absolutely. So early on in COVID, we made sure to work really closely with our schools and our board of deans, and so that everyone knows, we have 36 schools in 57 locations. So we were able to come together, and ultimately all of our schools agreed that they were willing to change or adapt their admissions processes in response to COVID, knowing that our applicants and all pre-med students are in a precarious position with MCAT date changes or cancellations, the inability to get shadowing hours or volunteer experiences that they had originally planned. And ultimately, our goal was to make sure that applicants knew that we were right there with them in this process, that everyone is ultimately in a very similar boat. And so congruent with our philosophy, our AACOMAS schools definitely adopted that process, and they've agreed to accept any pass-fail coursework, regardless of whether your institution or your undergraduate institution required that you do pass-fail. They're agreeing to accept that for prerequisite coursework, accepting all online coursework, given that almost all of our schools or undergraduate schools went online for the spring semester, and many maybe for the fall as well. The big one has been that MCAT score and how that's going to delay an application or it won't delay your application, but a lot of pre-meds are anxious about that, and that it may delay their application timeline, and that they're not going to have their scores as soon as they thought they would. So our schools have agreed to extend interviews prior to receiving MCAT scores, and also consider their hour requirements for those volunteer and healthcare hours. I'd like to note that all of this information can be found on our chooseo.org webpage, so they can find all of the ways that our schools are adapting there. And then I think one of the most important things I want to note that AACOMAS has done is we've added 3 optional questions to our application, strictly related to COVID. And basically, I think there are 3 questions, but the most important, I think, is the essay question that asks students to please describe how COVID-19 has impacted their pathway to medical school. And we've included 3 different prompts that prompt students to think through the academic, professional, and personal barriers that may have come up as a result of COVID. And ultimately, we hope that students will use this as an opportunity to really display how they have shown perseverance during this pandemic. Yeah. So I think that's a pretty good synopsis of how our institutions and AACOMAS have made different changes.
Yeah, awesome. Enrique, you add anything to that with regard to TMDSAS?
Sure. Our 12 member institutions that are medical schools did come together and also made a similar statement that any pass, fail, satisfactory, unsatisfactory course would be accepted as equivalent to whether it was as if it were a graded course for the spring of 2020. And they will continue to accept pass, fail courses through the summer as well. Online courses are also acceptable. And we have all of these posted up on our COVID newsroom, which is available on the top of the TMDSAS website, as well as the Texas Health Education Service website. Yeah, very similar situation. I think the key takeaway here for applicants all over the place are to know that the schools are really approaching this with empathy and with understanding. We know this is scary. We definitely recognize that this is unprecedented. And so the schools are really going out of their way to show that they are flexible with applicants throughout the cycle and really maintaining that equity so that applicants aren't negatively affected because their MCAT was delayed or because activities were delayed because of COVID-19. And so we have all of that lined up on our website. And I did want to add that for TMDSAS particularly, you can submit your application, your TMDSAS application, without having your transcripts, your test scores, or your letters submitted yet. And we will transmit to the schools. As soon as those documents arrive at TMDSAS, we process and send those to the schools. And so as throughout the cycle, there are constant updates coming from TMDSAS to each of our member institutions. And so say you have an MCAT that you weren't able to register for until the September one. Once that score comes in your application, you designate when that test, when you registered for that test, and then the schools will know when that score will be coming in. And they will begin reviewing, but I don't believe any of the schools have committed to accepting applicants or inviting for interviews until test scores is processed and sent to the schools. I did want to add that.
Yeah, awesome. Let me ask a question. A lot of times we have applicants who are applying. It's not uncommon for applicants to apply to TMDSAS, AACOMAS, and AMCAS all at the same time, and a subset of schools from each of the services and stuff like that. And so I guess one of the questions that I had that I think might be interesting for the listeners to hear your response to is, just this issue of transparency on the part of the applicant. In other words, if an applicant says one thing in one application and something different in another application, Do those things ever, come to light? Or, for example, if a student falsifies something on their application, on their TMDSAS application, would AACOMAS or AMCAS ever find out about that? And so can you guys sort of address that kind of issue, just so that we'll know, just so students will know sort of the transparency kind of goes both ways. Students have to be transparently honest, as well as the application services and the medical schools being transparent with their process. Yeah, Enrique, you want to address that at all?
Sure. We are definitely going to notify the other application services if there are any discrepancies with your application that were included in a malignant manner like that. Any falsifications, any omitted information. I can sit here and name scenarios of all the times when an applicant would submit, they completely left out a degree and an entire school that they attended trying to boost their GPA. And we do notify the applicant and investigate that. Once it's found out that that is something that's falsified, we do also forward that notice to AACOMAS and to AMCAS to let them know. And of course, all of the TMDSAS schools are aware of that situation.
So the best policy is always honesty, right? Yeah. Always be honest in your application. Absolutely. Well, one of the things also that I'd really like to get your comment on is, we all have stories, and stories of applicants where there were issues, or they were confused, or there's problems, or whatever. And sometimes these stories are humorous. Sometimes they're tragic. I was wondering, Aaron, if you have any stories that you'd like to tell, just in a way of helping applicants sort of understand that we do really look very deeply into the issues of the application and try to help the applicants in ways that we can. Any stories that you'd like to tell?
Gosh, you're putting me on the spot. So prior to joining AACOMAS, I was the director of admissions at one of our institutions for 3 years. And I would say that that's probably where more of my real stories would come from, as far as reviewing applications and diving into those nitty-gritty details of an applicant. Gosh.
We always had a lot of fun looking at the photographs, and this is one of my big points with applications, the online application, is that this is your effort to show professionalism. This is the very first point of professional behavior in the whole application, in the whole medical continuum, medical education continuum. This is the first point of professionalism that you can show. And how often we find applicants who sort of seem to be fairly nonchalant about some of the stuff they put in the application. And Enrique, you're smiling really big. I'm guessing you got a story or two about some of this stuff.
The TMDSAS application does require photos, and they're meant to help the schools, identify who you are. And during review, they can look at your face and say, oh, okay, I remember this person during the interview setting. Unfortunately, a lot of students, sometimes we get some questionable photos. We've had taxidermy room photos. We've had people who go mudding in their giant trucks. And they thought that would be a good photo, even though you can't tell which one of the 10 people in that photo that person is. And even outside the photo, you have folks who go through the application and, just hit enter or fill out essay later and then never come back to enter the essay. That shows that you're not being thorough, you're not being professional with your application. You all have worked really hard to get to the point of application, and to mess up on something like that, it really is telling to a lot of the schools about a lot of your competencies or a lot of your professionalism. And I think that's basically what the schools come from, is they don't want us to address those issues because it really tells them a lot more about your application. And so that's one of the sections that you cannot update after you submit.
Yeah, yeah. Aaron, you were kind of shaking your head. Yes, you've seen the same kind of things.
Enrique brings up excellent points. You know, I'm chuckling again because I'm remembering my days as the director of admissions at one of our schools, and one of our favorite, I should not say favorite, one of the common mistakes that we always got naturally normally happened, and I don't know if you find this to be true, Enrique, in the secondary applications, where a lot of the times our schools will ask very similar questions. For instance, why do you want to go to our school as opposed to another school? And I remember oftentimes I would read, you know, I'm at institution B, but this essay is telling me they want to be at institution A. So being very careful that, you know, you're not copying and pasting, or at least going back to edit and make sure that you're still telling me you want to be at my school and not my neighbor's school down the road. That happens a lot. And, you know, there's no denying that all of our applicants they want to be in science, or they are in science, which naturally means they may not be the best writers, right? So you get to these essays or these extracurricular explanations. And my biggest piece of advice is always have someone else read it and reread it and look through it, because those grammar and spelling errors, much like Enrique were saying, are our first impression of your level of professionalism and your level of care that you took in your application. And that's a common mistake that our pre-meds sometimes make, just because it's not their forte. And we know that because we want them to be physicians one day. But definitely have people reread and look for all those grammar and spelling mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I could add to that.
Yeah, please.
Real quick, you know, these are the times when using your support team is really important. You know, a lot of you all are enrolled at a university right now. You may have access to a pre-health advisor. Take advantage of that. You may have access to a writing center that can help you put your thoughts into writing. Take advantage of that. You have peers in your classes who are going through the exact same thing. One of the big things that Dr. Gray is always talking about is collaboration, not competition. And you know, we talk to all of our member institutions, and we continue to hear that curriculum-wise, it's always collaborative. And so the competition really only seems to be showing up at the pre-med level. And so take advantage of other folks who are going through the same things that you are. If they're filling out their application, maybe take some time to review their personal statement to make sure that it's free of errors. They might give you some additional insights you might not have caught. Yeah. So take advantage of your support team.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Aaron, I'm assuming that a good portion, or at least some parts of the AACOMAS application really does focus in, and I think the secondaries do as well, about why would a student want to consider a DO school, and how, you know, how has their pathway led them to applying to a DO school? Can you address that a little bit, how important that is to your institutions?
Absolutely. So I think that you'll hear, I think a lot of our institutions will answer this and say that in your personal statement, try to convey to us why medicine, but specifically why osteopathic medicine, and ensure that you've done the research to understand the pathways to medical school and why you may choose this pathway or feel that it fits your journey to becoming a physician. So I think that's where our schools, or how our schools really would answer that, is that they're hoping to see that in your personal statement.
Mm-hmm. Now, do they also like to see a letter from a DO?
You know, I'm glad you asked that, because that, I think, is one of the biggest misconceptions or barriers to students I hear all the time, is I can't apply to DO schools because I don't have a DO letter of recommendation, or I haven't had the opportunity to shadow a DO. And when really and truly, the majority of our institutions do not require a letter of recommendation from a DO to apply or to be considered for admission. I encourage students to go to our Choose DO Explorer, which is on choosedo.org. You actually can sort all of our schools by whether or not they require a DO letter of recommendation, and only 6 of our institutions are actually requiring that right now. Now, do they require a letter of recommendation from a physician? Yes, most of them do, but that physician means MD or DO. So while they do love to see that, they do often recommend it if you can get it. They also recognize that it can be hard to get sometimes, especially right now. So I definitely encourage them to check that out, and don't use that as a barrier to not apply or consider the profession.
Yeah, awesome. Now I know Enrique, TMDSAS serves both allopathic medical schools as well as osteopathic medical schools, all of them being Texas state supported institutions. Anything different about the TMDSAS schools with regard to that might differ a little bit from Aaron's institutions?
Sure. So some of the schools will stipulate that letters have to come from a physician or from a DO physician. But for the most part, the evaluations are going to be very similar for what you would use for any other application service. What you want to do as an applicant is to diversify who is speaking on your behalf in your letters of evaluation. And really, if you have the ability to work with a health professions committee that could help you gather letters and formulate a message so that they can write a committee letter, that would be phenomenal. But if you're submitting letters individually, it becomes incumbent on you to formulate that message and really identify key people who can talk to the strengths that you're trying to highlight in your application.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, excellent. That's right. Well, now is the time, Aaron and Enrique both. You've got a captive audience here, somewhat captive in terms of who's watching this on Facebook, and then later in the Q&A on Facebook and on YouTube. So my question is, what I'm giving you the opportunity to do is, here's your chance to say what you've always wanted to say to a large number of pre-meds around the country. If you could say one thing to them, Aaron, what would that one thing be to say to these pre-med students who are anxiously awaiting their application and getting it all in and all that stuff? Any particular thoughts about what's a message that you have for them today?
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to do that. Ultimately, you've done the work. You've put in all the time to get to where you're going, and don't lose sight of the dream that you have to be a physician. I know that right now, especially, we know that pre-med stress as it is going into this process, and that COVID has only escalated that. And just know that we are all right alongside you. We are adapting our processes. Like Enrique mentioned earlier, our schools are empathetic. They're also navigating a completely new process right along with you. And they are ready to meet you, whether that be virtually or in person. And ultimately, you are going to become a physician one day. We just need to all work together through this process, and it will happen.
Yeah, great. Enrique, what about you?
I think we should all collectively take a 5-second deep breath, and then exhale slowly, and know that we're all in this together. Yeah. Zone in. This is your journey. There's no cookie cutter. There's no checklist for you to follow. This is your journey. Own it and figure out what your story means to who you aspire to become. And I think that takes the form of really taking advantage of all the resources that are available to you. On the TMDSAS end, we have application handbooks, we have timelines, a ton of great resources like our podcast. You have Dr. Gray, who has a new podcast every time we turn around. We have health professions advisors who are there to help you. You have a huge team of people who are here to help. And on top of that, you also have the schools who are there to help. The schools are not looking for the one thing that's going to keep you from being accepted. They're not looking through and saying, oh, well, Enrique got a 5.10 on his MCAT instead of a 5.11, so we're going to scratch him off the list. They are rooting for you. believe it or not, and they want you to be accepted into their school. So you need to make the case for why you should earn that spot at their school. So take a second, realign yourself, and really think about what it is that's driving you, because that's what's going to make the difference for you as an applicant. And especially right now with so much uncertainty, I think it's important for people to realign with why you want to do this.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think we've pretty much run out of time here in the, I think we're going to shift over to the Q&A room. Is that right, Dr. Gray?
Sounds good to me.
We're going to shift over to the, absolutely. Thank you.
All three of you. Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron and Enrique. If y'all will meet me over in the other room, and then we'll continue the conversation. Then we'll be able to answer some questions from students as well.
Yeah.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Enrique. Thanks, Aaron.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Awesome sauce. All right. Now, I think it's just me. Rachel, are you going to play along with me on this one? Or am I just doing it? I don't know.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I was going to moderate for you in the background, but I can moderate for you and kind of chat.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Whatever we need. Hello, Courtney. Courtney was watching. She's awesome dean of admissions at a medical school. Yeah, so this session we wanted to do how to tell your story, right? We heard earlier from Joanne Snap, the pre-health director at UC Davis and former dean of admissions at a medical school. We heard from her, right? It's not about what you have done. Everyone has done what you've done. Therefore, how do you set yourself apart? If everyone is doing the same thing, then it can't obviously be about what you've done. It has to be about how it has shaped you, how it has informed you in this journey, how it has impacted your life, and why you are doing this. So that first opportunity is done through the personal statement, right? When you are applying to medical school, the really big documentation that you have to do is with your personal statement and with your extracurriculars. And I happen to write a whole book on the personal statement, the Premed Playbook Guide to the Medical School Personal Statement. I have a couple other ones too, if you wanted to see those. For those of you who don't know who I am and what I've written. But I have really been a huge fan, and I'll say right off the bat, right? Even Joanne, who was on earlier, we disagree a little bit on how to write a personal statement and potentially what to focus on, or maybe disagree is the wrong word, but I like to focus on stories, and some other people don't. Because I believe that through stories, we are able to show who we are. Right. And that is the goal, not what you did, who you are. And when you tell a story about an interaction with a patient, as we were talking about earlier, a reviewer can see what type of person you are, right? They can see if you write a good personal statement, they can see your empathy coming through your words. They can see your compassion coming through your words. And that is why I like to focus on story. So with that said, hi, Rachel. You want to ask me any questions, or should I just talk and just do it myself?
Yeah, well, I mean, you could talk to yourself alone in a room for an hour or so. I feel like you might do that for a living.
Padded room, yeah.
A soundproofing at least, right? Does that count as padding?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've established storytelling is the way you do it. It's not the only way. It is a way. And it's a way that we've seen a lot of students have success with. We've had feedback. We've got someone on later today who's going to talk about how she got into med school because she told a story. So if that's a way you're recommending that people consider, it's so big you wrote a whole book on it. How do you break it down? Like, if someone says, well, I listened to Rachel's pre-med timeline, whenever that was, 6 hours ago, And she says, this summer, I should actually be thinking about my personal statement. What am I supposed to do it Ryan's way? What's this story thing about?
Yeah. So where to start, right? So, and this is why I'm really excited about Mapped, because I talk about this all the time, is you need to be journaling your existence in this process, right? And really the one of the biggest barriers that I see for students is they're like, well, I don't remember everything I've done. I don't remember the impactful moments. I just remember now. And I'm the first to raise my hand. I have a terrible memory when it comes to stuff like that. And so the biggest thing that everyone should be doing right now, can be doing right now to help them write a personal statement, whether it's tomorrow, next year, 2 years, is to start journaling your experiences. What did you do today? And how did those experiences impact you and impact your decisions to go to medical school, right? To become a physician. And even if those experiences haven't informed you in any way that shapes you into wanting to be a physician, journal them anyway, because when you write your extracurriculars, right, those descriptions, the activity descriptions, you're going to have to write about impact and what you did and everything else there as well. So start journaling, and Mapped, as we'll show you a little bit later, has that ability. We'll have the built-in ability to journal those experiences and keep track of everything. It's exciting. Rachel is like, people are already signing up for Mapped and we haven't even talked about it yet. So if you go to mapped.com, you can sign up now, but we're not talking about it yet. But anyway, it's just fun to see. So that's the first start, right? Start journaling, number one. Number two is start reflecting and start thinking about the process that I like to use, that I kind of lay out in the book. The kind of metaphor that I use is what planted the seed that said you were interested in healthcare. And here's where there's a big break between what I recommend and how students interpret it. I recommend thinking about a seed, something that got you interested in healthcare, not what got you interested in becoming a physician. That's the big mistake that students make when they talk about a seed in their personal statement. Is they're like, well, I wanted to be a physical therapist at first. I'm like, well, then your seed should be physical therapy. Your seed should be pharmacy. Your seed should be whatever it is, the path that you went down to be interested in healthcare to begin with. After that, then what watered the seed? What made it grow and sprout into this thing that you wanted to then say, this is why I want to be a physician? And so if you're a non-traditional student, you started on a path to pharmacy, to physical therapy, to optometry, whatever it may be, outside of quote unquote MDDO, that's your seed. And then you have to tell the story of why you wanted more, why you wanted different, rather. Not necessarily more, but just different, right? You wanted to be a physician. So that's what you can start working on today, tomorrow, the next day, whenever you're applying to medical school. Start reflecting on your journey. And I literally have students, I'm like, you need to go talk to your mom, talk to your dad, talk to your loved ones, talk to people who raised you, whoever that is, your mom and dad figures in your life, and say, hey, when did I start really talking about medicine, healthcare, becoming a physician, becoming whatever it was that you first became interested in? And go down that path of inquiring what happened to you in your life at that point. Now, we all have very common stories. Not all, but a large percentage of us have very common stories. My story is a little bit of both. I grew up with a father who was a type 1 diabetic. And so I was around healthcare all the time with him. He had kidney failure. He was on dialysis. He had a kidney transplant. His transplant rejected. He ended up dying when I was 17 years old from a hemorrhage. And then, so that was part of my life growing up. I was in and around healthcare a lot. For a lot of people, that's why they want to go into medicine. They saw how doctors impacted their family's lives, how they impacted their life, how whatever, right? They're common. And then I hurt myself playing baseball. I wanted to be a physical therapist. I wanted to help people get back to their careers. And then I dissected a cat and I was like, oh, I want to cut people for a living. So I had these kind of two common things. Why do you laugh at that? I want to cut people. Just the legal way, not like Dexter way. So those were common stories for me, and they're common stories for you. A lot of students avoid talking about those common stories because they think they're cliche. When you avoid your story because you think it's cliche and you try to force feed a different story into your personal statement as to why you want to be a physician, your story doesn't make sense in the end. It sounds very forced. It turns out to be more cliche because you're avoiding your story, and it just doesn't work. Cliche is, I like science and I want to help people. There's no meaning behind that other than you like science and you want to help people. Common is not cliche. Cliche is cliche. It's not cliche if it's your story. So that's kind of the biggest thing that I want to make sure that you understand. I had a former dean of a medical school who's no longer the dean of a medical school for some reasons. I won't tell you what episode that was. But he said, look, he's like 80% of the essays we read are common stories, right? Mom was injured, dad was sick, mom was sick, I was injured, whatever. Right? They're just common. And that's how you get exposed to this field. Right? Just like a computer programmer, like if we go and we survey probably 50-ish, maybe mid 40-year-old, 50-year-old computer programmers, the common thing for them is probably they got a Commodore 64, right? They got an Atari when they were a kid and they were hooked. And they're like, oh, I love this. This is my passion. That's common. It's not cliche. Everyone going into these fields, whether it's medicine, computer program, whatever it is, you're exposed to something, and it sparks something inside of you that informs why you're doing this. And that's the story that you need to tell in your personal statement. So as you're reflecting on your journey, what planted the seed? And then what watered the seed? And so how that usually looks in a personal statement is, here is when I first became interested in healthcare or in medicine. Here's when I was exposed, right? My dad was sick or I was injured. And then I started shadowing. And then I started getting some clinical experience. And again, not just what, but how did that impact you? How did that inform your journey? So when I'm reading a lot of essays, I'll see students talk a lot about, I want to be a physician because my dad was sick and I saw how the physician was able to impact my family and impact me and impact him. And after that, I shadowed, and it strengthened my desire to become a physician. My answer to that, usually my feedback to that, is always, why? So as you're going through your experiences and your journey, don't just tell the reader what happened, but tell them why it's important to you and why it impacted your journey. Reflecting in that way will give deeper insight into who you are and why you want to be a physician, right? Going back to Joanne earlier from UC Davis, right? It was all about, who are you and what are you going to do for me, right? It's a very selfish, a great selfish question that the reviewers are asking, the medical school admissions committees are asking, what are you going to do for me? And when you're able to reflect on the impact that these experiences have had on you, it informs them much deeper who you are as a person, and they're able to then draw out those conclusions and then combine that with your extracurricular activities. Again, much deeper understanding of who you are. At the end of the day, when I'm reading a personal statement that isn't good, I don't understand who the student is, number one, and I don't understand why they're doing this. And so in the book, there's a worksheet that you can download and say, here, read my personal statement and answer these questions, right? It's just a worksheet for students, for someone else to review. And really at the core of it is, after reading this personal statement, do you understand the experiences that this student had and why those experiences impacted their decision to enter medicine? And do you understand a little bit more about who they are as a person? Right? And notice none of what I'm talking about has anything to do with you saying that you're ready for medicine, you saying that you're dedicated enough to be a physician, you saying you're smart enough to be a doctor, you saying you're compassionate or empathetic enough to be a physician. Those are things that you don't have to sell. Your transcript, your grades show that you're smart enough. Your transcript, your grades show that you're hardworking enough. Your extracurricular combined with your grades, combined with applying early, show that you're obviously organized and hardworking and all of that stuff. You don't need to say that in an application. Those are just empty words. Your actions, as Joanne mentioned earlier, your actions are what's important. So at the end of the day, the personal statement, remember the personal statement is all about why do you want to be a physician? Now, the osteopathic prompt for the why do you want to be a doctor personal statement prompt has a little bit of wording for why do you want to be an osteopathic physician. I don't think you have to answer DO. I don't think you need a different essay for DO versus MD. The DO application last year moved it to 5,300 characters from 4,500 characters. I think that was them saying, hey, apply to us too. You don't even have to change your personal statement, right? So it's a very common question I get. Showing versus telling. Let's talk about that for a minute because students struggle with this, especially very analytical, very STEM-focused pre-med students. Showing is a way for you to engage the reader's senses. You show them who you are. You show them what you experienced. Instead of saying, I walked into the room, I put my hand on Mrs. Jones's head. I did this, I did that, I did, right? That's telling the reader what you did. Versus showing is you're more actively engaging the reader, saying, walking into Mrs. Jones's room and holding her hand, I was blah, 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 right? As a reader, I can then picture what you did. I can see what you saw. I can feel what you felt. And you elicit more emotion from me. And as Joanne talked about earlier, right, is the reviewers have not a lot of time to look at these things. And so the more that you can impact them in a short amount of time, instead of just a list of everything that you've done, but you can actually elicit some emotion from them, the more memorable you'll be. The more they'll want to connect with you and say, hey, we want to invite you for an interview. That's the difference between a good personal statement and a great personal statement, is eliciting that emotion. So what I typically tell students to do, because it's really hard for me, I need to do a better job of really showing show versus tell, is I just tell students, Google it. There's a million amazing websites that have great examples for show and not tell. And it's not a secret. It's not anything that I created. It's just a very common writing technique to better connect with the reader. So.
And it's a nice callback to a comment I made several hours ago, which is sometimes I think pre-med students get so fixated on the rigor of their sciences that they forget that other courses are not just obligations, but places you can learn useful skills. You take philosophy, you'll learn a lot about critical thinking and logic. If you take an English writing course, you might get some show versus tell experience. So there's some utility in building a wider skill set. One of the things that's coming in as I'm looking at a lot of these comments is there's a lot of stuff about kind of resume. Should I be working my shadowing in? Should I be talking about my research in my personal statement?
Yep.
You know, these are, in my mind, these are resume questions. So do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah. Your personal statement is not an essay form of your resume. Period. The personal statement is to show the most, in my mind, the way that I teach how to write a personal statement. The personal statement is to show the typically 2 or 3, 3, sometimes 4, experiences in your life, the seed and then the watering of the seed. What experiences? informed your decision to explore healthcare, and then what experiences confirmed that being a physician is what you want to do. That's what the personal statement is. So shadowing, let's talk about shadowing in a personal statement. In my mind, shadowing is a very, very hard experience to write about in a personal statement that shows impact on you and why you want to be a physician, because shadowing is passive. For shadowing, it's very hard for you to write a very engaging and a very convincing story as to how this story impacted your decision. Let me ask you a question. What's the difference between you standing in the corner of a room, we'll call it an operating room, standing in the corner of an operating room, watching a surgery versus watching a surgery on the Discovery Channel, right? Obviously, we don't have scent-o-vision yet, right? We can't smell-o-vision. We can't smell the human skin burning watching the Discovery Channel. So you get those senses obviously engaged being in the operating room. But from a story and an impact level, watching Discovery Channel, watching a real operation on Discovery Channel, right? Watching Pimple Popper all day long. I love Dr. Lee. I think that's her name, right? Dr. Lee. Watching Pimple Popper all day long versus you being in the operating room, seeing basically the same thing, is not a very impactful story. When you interact and can actually show impact to say, I held C-spine on a patient as an EMT. Whatever that story is, that you were actually the one interacting with a patient, it's just a much more impactful moment. Now, some of you may not have the clinical experiences. Maybe you only have shadowing. And I will tell you, well, maybe you're not ready to apply to medical school yet if you don't have those experiences. Not saying you can't. Plenty of people get in without shadowing, without clinical experience, without telling a good story in their personal statement. It happens. But shadowing is not a good one. Research, right? If you're so focused on why do you want to be a doctor that you're talking about research, then I'm going to question maybe you should go into research. Right? Research doesn't inform you as to why you want to be a physician. Research may inform you that you want to do research as a physician. And so a lot of students will focus on what they want to do as a physician and not why they want to be a physician. And that's the wrong focus for the personal statement. Personal statement is what do you want? Not what. Why do you want to be a physician? And then usually a conclusion, the way that I frame a conclusion is, how do you hope to impact the world? Like what do you want to accomplish as a physician? What do you want your patients to say about you when you retire as a conclusion? The personal statement is not an English paper. It's not a introductory paragraph, 3 paragraphs with amazing transitions and the summary paragraph at the end, right? That's stereotypical, and I don't even know how I still remember this, right? The stereotypical 5-paragraph English paper that we all wrote in like 4th and 5th grade. That is not what the personal statement needs to be or is. A lot of students talk about red flags in a personal statement. I like to do the little sneak peek red flag to go, hey, just so you know, right? You're going to see something in my transcript. I just want to let you know that you're going to see it, right? And maybe here's a sentence about what happened. So red flags, I think, if they're big enough red flags, I think they belong in your personal statement. You don't want your personal statement to be a laundry list of all of your problems, because then it's taking away from, again, why do you want to be a physician? So I think a little nod to say, hey, like, what students sometimes do, like an example, we had Kane on earlier who was kicked out of undergrad, right? The first time around. A very easy thing for him to do in a personal statement is, and actually his personal statement's in here, is, I think it is, a very easy thing to do is, on this path, once he realized, right, is to go, after struggling and being academically dismissed in undergrad my first time around, I even questioned whether or not I could become a physician, right? Super simple, one sentence, it tells me everything. Like, oh, this student struggled a bunch as an undergrad, but obviously something has changed and he's here now. So when you're looking at adding some red flags to your personal statement, make it short, make it sweet. You don't have to spill your guts there. You'll have other opportunities potentially to talk about those. Those are some other things. Rachel, you seen any other big questions popping up?
Yeah, you know, it's the red flag thing that you're actually just addressing. A lot of people are asking, and I know sometimes you're busy typing a question and you miss what Dr. Gray's talking about, but don't worry, this is going to be recorded. There's also a lot of like, what if I feel like my experience was still shadowing, right? Like I had clinical, but I was only allowed to do so much. So I was doing EMT, but somebody else was actually doing the engaging with the patient. Like, is that a thing where now I have to debate, potentially apply later? Or, you know, how do you make that decision on whether or not it was impactful to me?
Yeah, it's hard. I think at the end of the day, if you are convinced that this is what you want and you think you can write a convincing story as to why this is what you want, then roll with it. It's a hard, especially right now, even with COVID and everything else. Courtney had a good point here. Again, she's a dean of admissions or director of admissions. I don't understand the academic difference between those two, but anyway, she's a director of admissions at a medical school, and she made a good point about if you're writing about something in your personal statement and you don't write about it in your extracurriculars, then there's going to be a little flag that goes up to go, how important is this if you mention it here, but not over here? And I don't think it's as nefarious as students just like making up stuff in their personal statement. I think a very common mistake that students make, and I'm glad she brought it up, is that they think that these are two combined documents, right? These things are together. And the personal statement and the extracurriculars, they're side by side when reviewers are looking at them and they're looking back and forth and going, okay, I have my full picture here. When in reality, you should treat them like separate documents. They're separate standalone documents. So your reasons for wanting to be a physician, these impactful moments that you're talking about in your personal statement, you write about them, you're done. And then you get to your experiences and you're starting fresh. Don't go, oh, I don't want to write about that experience because I wrote about it over here. I don't want you to write the same story, the same experience, the same exact impact, but you still need to put that experience in your list. Don't think because you already wrote about the experience in your personal statement, especially for MD applications when you're limited on space, that you can avoid writing about it in your activity list, because then it comes across as either you're trying to fake something over in your personal statement, or you just don't know what you're doing, or whatever may happen there. So two standalone documents. Don't think that if you write about in one, you can leave it out in another, right? I even had a student who didn't put shadowing in her activity list. She was a reapplicant. She reached out to me. She sent me her application from her previous cycle, and she didn't have shadowing in her experiences. I'm like, well, why? You never shadowed? She's like, yeah, I did. I talked about it in my personal statement, so I didn't think I needed to put it in my activity list. I'm like, well, schools that potentially will sort and filter to make sure that students have X number of hours of shadowing, X number of hours of clinical experience, they're not going to look at your application because they don't think you shadowed it all. So you really have to be careful and make sure that the whole application and the separate parts of the application are telling your story well. So, whew. You're muted.
Well, I just thought you could read lips. We have about 3 minutes left, so maybe we have time for one more question before we head over. Someone asks, how do you view talking about mental health in your personal statement? And I know this is something that comes up a lot. Pre-RAC talked a little bit about it earlier today, which made me happy. I think the more we talk openly about this stuff, the better. But it is sort of delicate.
Yeah, it's very delicate. So at the end of the day, the preface that I give with this answer is at the end of the day, you have to tell your story. And I don't want to tell students not to focus on something that is impactful for them, that is important to them. With that said, you also have to understand that medical schools want to accept students who they know are going to complete medical school in 4 years. That's the goal of accepting an applicant, is to make sure that they're going to get through in 4 years. And so if you put something in your application that brings any doubt into that, it's a potential issue. And so when you're talking about mental health, especially if you have had breaks in your undergraduate career, then that would potentially raise a red flag that says, oh, you might need breaks in your medical school career. Because guess what? Medical school is going to be harder than undergrad. The only difference is if your mental health struggles have informed your decision to become a physician, right? If you were diagnosed with bipolar, you suffered with depression, whatever that may be, and that is why you want to be a physician, well, guess what? You're probably going to have to talk about it, because the personal statement is all about why you want to be a physician. And so in those situations, you just really need to walk a line. And I typically have students write about stories that kind of paint between the lines instead of painting the whole picture. And the majority of people reading an essay will understand what you're talking about if you write it well enough that goes, I struggled with whatever that may be and needed to take a break. But most people reading that will go, okay, I understand what that means. I don't need to dig any deeper. That's cool. Let me look at the rest of the stuff. Great. Everything else looks okay. I think we're probably fine here. So it's definitely a delicate topic. It's definitely something that obviously a lot of people struggle with. And so I don't want you to not tell your story. I don't want you to be inauthentic, but just understand that there may be ramifications for openly talking about that kind of stuff if you don't need to. So muted again. You guys stop muting yourself.
But I breathe heavy. No, that's good. I appreciate you taking the time to address that, because that's a really tough one. And I think more and more important as we become more aware of those issues, learning how to talk about them in productive ways where no one feels silenced, but where you're keeping yourself relevant to the goal of what you're writing.
Yep.
So we can now sort of just transition ourselves, since it's just the two of us, into our next session, which I'm really excited about. I want to make the obvious joke about a ghost now. Because we're going to talk about the CASPer. I'm going to back off camera just so that you and Ms. Dorr can really shine here. So I'll bring her onto the stream and pop off and let you take it from here.
All righty. Hello, Dr. Kelly Dorr.
How are you, Ryan?
I'm good. It's great to see you again.
It's so good to see you again.
I'm excited to have you. Last time we chatted, it was in Toronto, back when the world was still able to move around and see people and shake hands and give hugs.
In Toronto, we were. Were you there for the Raptors game?
I was, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it was fun. So
I isolate myself by talking about Toronto's victory there.
Yes. Kelly Dorr, who are you?
So I am a researcher. I'm a PhD researcher. I studied at McMaster University, which is up here in Canada, about an hour outside Toronto, sort of halfway between Niagara and Falls and Toronto. And I got my PhD there in health research methodology, where I focused in cognitive psychology and health professions education. And while I was there, I got fairly involved in our admissions committee there. As you know, there we developed the multiple mini interview, or MMI. And we also,
you're to blame.
And we also developed this little test called CASPer. And so, yeah, so along those lines, I've been involved working in CASPer since 2004, 2005.
CASPer's been around for that long?
The research around CASPer.
The buds of it. Yeah.
The bud, yeah. The initial inklings, yeah. I call it my first baby before I had real babies.
Yes, your brain baby. How does one go from I'm going to do some research and be this nerd to I want to then torture what the students think, torture thousands of students every year with MMI and CASPer?
That's a lovely transition. Well, first of all, I would argue
I know.
still a research nerd.
Yes.
So I don't want to give up that title. You know, we were trying to solve a local problem. We were data driven. Evidence-based medicine actually started at McMaster too. We're the home to quite a few things.
What's in the water up there? You guys are all too smart.
I know. Apparently, we like to experiment. We like to try things, and we try and be creative. You know, we're not going to talk about all the failures. Nobody talks about those, but you know, I mean, it's just as important too, right? So we started looking around and really trying to dig into what was going on in admissions and how we could make it better. And that was where the multiple mini interview started, is that there were limitations looking at the data. And also from a fundamental standpoint, we wanted to make sure we could create a fairer process for both applicants and programs. And that's where that started. And once we had data around the multiple mini interview, which I won't dig into too much, I'm going to talk about CASPer, we realized there was a bigger issue. McMaster, we really valued both the academic and the non-academic attributes of applicants, but we didn't have a great way to measure all of their non-academic attributes. We had limitations. I was actually in charge of our personal statements at McMaster. So I was the researcher trying to change the questions, trying to change the rating process, trying to look at how we could make it better. And we just fundamentally came to the idea that we couldn't get enough information out of our personal statements to equate to the balance that we wanted to put on these non-academic attributes. So we really wanted to find a way to learn more holistically who applicants were and learn about them in that way. So that's where we looked at creating a new process, which hopefully after today, we can shed a little more light on it. People won't feel that it's as torturous, and we can give them as much information as they can get on our application process, because I know what a stressful time this is. So let's do our best to see what we can do to make that better.
A lot of students will listen to this and hear you talk about finding these attributes, these non-academic attributes, and wonder why that's important, right?
Yeah.
What was broken with students going through the system, becoming physicians, taking care of patients, that made you go, you know what? I think we're doing this all wrong. We need to look at different things to make sure that we're doing this right.
Well, I don't want to claim full ownership of that, because if you look at the constructs, whether that's put out by, in Canada, we call them the CanMeds rules by our Royal College, the ACGME competencies, or even the AAMC's frame things. There's amazing data which actually demonstrates the fact that patients actually have more success and better health outcomes when there's been things like good communication with their physicians, when they can ask questions. So we know that as an outcome, fundamentally, it's critically important that physicians are not only incredibly smart, but they also balance that with other attributes. It's not to dissuade or not include anything around the academic. It's to say, let's actually swing the pendulum from only academic to make sure we're measuring both. And to actually count something in this world, you need to assess it. Yeah. You can put all the words behind it you want, but unless you're actually measuring it, it's not given the same weight or feelings of value.
Yeah. So how does... Let's start, instead of talking about how does CASPer do this, let's start with what the CASPer is, because so many students still today, every day in my Facebook group, on social media, are like, what's this CASPer thing? I just found out about it. Yeah. What the heck is going on here?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm more than happy to, if you ever want to shoot me any of those questions, to answer those too. So CASPer is an online situational judgment test, or SJT. It's primarily video-based. Let me take a step back and explain what an SJT is, though. We're all pretty familiar with very traditional interview questions. I know you were just talking about the personal statement, why do you want to be a physician? Those types of questions. And we're all used to those very behavioral descriptor, tell me about a time when you, shadowed and maybe had a difficult experience or something. You could imagine questions coming along like that. SJTs function a little bit differently in that they put all applicants in the same situation. So they're given a situation, asked how they would respond to it. Now, SJTs have, I won't give you a history lesson, but they've been around for a really long time. They've been used in employment, in the military even, and their very traditional format is this text-based with multiple choice questions, and you pick the most appropriate or pick from the list or put them in order. CASPer is a little bit different in that in its format, it's not just text-based questions. Out of the 12 SJT scenarios you see, are actually video-based. So you actually watch a 60 to 90 second video clip of a scenario. You're given a role in that scenario. You might be the friend, you might be the coworker, and it's all designed to embed you in the scenario. And then instead of just saying, what would you do in this scenario? In CASPer, we say, what would you do and why? And it's really about understanding the rationale behind your decision-making. And so over the course of the 65 to 90-minute test, applicants see, as I mentioned, 12 different scenarios. After each scenario, there's 3 open-ended questions that they need to take their response to. So it's done on your computer, you're using your keyboard to type your response, and then after you have 5 minutes to do so, and then you move on to the next question, and you do so all the way through the test. In the middle, there's an optional 10-minute break that you can take or not take, and yeah, that's the format of the CASPer test.
So I hear that, and students are hearing this and go, "Wait a minute, that's all you have to do? Like, how is that going to tell anyone that I'm going to be a good doctor? I can make up anything and say whatever I want and just assume what they want to hear. How is that actually taken?" The words that students type and taken and something created to send to schools.
Absolutely. So, and this is what I'm excited to shed a little bit light on. And how do you actually get a CASPer score? Is these scenarios that you respond to. So you're putting in responses to what you would do and why, as well as answering 2 other questions on that. You have 5 minutes. So what we end up getting is a fairly authentic response for our applicants. If we gave people 10 minutes or, 10 weeks, like you could get with some personal statements, you end up with something that's been reviewed maybe by a lot of people, that's, it's been tweaked and edited. What we want is your authenticity and your authentic response. So, being who you are in the moment to respond to that question. When we have all 12 responses for applicants, they're actually sent to raters, real community members who are scoring your responses. So our goal is that the raters aren't some deans in a medical school, but they're actually representative of the patient population that you may one day be serving. Because what we know about patients in communities, and again, why these non-academic aspects are so important, is your patient can't judge you as a professional in terms of your medical knowledge, but they can absolutely assess your personal professional qualities. And in fact, that's what we tend to see. So if you look at the literature around patient complaints, it tends to be more around professionalism issues rather than knowledge, because that's what patients can assess. So that's the group that we have engaged to do rating. And very similar to the concept of an MMI, or an OSCE, an objective structured clinical exam, if people are familiar with that. The goal is multiple independent assessments. So you have a different rater looking at every scenario you wrote, so that one rater, if I'm rating a CASPer test, I may only see responses to scenario 2. And I see an applicant, Ryan, if you were applying and you wrote the CASPer test, I'd only see your response to scenario 2. So I wouldn't know anything about you. I wouldn't know any demographics about you. I wouldn't know your GPA or your MCAT score or anything, or what schools you were applying to. I would know this is what you responded to on question 2. I wouldn't know how you scored on any of the other scenarios either. And I would rate you relative to the other applicants who responded to that scenario. So what's important is that you're scored relative to all other applicants who have written that CASPer test.
So I like that. It removes a ton of bias. I would hope, jokingly, that all of the raters are friendly Canadians, because they'll rate all of my stuff very friendly. They're like, "Oh, this is great. This is great. This is great."
It sounds lovely.
Sounds lovely. Sorry.
No, we do. We honestly make sure that as some people know, CASPer is a test that is written in different countries. So it's written in the US, Canada, even Australia. So we make sure that the raters are from that country, just like the content that comes for the US CASPer test is vetted by US content developers, et cetera, and the US raters. So it's really important from that perspective that we make sure that we have all the cultural nuances and things like that, because Canada and the US are geographically very close, but there's nuances and differences that need to be represented. You don't want I always joke, you don't want a Mountie and a Tim Hortons cup and a moose in the background. It's purely representative.
Yes. So we'll dive into the score a little bit more. You talked about how many questions there are. You talked about kind of how much time there is per question. One of the biggest complaints / questions that comes up is I am not a fast typer. And I think that's going to significantly impact my ability to show who I am on this test. What is your response to that? And do you have any data to support typing speeds?
Absolutely. So certainly one thing that we know is that people who spend 1 minute on a scenario don't do as well as people who spend 5 minutes on the scenario. So you have 5 minutes. We encourage you to use the whole 5 minutes. But what we see is that it's your final score on that section is not purely determined based on the amount that you typed. It's the quality and the content of your response. So I'm sure many of you have heard of essays that have been written that are incredibly long that actually say nothing in them. So you're much better to ensure that you're actually looking at each of the 3 questions, answering each of the 3 questions in their box. We know people are going to get cut off, etc. To reassure you, our raters actually write a CASPer test as well. So they know what it's like. They know what you're going through. And people can use bullet points. They can use short form. And that's not something that our raters judge differently. So I think that that's really important. So we do have data that shows, obviously, if you're only typing a few words or you're only answering one of the questions, then that's not as an ideal response as if you've answered all 3 questions or you've spent the full 5 minutes.
I know on the Take CASPer website, there is like almost like I can't think of the right word. I've been doing this too long today. Like a practice test, right?
Yeah.
A practice test, just so students can understand what it looks like. And I know when you were on my podcast, we talked a lot about like you don't have to prepare for taking the CASPer test, right? It's not something you need to go out and spend money on a course or anything like that. It's just who you are as a person, what your normal responses would be. That's all they want. But understanding the format and how it works is important.
So absolutely, we have some good data around that, actually, looking at those people who use test prep companies versus the practice test, et cetera. And what we found is that it's really the practice test that drives a small incremental increase in performance. None of them will really drive a dramatic change in performance. But what we do know is that test anxiety will decrease dramatically if you're really familiar with the format. And actually, that's one of the ways that we actually were able to listen to our applicants. So every applicant who completes CASPer, we ask you to complete an exit survey and give us feedback. And we do listen to it and take it on. And one of the comments was, historically, we had a 3-section practice test that you could do multiple times. And we've actually fleshed that out to a full 12-section practice test. So it mimics the exact test experience. So, and when we make changes to the test, we've made changes. So one of the things that we've done as well, which hopefully will alleviate some of that anxiety, is that this year we actually added a 30-second reflection before you start your questions. So immediately, historically, you used to go from the scenario and pop straight into the question, which, as you can imagine, people who may have felt that they were slower typers or may have needed a little time to think about it may have felt at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
So we've implemented a 30-second reflection piece.
Love it.
Right after the scenarios as one of the ways we can try and respond to some of the applicant needs.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that little bit. All right, so we have the magical, very structured voodoo that happens with the raters, looking at these things and looking at their one section for you, and that's it. And what actually gets sent to a medical school?
Yeah.
Is it like a thumbs down, a thumbs up?
We try not to judge.
Stay away.
We try not to judge. Because every school uses CASPer differently, right? Some schools use it as a threshold where scores above this this score are included. Some schools use it in a formula. Some schools use it impressionistically. So they all do use it differently. And I want to highlight that. And that's part of the reason, we encourage schools to do that, because we want it to be reflective of their mission and how they include it in their process. So what schools actually get is actually a Z-score. So they get a CASPer score, which is your score relative to all other applicants who wrote CASPer. They also get other information. So if there was a potential proctoring flag, or if there was a rater flag, they get that information as well. So I can differentiate those two. So a rater flag is, and again, they're very rare, but if a rater felt that there was something inappropriate in the response, they can flag that. And we don't make a judgment as to whether or not that's a serious flag. We pass the information on to the school. And similarly, if there's a concern, because we do proctor the test, if there are proctoring concerns, we send that information to the school as well.
So you're not the judge, jury, executioner. You're just the reviewer and marker of things, and it's like, do what you want with this.
Yeah, and I would say that we're not the marker. We turn that over to our raters and community members to do that. We do train them, we give them implicit bias training and things like that. So we have a definite hand in that. But I think where we try and allow schools to use the information as best suits them.
Students always want to know why they can't get their Z-score.
Yeah, absolutely. So we hear you, and we are trying to work on that. So because schools all use it differently, we've been hesitant to give Z-scores initially because we didn't want people to self-select out of the process. Because the concern would be if you thought you had a non-competitive CASPer score, that you would remove yourself from the process, whereas some schools may use it differently, and you may have high enough academic metrics that it may still make you included in the process. And right now we're in the process of trying to figure out how to get applicants more information about the scores, because it is fairly complicated, because we don't want to just give a number. We want to give context around that number and really what that means. So we're working with programs and trying to figure out a solution for applicants, programs, and our team that makes sense and also makes it feasible to deliver. So obviously, once we start to deliver scores, it does have some implications for our operations team as well. So we need to make sure that we're supporting our team as well when we give out that information. Yeah.
Give us the inside scoop. What kind of discussions have been happening? Like, what does that look like? Do you think maybe like your top tier, low tier, mid tier? Like, is there?
Yeah, we've looked at a variety of different things. Probably won't be the exact score because there's some implications around doing that. But we've looked at everything from grouping people in different ways to giving them just like a general feedback descriptor or things like that. So we're basically trying to make sure we're contextualizing it, because we fear giving a number or saying, you're in the bottom quartile or something would be absolutely, devastating without additional context around that. So yeah. We want to make sure we're doing that.
Is there any fear that giving a score or giving feedback like that potentially will allow those who, I hate to say that nobody will be able to be a good doctor, but those who just maybe don't have the traits to be a good doctor right now, it'll give them feedback to go, okay, now I know how to fake it for next time. Is there any fear around that?
So I guess maybe less fear around that, because we haven't seen incremental improvements when people write one year to the next. So not necessarily an ability to fake it, but maybe an attempt to game the system right now. Like we run a reasonably low cost test because we're able to run it online, because applicants write it once a year, for a variety of different reasons. In order to keep that as a feasible thing, we need to do that. We also haven't seen value with test prep companies to date, which is, a really useful thing. And it's not just to disvalue test prep companies. There are people who want to learn formats and want to learn that practice. And, there are different reasons for people doing it. Yep. But I think we don't want to give any fodder to the concept that if you pay, $1,500, you can get feedback from somebody who scored, in quartile on CASPer.
Yeah.
I think that would be a really detrimental outcome for us, or, got a 3.8 or something on CASPer.
Yeah. So CASPer, you mentioned it's an online test. You don't have to go to a testing center, which thank God right now
worked out well.
it's great. It's proctored however you proctor it. So I'm assuming you need a webcam, need something that shows who
Webcam
you
and
are.
audio. Yep, absolutely for both of those. And it's a combination of hidden and non-hidden proctoring that goes on there.
Ooh, sneaky. You send the real CASPer, the friendly ghost, to your room for the hidden proctoring. How many schools in the US and Canada, we'll talk to our friends up north too. How many schools are requiring CASPer right now?
For medicine and osteopathic medicine, it's
roughly
probably around 60.
Okay.
Or so, might be a little bit higher than that. I might be underestimating numbers there. But what we know is we have about 80% of USMD applicants who write CASPer as a requirement for a school.
Wow. Okay. So, and for students to find out, I believe all that information is on your website, right? Of who's requiring it.
Yeah, so on the website under dates and fees, there's information, and it's sort of a smart logic system. So you say, I'm applying to the United States. I'm applying for, you might say osteopathic medicine or allopathic medicine. And then you click the schools that you want to apply to, at least initially. And what happens is you'd see all the test dates below. And as you pick your schools, the smart logic adjusts which tests you're eligible for based on the final cutoff date of the schools.
Okay, that's awesome. So you built that in. What should a student be thinking about right now with everything going on? Obviously, the AMCAS application opened up today for submission. Secondaries are going to start rolling out here in a month or so. When should a student start thinking about signing up, registering for one of these tests? Because it's not I can take it whenever I want online. It's still structured in terms of timing and dates and stuff.
It is. And so you can take it. We have test dates starting in early May. So their test dates are open. I would suggest, some of our biggest test times is July, August. So while you're sitting at home and things are relatively quiet, this might be a great time to take it. As long as you can let everybody else in your house know not to, maybe stream all of their movies at once at the same time that you're taking it. And one of the other considerations, though, is if you leave it to the last minute, especially with everything that's going on right now, I would suggest for everything in your application this year, don't leave it to the last minute because things are changing so much as we go forward, and you don't know what's going to be coming around the corner right now in this world that we're in. So the unpredictable nature of that makes me err on the side of, look at options right now, look at, what fits into your life right now. There's a lot of flexible options. I think as you get closer to the deadlines, you have fewer options. So make sure you can pick something that works for you.
Yeah. And just for clarification again, I think we can never clarify this too many times, is every individual medical school is going to use the CASPer the way that they want to use it. It's not something that you dictate at all. It's not something that is standard across the board. It's whatever process they want. And some of them may not even be using it. They're just looking at it because they want to evaluate it if they want to use it later on.
Absolutely. Some are using it very just impressionistically. Let me just look at that. Some are using it to sort of say, do I need to take a deeper look at this? Some are using it in a freelance expression or multiple ways. We've heard schools this year are using it differently because interviews might be different this year. And maybe they aren't able to run their MMI the way they want to run it. So they need to, every piece that your applicants are putting together and you guys are putting together, just remember, it's additional piece of data for the schools. And they put all of that data together in a way that makes sense based on their mission and their goals of their program. So it varies slightly, and a GPA at one school may be differently valued at a GPA at a different school. So just keeping that in mind, but schools use it how they choose to.
Let's give one final hurrah and really motivational thing for students to help them understand why CASPer will help them and not hurt them.
So the goal of CASPer is always to create an opportunity for applicants to really differentiate themselves. Like, you guys really want to stand out. And part of the reason that we've chosen the format that we did, where you actually have to type in your answer instead of a multiple choice, is that it allows applicants from very different pathways to really define why they chose that course of action based on their own life and choices and their journey that they've gone through. So in a situation, Ryan and I may choose to do the same thing, but for very, very different reasons. And it's that reasoning and that of who you are that allows you to differentiate yourself from the applicants. And this scoring model and the model of the response also means that with MCQs, what we tend to find with situational judgment test is that when it's a pick an option, responses tend to cluster together because people all can pick the right answer. You can identify what the right answer is. That doesn't mean you're going to do it. But what we see is a much more differentiation between applicants. So this is really your chance to stand out and really highlight that not only do you have the academic aptitude, but you have the personal professional qualities to be that physician that you're going to want to send your family members to when they're in a really difficult spot.
Awesome. Well, Dr. Kelly Dorr, take CASPer.com. It is the friendly ghost. I want students to go to the breakout room, go ask more in-depth questions. You have a partner in crime that's going to join you and answer questions even better and more in-depth. So if you have questions about CASPer, I know you all do because you ask them to me all the time. Go bug Dr. Dorr. That's why she's here. That's why she's volunteered her time. So thank you so much for being here and spending some time with me.
Thank you so much for having me. This has been a pleasure as always. I really enjoy this.
Yes. And next time in Toronto, hopefully, maybe.
I hope so.
All right. Have a good day.
Take care. Stay safe, everyone. And good luck with your applications.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Awesome sauce. I don't know. Where did awesome sauce come from? Rachel, do you know where that came from? I don't know. All right. Rachel, come join me.
Hello.
Hello. I'm excited for this next little session here. Talking about what we are doing, really. So this will be, we're going to do a ton of Q&A here because a lot of what is informing us here at MAPT is really from you and from the questions that you all are asking. The questions that I've seen in the almost over 8 years of having my website and having a community of students and talking and interacting with people like Dr. Dorr and people like we had Dr. Sunny Nakai and Joanne Snap on earlier, former deans and directors of admissions. Like I've been truly blessed with the relationships and connections that I've been able to have. And then with the Premed Hangouts, the Facebook group that I have that has over 14,000 students in it, just seeing the conversations happening in there and being a fly on the wall and seeing the struggles that you all have. And me being a huge tech nerd going, there's got to be a better way. I want to create software that will solve this issue, that will eliminate, as Dr. Nakai talked about earlier, right? The answers are all there, but it's just so haphazard and you have to know the questions to ask to be able to find the answers. Well, what if there was something that you didn't have to know the questions because the answers were given to you based on what data you put into the system? And that's where this brainchild that I had many years ago now at this point started. And Rachel and I have been working together first through Blueprint MCAT and now with MAPT. When Rachel became a free agent on the market, I said, hey, are you interested in technology at all, software at all? Because I've had this idea. I just don't have the bandwidth to operate it. And you're an amazing operator, and I want to work with you. What do you think? And
what was really cool about that is that I'd had a separate but similar dream also for years. So the whole time that I was at Next Step and then Blueprint, I was going, if only admissions could be something we offer. And then we kind of sort of offered a little bit of one-on-one for a little while. They're doing more of that now, I guess. But we were never able to build a platform. And what I want and what I think you want, this is why we're working together, is something that is available to almost everybody without a real barrier to price, right? Yeah. So, if someone wants admissions help with a doctor or a PhD who's been a dean of admissions, that person's time is really valuable and it is going to be a significant investment. But if we're trying to kind of tying together all the themes of the day, right? We talked earlier a lot about trying to reduce barriers and really think about having doctors who look like America. If we're trying to make sure that the admissions process is inclusive, then we want something that is really, really high quality, but not super expensive, not $375 hour one-on-one advising, which is fine if you can swing it, but not everyone can. So Ryan had this dream and I had this dream, and now we've put our dreams together and they're buddies.
So what I really wanted to do today is really talk about that dream and talk about the kind of the vision, big picture of what our vision is, and really get you excited about it and offer you the opportunity to sign up today and at a very steep discount from what we will offer it as, what we'll offer MAPT as, and really get you on board as kind of our inaugural class of students in MAPT. So with that said, should we say hello to Stephanie?
Yeah.
All right, let's bring Stephanie on. Hello, Stephanie.
Hey guys, how are you?
We are amazing. So Stephanie Jenkins is with a company called Vault Innovations, a company that Rachel and I found and really chatted with, and they were able to create our vision of what MAPT is. And so we've been working with Vault a bunch in these last several months, and we are finally, I think, at the point where I think some development's happening finally. And so we wanted to bring Stephanie on just to have her share some thoughts on what they're building for us and more. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for having me. I'm really excited to be able to dive into this a little bit together. And as you mentioned, Ryan, a few minutes ago, this is truly your guys' brainchild. So, this is only created because of your guys' thoughts and innovation, and we're just putting the pieces together. And so, I just wanted to highlight, I have looked at a lot of different products over the years, been involved with building many different types of technologies and many verticals. But what made me most excited about, from our initial conversation till now, is truly your passion about making this something that is, as you said, democratizing this experience for everybody. I knew very little about the pre-med journey before meeting you guys. And, when I started digging into this further, it just amazed me how nuanced it was, how many different how many snags you could run into if you weren't, paying attention and being guided by wise counsel. And so I think my favorite thing about this product and really your vision in general is that it's creating access for people who may not have felt that they've had it before, or just really making it so much easier than it might have been historically. And so it's been fun both from a technological perspective and from a product design perspective to be on this project. But even more so from a personal perspective, I've appreciated really the social implications and just the way that it affects the education landscape in general. So thank you guys for having this excitement and passion towards it.
Yes. So one of the easiest examples that I thought about, and that I'm like, we don't have software to show you right now, it's being built right now. But one of the examples that I was able to kind of create using a spreadsheet was courses. Right? So many questions come up with courses, and does this count as a science? What the heck does a science class mean? I don't even understand. Oh, I didn't even know that AMCAS and AACOMAS were different. And so one of the things that MAPT is going to allow you to do, and this is just very basic stuff that we want right at the beginning, is to be able to enter your courses in a way that you don't have to know if it's a science course or not. We're going to tell you. You don't have to know the credits and all that stuff. Like, our system's going to tell you. We're building a huge database of all of the courses at all of the schools that you're going to be going to, and we're going to give you that information. And then with that information, we're going to be able to give you feedback. Right. So, Rachel, if you want to, I'll focus on my spreadsheet. Let me know if you can see what I'm doing here.
I don't know if you've got it shared right now. Let's see.
I do have it shared. Do you have it there? Here. Let me go here.
There you go.
All right. So this is a very basic way that, and we can show you some wireframes, what it may look like in the software. But let's say I'm a student at University of Florida, because go Gators, and I took General Chemistry 1. So I remember Chem 2045 is the course number for chemistry. Well, guess what? I already know that Chem 2045 is general chemistry. I know how many credits it is. I know that it counts as a science for MD, DO, and for Texas, right? You don't need to figure that stuff out. And oh, by the way, there's a Chem 2045 lab. Do you want to add that too? Sure, let's add that, right? And all of that information is added. And then we can go, okay, my grade, I got a C minus. Right? It marks it as something, it flags it, and it says here, unfortunately, because of your grade in this course, you'll likely have to retake it, right? And this is just an example. The software obviously be much more robust and give you some more information, because a C minus for many schools is not a passing grade for prerequisites. Students shouldn't have to figure that out when they're applying to medical school. Students shouldn't have to figure that out when they apply and they're rejected, because every school they applied to, a C minus in Gen Chem, is not a passing grade. There are students applying every year, wasting probably hundreds of thousands of dollars applying to schools because they're applying with a C minus because they didn't get the feedback that they needed, because they don't have an advisor at their school, because their advisor was too busy, because they didn't ask their advisor, right? Why not have the ability to log into a system like Mapped and put in your grades and get feedback immediately, right? Let's go, oh, we got to be here, okay? And then we're going to have some fancy graphs and some other stuff to show you your trends and give you feedback on those trends as well. We can have, if I remember what this other one was, I knew I was going to forget it, the MAC 3472, I think. There you go, honors calculus, 4 credits. Oh, look at this. Math doesn't count as a DO class, so I'm not going to count it in your grade calculations. Well, I'm going to get an A here. Oh, look, great job. Keep up the good work. All right, this is such a basic example of what should be available already, but isn't, and why we're building Mapped. Right, and that's just one small feature that we think can make a huge difference for students immediately, because a freshman, a sophomore, junior going through this process should be able to get immediate feedback on their classes. Students who don't know that their retakes don't count, or their retakes do count, even if their school removes the class from their transcript, that class still needs to be added in to your AMCAS application, etc. Putting in your expected timeline or your expected date of matriculation to medical school is where a lot of this is going to be based off of. And the name Mapped is really from roadmap, right? We want this to be a roadmap to your success to medical school. And so when you sign up, and you can actually pre-order now, if you go to mapped.com, at the bottom, there's a pre-order button at a significant discount. And we have a lot of goodies too. When you sign up, when the software is actually available, you'll put in when you want to start medical school. And we're going to build out a timeline for you to say, here's when you should do this. Here's when you should do that. You can enter in your extracurricular activities and have little diary entries, and we'll be able to, based on your timeline and what you have entered already in your courses, be able to give you feedback immediately just from the software. You don't need to schedule an appointment with your advisor for basic stuff. And we want this to be a tool for advisors to then go further in depth with you. Instead of covering the basics, they can now cover very specific problems that you have, because it's all there. And eventually we want this so you can be able to share it with your advisors at your school and say, hey, I want to give my advisor access to my information so they can log in, they can keep notes, they can track all of my stuff. So that's kind of just a very, very quick, brief, broad overview of what Mapped is. Rachel, do you have any other thoughts? Stephanie, any other thoughts? Should we share some wireframes? What are you thinking?
I would love to share wireframes. Stephanie, do you have some of those that you can start pulling up, and then we can give you a minute to get situated?
I do.
Okay. You can start the screen share, and then we'll turn it on when it's ready. Is there a link already on the screen? I don't see it. Well, gosh bless you.
Mapped. There you go.
That was a wonderful question. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You know, you think about all the sessions we've had today, and you guys have been so engaged and just asking so many great questions. And there's been a lot of, I didn't know, or I wish I knew, or, oh, I learned that one the hard way. That's the idea for MAPT. And we are trying to make it helpful wherever you are in your process, right? So, you know, if you are, if you're applying right now, I mean, like AMCAS is open for submission today. Unfortunately, since we're coming out this fall, I almost hope I'm not going to be available for you because I don't want you to have to reapply, right? But if you're looking to apply to start med school in 2021 or 2022 or later, then we're going to be able to help you out with that process. And the idea isn't just track all this data, because you guys can use Excel spreadsheets for that, right? The idea is that a lot of the stuff that you wouldn't know and you'd have to meticulously research, right? So, okay, I have to figure out, is this course of science, but it's different for DO, for MD, for tech. So now I have to go check all three of them to see if it qualifies. And now I have to find out, okay, wait, that C- counts as a C. Which is the application party again that doesn't count minuses? I mean, it's like, we do this for a living and it's hard for me to remember sometimes.
Texas.
I know it's Texas. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's the whole purpose here, is we're going to try to put all of that data in one place for you. No one can make the qualifications of being a doctor easier. And honestly, I don't necessarily think they should. Like, I love that our physicians are so highly qualified, but the process of applying shouldn't be so, I was going to say opaque, but it's not that it's opaque. All the data's out there. It's just a ton of data you have to go find. So we're going to be the great aggregators for you.
Yep. I agree. Kelsey says you should try to get a subscription that advisors can purchase for their students, and students can get it for free because the schools purchase it. So that was our original thought, Kelsey. But we did a lot of research. We talked to a lot of smart people, people who actually have sold similar software to schools, and it was just a barrier that is too hard. Sharon just bought it. Thank you, Sharon. We didn't even talk about all the goodies you get too. But
I didn't mean to do that yet.
Oh, you're fine. So yeah, that was the thought process. And Kelsey, I can touch my face. I have been isolated for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. I don't go anywhere. All right. So MAPT, this is what's called a wireframe. So this isn't exactly what it'll look like. This is just what developers do to really get the idea across and make sure that we're covering all of the ideas. So
yes, awesome. Yeah, I can walk through some of the modules, and then obviously Rachel, Ryan, if at any point you want to highlight something or pause something, then we can do that. Does that work?
Yeah, we'll just have a conversation, and guys, we really want your feedback. So I know you're not shy. Come at us with questions and comments.
Well, awesome. Well, so what we're looking at right now is the dashboard, and I think Rachel, you said it really well a minute ago. You said MAPT was going to be the great aggregator for data, and so this dashboard is really the aggregator of the individual student's experience. And so when we kind of drill through the rest of the modules here, you'll get a better sense of how this information is calculated. But what helps in kind of as a high level, when you log in right away, you're going to be able to see the highlights of things that are probably at a high level most important to you. So as you can see, there's 4 different boxes here. Top left corner is going to be tracking your GPA. So on a high level, you'll be able to see how your GPA has changed over time, and hopefully it is in the positive column, but to be able to see any of the progress that you're making there.
And let me just add on to that, because this is where a lot of students, again, don't understand that a 3.5 isn't a 3.5, isn't a 3.5, isn't a 3.5. You could have a 3.5 with a horrible downward trend. You could have a 3.5 with an amazing upward trend. And the advice to students is going to be different. Are you ready to apply? Or are you not ready to apply? And again, the software will be able to tell you that. We'll be able to give you some ideas as to what your, and I want to stay away from like what your chances are, because this is not a school prediction, like will you get in kind of tool, but it just gives you an idea of, are you on good footing or bad footing?
Awesome. Yeah. So yeah, you can check the trend and see everything in the GPA category over there. To the right of that is the aggregation of activity hours. So as you all know, there's a wide variety of activity hours that you need to log in many different categories. And so this shows both the individual categories and how many hours you've accumulated for each one, as well as your aggregate or cumulative total for all of them. So you can keep track of really where you may need to be adding on more hours, or maybe where you've maybe completed the kind of goal that you've had. You'll be able to keep track of all of that on a high level here.
Yes, so fun.
Yeah. So, and then the next box, this is the percentage and kind of the progress of your prerequisites. So as you can see, there'll be different categories here. They hopefully, or most of the time, I'm guessing, will not all be 74% exactly. But there'll be varying degrees of completion in these different categories. And again, this is to help you track the progress of each one. And again, your cumulative progress, as well as the individual progress per subject or per category here.
Yeah. One question that came across about the GPA, definitely, Jonathan, is the GPA we'll have a little switcher here. You can say, let me look at my AMCAS GPA, my AACOMAS GPA, my TMDSAS GPA. Like this is going to be awesome to just see everything all right here.
Yeah, very cool. Okay, and then the last box that you'll see is going to be each of your MCAT scores, as well as the total, and then your highest MCAT will be listed with the date, which is, I think, very important. And Brian, you could speak to that even further, but just to see kind of your aggregate totals of your various test scores and really where you land as your highest to date.
Yeah, so obviously the goal is only take the MCAT once. So, but we'll probably have some feature in the future with your practice tests, your practice scores, to be able to give you feedback as well. So maybe this box isn't necessarily your highest MCAT period, but your highest full length score and some feedback based on that. So again, this is all very preliminary kind of wireframing, and we're still discussing and manipulating. We just are super excited to show you guys everything that we've been working on and what's going on here. So do we have anything else to show?
This is all we have for the dashboard. And so kind of the next highlight I want to do, and Ryan, you kind of walked through this of what the logic behind this, but this just gives a little bit more color to some ideas about what the course aggregator is going to look like here. So this is where you'll be able to, again, input. There will be an input feature that then collects that information as Ryan displayed. And then you'll be able to filter both by subject and by BCPM, among other things. And so you'll be able to kind of see a running total of your progress in kind of this course by course view, and then dig into a little bit, further information and details on each one as necessary.
Yep, and be able to have your professor there. So if you want a letter of recommendation from a professor, we'll have a separate tab for all of your contacts, and you can quickly see who you want for letters or potential letters, and tracking all of that stuff. So a good question that came across, where'd it go? Oh man, it was a good question. Anyway, the question was all around, here. Like statute of limitations for courses, right? So this is a question that shouldn't need to be asked, right? We should be able to go to the individual medical school. Courtney has ideas. Talk to me, Courtney. We should be able to go to the medical schools and say, hey, what is your limitation on courses, right? What prereqs, like, do you have a 5-year limit, a 10-year limit? And we can put that into the database so that students have that information right away. Number one, it's going to help the students. Number two, it's going to reduce the questions that go to medical schools. And at the end of the day, I want to, right? My mission in life is to make getting into medical school as easy as possible, from jumping through the hoops and asking questions that don't need to be asked, right? Again, as Rachel said, getting into medical school shouldn't be easy, right? You have to get good grades. You have to have a good MCAT score. You have to do these experiences and activities that prove that this is what you want. That's where you should be focusing all your time, not does this class count because I took it 5 years ago. That's just a waste of brain power, a waste of everyone's time that we can put into the database. So yes, eventually, right? We're not going to have all of the data immediately, and we're going to build this and make this to be the tool that every pre-med student will want to use. And eventually, this will be, as Kelsey, to your point, we are expecting to release this for all pre-health eventually.
There's so many good questions coming in that are specific that we can answer on this page. So Jonathan had asked, will you provide science GPA and overall GPA? Yes, definitely. And that's part of what this class list does. Someone else, I'm sorry I missed your comment, but you said, like, is this okay? Will it work retroactively? Absolutely. So if someone's buying it now as a rising freshman, then they're just going to have to do a little bit of data entry every semester, but you can do it retroactively. So you can enter the last couple semesters worth of classes, and then not only is it going to track all that for you, but with those grades, we're going to calculate GPAs for all 3 application services. And when you're entering all of this stuff, you can sort out, you know, what is my post-bac, what's undergrad, what's grad. So, you know, any of the various ways that we know you tend to be looking at your GPA, the calculator is going to build that in.
Yep. And Blake's, right? My school does not give grade for labs, right? We'll have that data in the database. Again, it may take us a little time to get that specific data, but it'll be there, right? Specific stuff. Like if you're at University of Florida and they recommend a specific sequence for pre-med students, we want all of that data in so that the pre-health advisors are more focused on your individual needs and not just basic information that's going to all be in this roadmap.
Definitely. And one thing I wanted to add, Ryan, I think you alluded to it, but yes, with the professor feature here, you'll be able to be tracking your professors as well as any other contacts that might have been relevant for your activity experience. And yes, when you add the professor in, there will be a checkbox or another way to indicate that this is somebody to go back to for a letter of recommendation. So you can go through your contacts on a high level and even just filter. You know, if you have 20 different people not named Brian White exclusively in your system here, you can filter in and see how many of them you've toggled for a letter of recommendation. And so when that time comes, it will be a lot smoother to just be able to go access and reach out to them and request that. You'll be able to have that aggregated across the board in this contacts bucket.
Yep. Yeah, courses in the quarter system definitely will be. It will in the little course edition box. We'll be able to mark it as a quarter system. Again, most quarter systems are based on school, so we'll be able to mark the school as a quarter system school. So all of that stuff will be in. There was a question earlier, like, will you be able to edit data? Yes, we're going to pre-populate based on what we have. And if you want to say, you know what, based on what I know, you're saying it's a science course, but it's not a science course. Or you're saying it's not a science course, but it is a science course. And so you'll be able to edit and change, and that'll give us feedback to go, hey, do we need to go change this in our database so that students going through tomorrow are going to be able to get the right information?
Yeah. And Esmeralene, I saw a question, I started to post it a second ago, that you had asked, is it helpful for someone on a gap year? I think so. I think if you're applying, if you're hoping to start med school in 2022, then I think this service is still going to be useful, because you could start aggregating your data when we launch in the fall instead of having to wait and do it when the applications open next spring. So that's 6 more months of being organized. It's a personal choice, right? But I think that it's going to be useful for someone who is anywhere from 2 years to 7 or 8 years out from med school.
Yeah.
Awesome. So this screen that I have is the kind of activities module. And so this refers back to the data that was aggregated on the dashboard under the type of activity hours and the categories that it comes to. And so in the same way that you added your course information, you're going to be able to add different experiences and put in the name of the organization, the category that it falls under, hours, start, end date, contact as well. And then I think one of the coolest things about this is something that I found I believe will be very valuable, is that you'll be able to click through, and then in addition to just notating the data around this, the hours, the start date, etc., you'll be able to actually put some notes in here, essentially a small journal, to be able to not only put the overall description of what you were doing, but if it's over the course of a few months or so, if you did 5 hours here, 5 hours there, be able to note specific experiences or highlights of that day or event. But when you go back to writing essays or being able to speak to those experiences, you'll have this kind of running diary of what has mattered and kind of notes that you can speak to, and kind of have that on hand. So I'm sure you guys might want to add more to that, but I thought that was a very important feature to all of this, because it's not just aggregating the data, but aggregating your experience and personal experience around this data is important throughout this process.
Yeah, we've talked about it all day long. It's not just what you've done, it's why you've done it, it's how it's impacted you, and being able to keep a diary all right here, and again, eventually that advisors will be able to see and get feedback on and talk to you on is super important. So I don't know how many times I've heard it from students that are just like, oh, like I had to go back, I don't remember anything from this experience, I'm supposed to put it in my application, but I don't remember anything about it. It'll all be right here. So this is, I'm excited for this feature. All right, and again, based on this, right, based on the activities and based on the timeline to say, I want to start medical school in 2022, we'll have access to your activities, and we'll be able to say, hey, based on your timeline, it looks like you haven't had any shadowing yet. Do you have any shadowing? Great, enter it. Do you not have any shadowing? Here's some ideas for where to get shadowing. Why is shadowing important? Right? Giving you all of that information. There shouldn't be any student out there who applies to medical school without shadowing or clinical experience because they didn't know that it was important, right? We're in a day and age where the information is available. And now with Mapped, we're going to make it right at your fingertips, right in your face, so that you know it's not just grades and MCAT score. You need the full application. And so based on the software, we'll be able to let you know, be like, hey, you have a chunk of shadowing in your freshman year. You haven't done anything since. And here's why it's a bad idea to not have any consistency in your shadowing. So that then you can make the decision now. Now you know it's not great. And now you can make the decision, I don't have time. I understand that it's a potential issue. I'm going to hopefully account for that or talk about it somewhere. Or now I know maybe I'm going to delay an application a year and I'm going to save a few $1,000s because I'm not going to apply and waste my money for an application where I probably won't get in. Right? These are all hopefully scenarios that we're going to build into this platform to help as many of you as possible.
Cool. So moving along to the MCAT module. So this is where and Ryan, you alluded to this, this will likely be not just formal MCATs, but that this will include practice tests and other things that you'll be able to be tracking here to be able to see your scores in each of these categories as well as the total. But this will be kind of the progress tab that again feeds into the the data that feeds into the progress on your dashboard that we referenced earlier.
Yep. Right. And again, lots of information, not just this information, but we'll have information on how to register and where to register and when to take it. And right, again, students shouldn't be applying to medical school, taking an MCAT probably in September of the year that they're applying. That's a very late MCAT. Can you get in? Sure. Are you likely to get in? Probably a lot less sure. So just a lot of that information there right at your fingertips.
And then here is the med school module. So I think maybe this might be helpful to show this part first, that shows the database of all of the available med schools and the information and the ability to search by and filter by all this different information. So all of them will be, and Ryan, you can speak more to this, but it will be populated into the system. And then you can go through and actually bookmark or favorite which ones are that you're targeting or that you'd like to be following or paying attention to as it even pertains to your personal experience in data. And so that will be highlighted, which ones you choose in this bucket over here. So almost the favorites of the ones that you're targeting at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is, again, I don't think we're going to replace the MSAR. The MSAR has a place in this world. The AAMC obviously has amazing relationships with the medical schools. They get a lot of great data. I don't think we're going to replace the MSAR, but having our school list here, and we wish there were 5,000 medical schools, would make getting in much easier. But having the school list here and being able to favorite them and being able to view some of this data so that you can compare and think about it, and then favorite them, then we'll go, okay, we have an idea of what schools you want to apply to. Now we can look at your extracurriculars. Now we can look at your courses. Now we can look at your MCAT score and go, hey, we know that publicly this school has said they have an MCAT cutoff of X, right? Of a 514, right? And your full-length scores are around a 505, right? Maybe you shouldn't apply to that school if you're not going to get your MCAT score in time, right? Before you submit an application, or you should delay applying to the school until you get your application, your MCAT score back. Hey, this school has a very weird requirement that a lot of other schools don't have. And so the looking at your course list, you should take this extra class because it's not there. So that's something to look at. Rachel, I don't know, do you see that Facebook message?
Yeah, I think we hit our 8-hour limit with them.
Okay. Do you want to stop and restart?
Yeah, let's do that.
All righty. Folks on YouTube, we're going to stop and restart because there's a limit on Facebook to how long we can actually stream. So we're going to end and then just start back. And so just come back with us in a minute.